that is
Wait, you're not
of
the realm?
existence.
Can you
I'm
demonstrate how
not the
you're
realm
not
of
the realm?
existence. Uh, by realm, I would just mean like a place that inhabits.
A
Or like,
place that
sorry,
inhabits,
what
or
the
are you
fuck
not
did I just say?
inhabiting
Yo, yo,
yourself?
yo,
Well, maybe he
pause,
wants
pause.
to walk it back. Go ahead, Wojcika.
No, no, no.
Yeah,
I
if
don't
he
want
wants
to
to
walk it
walk
back.
it
I think I
back, we
just gave a
can.
terrible definition of realm. But realm would just be like I don't know the universe itself. I don't know how to
The
describe the
universe
universe.
itself.
All right,
So
well,
Yeah,
does the
let's
universe have like a conscious awareness?
because what is this?
no,
Is this right now? Are we talking about metaphysics? Right, we're
Yeah,
talking
we're
about
talking
metaphysics.
about
yeah, we're talking about
metaphysics
All
at
right,
this
so this is
metaphysics.
point.
getting real metaphysical right now. I want to introduce Cody. He's been waiting patiently here.
If Cody's a feminist, I'll drop. I
Hello,
gotta
I'm
go
a
anyways.
feminist.
Yeah,
Yeah,
your
cool, Cody. You
statements
have a
that
good day.
you
I'm gonna
yeah, your
drop.
statements that you presented were horrible and your
No, they
definitions, just
weren't.
saying.
No, they weren't. Read a
All right,
book.
Wojcika, welcome back up next time. So Cody, why do you think feminism is better for society, or where do you want to go with this? I'll let you go. I'll give you a proverbial head start. Where do you want to take this?
I basically just believe that men and women are equal, should be treated equal, and they have an equalness and opportunity to do good for themselves and in the environment. I personally enjoy having autonomy over myself, and I would want to live in a world where women also have that equal autonomy over themselves as well. By
But that
being for patriarchy kind of takes that autonomy away.
okay. So when we're talking about autonomy, how do you define autonomy?
It's your freedom to make choices for yourself as a person. In a patriarchy, it kind of takes that away.
Well, autonomy is not absolute in either system, correct? Or is it?
Say that again.
Is autonomy absolute in either system?
In patriarchy or feminism, I would say there's more autonomy in a feminist system where men and women are equal.
But I would
Whereas in a
say,
patriarchy, women don't have as much decisions that they
All
can
right.
make for themselves.
so I'm just looking up the definition: the quality or state of self-governance, independence, and the freedom to make your own decisions without
Yes.
external control. But this isn't really true of either systems, right? For example, in my system, there would be a draft, right? And I would say that's necessary in order to have a society run, or at least be able to defend itself if there's an emergency. That would be one way that you would have to give up a level of autonomy in order to experience other benefits in that system. For you, you would say we would limit autonomy if a man or woman wants to violate someone else. You would limit their autonomy, right? You would throw them in jail. You might even end their life, right?
I would limit somebody else's autonomy if it interferes with other people's pursuit of stability and overall well-being.
All right. Well, then, what if my well-being is such that it brings me psychological trauma to know that I'm funding abortions? Is that not violating my autonomy?
I don't think you should be the one funding abortions. I think maybe that should be paid for by the people who need the abortions or want the abortions.
What about I
You don't
feel
necessarily
like
have to pay for it.
what if I don't want to contribute to a society that I believe is decadent if it's creating baby moms? In our system right now, if the man isn't in the home, you get more money. And in a lot and how it works now is if the social worker comes and you have a father figure or an adult male in the home, you're more likely to get less money from the government. What if I don't want to
Well,
contribute
do
to
you
a
not
system?
have power or control over your family and your society that you build around you?
Not necessarily.
The
We don't
friends you
have.
have, the people you're
We
with.
don't. I'm just trying to explain to you that our autonomy that you're talking about. I'm trying to see how far this extends because I'm explaining to you how democracy, the democratic process itself, literally bars people from pursuing their autonomy as far as how they perceive morality or their freedom. Our democratic process is such that if 49% of people say it's bad, but 51% say it's good, then the 49% doesn't have any recourse for a large point of time, if not
And
perpetually.
I certainly don't agree with democracy, but I do agree with, women having rights to choose their own path and have their own autonomy. But I don't necessarily agree with democracy myself.
But the democratic process is how the feminists have usually done things, or at least I don't understand now. So
I think that's
You don't
positive,
like-
but I don't personally believe in democracy.
okay, well the position doesn't really seem consistent here because your average feminist would be a political activist and they would lobby for things to get done. They would use the
Yeah.
democratic process to campaign, etc., to vote for Prop A or Prop B, Kamala or Trump. They would. So I don't understand.
So
you
don't the
are you taking a novel
anti-feminists. The
position?
anti-feminists also do that. I believe in Stoicism, and a couple other philosophies have some influence over me, but I have a philosophical moral framework that I like base my beliefs off of.
All right. Well,
I don't know where your framework is.
just Christian.
Christian framework. Oh yeah, I'm an atheist, but I have a moral framework in philosophy. So I'm sorry if it's a little confusing. I personally don't believe in democracy because it gives voices to people who don't understand anything about law, government, and how to run
So you would
things.
limit some suffrage, wouldn't you?
Limit women's suffrage?
You would limit somebody's suffrage.
I would want women to have the right to vote.
All
but I
women?
wouldn't want all women or all men to vote. I would limit everybody's right to vote.
In what way?
So I would have landowners,
Nice.
people who work in law, and people who work in military have the right to vote. But
No
I
one
don't
else?
think that should exclude women.
No one else?
Just military, law, and landowners. I feel like that would give the most stakes to the people who deserve to have the position to vote. I don't think the average person should be able to vote, but I don't think that women should lose their rights. I think feminism should continue to exist as women have equal autonomy to become who they want to be as a man does.
But wouldn't
That's how we
that
should judge them.
wouldn't that functionally be the deprivation of rights by your own system that you want? If land, a lot of women who are about that feminist life, they don't own land, nor are they in law, and nor are they in military. That will be a deprivation of rights on a mass scale, would it not?
It would be, but I feel like it'd be a better system. I feel like that's why within the Constitution and like the framework of this system, it should be strongly stated that they can all have these rights, as well as I believe in the Second Amendment, like heavily, which is within our government. I believe women should also be able to own their own weaponry and defend themselves from oppression.
Okay, would you say that our system, like let's just say you let's just say you put the reverse on the knob of our reality. Would our systematic institution, the government, how we organize here in America, are you in America?
Yes,
The
I'm in
further
Florida.
you rewind, the more patriarchal the system gets, right?
Yeah, the further we rewind the United States.
All
the
right,
more
well, you
patriarchal.
sound something more akin to like in constitutional values. This doesn't really seem progressive entirely.
I'm not entirely progressive, but I am a feminist.
All right, but would you say that, would you, I mean, I'm willing to be educated, but where and what egalitarian systems have a level of Second Amendment freedoms and protections like like this patriarchal system? What egalitarian system
I don't
does
think
that?
we're currently in a patriarchal system, though. I
All right,
think
well,
women
then-
fill a lot of jobs out there.
Mhm.
I think women are more equal now than they ever have been before, and it's starting to move towards a more matriarchal system or like a more unified system, if that makes sense. I feel like both are starting to have more equal opportunities. I think there is some things that are falling short, like they're taking away women's rights to abortions in certain areas, things like that. But I think we're more equal than ever before, so I wouldn't say we're a patriarchal society.
All right, well, we have to define patriarchy because I disagree with you. Let me just pause for a second. Chanel,
Hello.
are you a feminist?
I'm a womanist, but it all falls
Close
under
enough.
the feminist kind of, yeah.
So here's what I want you
it's
to do,
all
Chanel.
Just the umbrella of feminism.
Here's what I want you to do if you can. Because there's
Mm-hmm.
feedback right now. I want to get some headphones. Can you do that?
Yeah, I could go grab them.
All right, just because there's feedback and I don't want us to have I don't want the conversation to be too disruptive. So when you come back, just say I or here, and we'll introduce you, okay? All right, so I'm just gonna mute it for now.
It's
All right.
another form of a feminist, but a lot of individuals are trying to say it's something
Hi, I'm
else, just
connected.
looking to the same type of dogma.
Okay. All right, testing.
interesting.
Chanel, say testing.
Testing, testing.
Say patriarchy.
Patriarchy.
I don't think I hear any Let me see.
I think it's still a little quiet. Say
It's
it
a-
again, real quick.
You can say whatever. You can say
you-
whatever. You can say whatever you want.
Okay. Who runs the
All
world,
right.
girls?
So then, okay. I don't think there's
That's
much.
what
I don't think there's much feedback. So I think we're good.
Yeah, we're fine.
So
Okay.
we're gonna let you chime in a sec, but I wanted to get to the patriarchal definition. Let's define it here. Everybody, let's get some likes up if you guys want more feminists coming on. If you guys want to see some blood sport. I mean, I'm nice, but they don't know how unrelenting I can get. But guys, if you want some feminists up here, let's get the likes up. I mean, if you want to see what the patriarchy can do for you, get the likes up. So let's look at patriarchy. A system in which men hold primary power and dominate roles in leadership, governance, and family control. So I want to focus on this qualification here. Primary. Often would sound to me like top of the food chain, where the power is concentrated, where it's most potent, where, heck, without it, other systems wouldn't be sustained by. Primary power is still held by men in America. Would you disagree with that, Cody? Because I can still I can
think there's a
accept
lot
I
of
can accept what you're
women
saying
in
about women.
politics
Okay, but their
who have control
representation
over things.
their representation is still minority, right?
Yeah, in comparison, but they still have the ability to make their own choices and move up in power, which I think is a huge step forwards.
There's a limit to that at this moment. They haven't been able to become president.
Become president, become Navy SEALs, Green Berets, Delta Force, PJs.
That's true. And I believe, I don't know if this is factual, but I believe they make up a majority of like the voting bloc.
I think
I
they
don't know
do.
if
They
that's
have the
true.
most consistent voting bloc, and they have the highest voter turnout. This is correct.
I would say you're right. In some ways, part of our government today is still working sort of in a patriarchy. I wouldn't necessarily say, like, I don't think that's a good thing though. Because
Well,
I'm a
we're just
feminist,
describing it
obviously.
right now. I'm just trying to get you to agree to a descriptive argument or a
But
description.
I have a
descriptor here.
question. Do you think men are more deserving to lead every
Yeah, I do.
household than
I do.
women?
I do.
But what about women who are higher IQ than the man that they're with?
Because
I would say
competency.
that the average woman
yeah,
is
Go ahead.
smarter than 50% of
Actually,
men.
that's false because even on IQ, on average, men have a higher IQ, but not even that. Let's just say an individual has a high IQ and someone's breaking into their house. What the fuck is IQ gonna do if the other individual is gonna use force against the one that has the IQ?
You think that having authority in a relationship is all due to like how strong somebody is?
Yeah, the
Whether or
security,
not
the
they can
security,
defend-
the security makes it active and passive quality.
Yeah, that's
Well,
also
a
not
girl
what I said.
a girl can use weapons as a man can use weapons. to
And on
defend the
average, when it comes
household.
to unaliving someone, they're going to have more emotional harm and more harm done to the individual that is a woman. But that's not the question I asked you. What are you going to do if an individual breaks into a house? Let's just say the woman has 110 IQ. The guy that's breaking in has the average IQ, right? 90 to roughly 94. He's breaking in and he wants her. What the fuck is she going to do?
If she has a weapon, she could use it to.
But who owns
know,
most of the weapons inside of the
sure.
United States? Is it men or women?
I think it would probably be men.
It is men by a
But
lot.
what does that have to do with this situation?
Yeah, so when it comes to if they own a weapon, the probability of that individual actually owning it is unlikely because it's going to be most men that actually own pew-pews, not women. So in the situation that's presented, what the fuck is this woman that has 110 IQ going to do to a guy that has 94 IQ that's going to use force against her? She can't enact shit.
So you think that morality dumbs down to whoever's strong enough to overpower
That's
the other,
yeah.
and that's how we
It's
should
gonna be-
structure things?
It would be.
Yeah,
It would
it's
be
We can
a large,
overpower the other.
there's more to the argument, but
There's more, but I just wanted you to understand IQ isn't always going to be what is applicable.
Yeah, but I feel like somebody who is prepared for things and has a higher IQ, they might actually, own weapons and have ways of defending themselves.
Then
Yeah, but-
why would women not own majority weapons then?
if they're that smart,
If they're
Like-
that smart.
they think. Let's be honest here,
Culturally,
Cody.
I don't
Cody,
think
you and
that
I both
they-
know, as smart as they are, women don't like guns. It gives them the ick. A lot of women don't like guns.
They
Well,
like
it's
more
like-
makeup.
in the case with like my girlfriend, for example, she doesn't like to use weapons, but I like weapons, so I have a bunch of weapons, right? But my
Hmm.
girlfriend doesn't like
Really?
weapons.
Sounds a
I think
bit
that's
sounds
the
a bit
scenario for
sounds a bit
most women.
patrilineal of you. Sounds a bit
Patrilineal?
sounds a bit leadership of you. You're gonna try and instill
Not
some wisdom
necessarily.
into your lady.
My girlfriend also has control over the like relationship like equally,
All right, well
and I advocate for those
Wait,
roles.
hold
let's
up. Can I
pause
ask
that.
you a
Let's pause
question
that for a
about how
second.
that's
Let's
equal?
pause that for a second. Okay. Chanel.
Hello.
Hello, Chanel. What do you have to say? What do you have to say about what has been said? It's time for you to jump
Um,
rope in.
what has been said? I think we should advocate for women to own more pew-pews.
I
I mean, but
agree.
here's the thing.
We've
Even
tried.
even if we could, that doesn't mean that they're going to be as effective as men. They might be more effective than they are now, but we're talking about whether or not women are able to protect themselves
And we
Yeah.
also
as adequately as men.
we've also advocated for women to own more pew-pews. Why do you think there's so many weapons that are pink and girlish, and at the same time a lot smaller calibers to make it easier on
N-
individuals? So
I don't
when
know.
Not
we
a
Where
lot
I
of
live, there's a lot
pew-pews
of
are
women with
pink.
guns.
Well, time out, guys.
I
Time
would
out, guys. We have a lot of compact variants of sidearms for this very reason, to allow for people to be able to hold it, for the form factor to suit the woman's hand, etc. If you name
customize it.
name any famous or tertiary sidearm that's on the market, and there's often a compact version.
Yeah,
There's multiple levels, multiple derivatives of compact versions.
yeah, but that's not really advocation. Like,
Yes,
we
it
need to
is.
but no, not really, because a lot of women don't even know that these options are here for us, right? So unless we educate and we support and we say we are in favor of women owning these weapons and we teach them why they should want to own these weapons and how to use these weapons, is not really advocating. Having something on the market but not necessarily saying, hey, these options are here for you, isn't advocation, not even by
Actually, so
definition.
we advocate in multiple ways, the NRA, the local police departments, and other factors. Give me the state, and I can tell you how they advocate for women to own pew-pews.
Cody, thanks for the follow, and you
So
Okay.
Chanel,
Blue, thanks for the
give me a
follow.
state, and I'll tell you how they advocate for women to own pew-pews.
Okay, California.
California, give me 1 second. I'll get two different articles for you.
All right, so to build onto that argument while he gets that information, whether we should do a said thing is different about the moral implications of what should be done. We're talking about what is at this very moment. And when it
Mhm.
comes to the thing about what Cody's talking about how women are just as capable due to their competency, I find that to be questionable because oftentimes women complain, who probably Cody will call these women smart college academics or people around his age bracket
I
have
don't
the
think
same.
college academics
Well,
is
okay, well, people who
intelligence.
have the same philosophical leanings as you, they would
Mm.
lean more towards your intelligence, right? These women tend to complain about not really taking matters into their own hands, but really depending on society, the state, their local government, etc., to just make things better for them. It's not really, hey,
Yeah,
let's
so we
let's
can
go
look-
get a Glock, or let's go get some combat training so we can fight off the men. They're generally not doing that, right? They're usually just depending on the state to do something.
And Gavin Newsom has done multiple things. So I put two of them in the chat, Not Me SD and Not Me California. This is two different programs helping women be able to attain pew-pews and at the same time train them professionally by pew-pews. And typically this is going to be funded based off of tax dollars and property aspects.
When was this made? Like, when was this program made? Like, what year? But yeah, as someone who lives in Los Angeles, California, I wasn't aware of this. I think we just need more awareness on things and how women could protect themselves, and especially because California itself has like pretty shitty gun laws. So
Yeah, but they do have a lot of programs revolved around subsidy and a level of DEI coded things such as this.
yeah,
Yeah,
definitely.
so 2018.
hmm Yeah, I was like a minor then, so I wasn't aware.
2018, and when it comes to the situation that's presented, we do right, advocate for women. Even in the state of California, that's very liberal, and we can also look at Texas, that's very Republican. We do all the time. But you want to know what happens when it comes to pew pews? Women typically just get an ick. They don't want to hold that. This is why most guys actually own pew pews, because guess what? We enjoy going out hunting. We enjoy using pew pews. We enjoy doing these actions.
Yeah, I would just need more like a widespread like a if you can find a like a Pew
That's why,
Research or like a
well, that's
any
just
type of
that's
no
just
wait
appeal
because
towards
I think
levy.
or any like type of Pew Research or any like stat that shows that like women are turned off by guns.
Oh yeah, give me a second.
JJPP, thanks
Can
for
I
the
say
follow.
something?
Yeah, Cody, 1 second. As a Leo, it's the women who generally rely on male force / government force protection. What the hell is your star sign have to
What
do
the
with it?
fuck?
But go ahead, Cody.
As a Libra, that's bullshit. Yeah.
Oh, my star sign's a Cancer.
Well, is that going to inform your statement next?
Oh, wait. Can I say what I wanted to say?
Yeah, go ahead.
I don't think that the ability to, do violence or your strength and stuff is a really logical way of determining who should be in power and who shouldn't be in power. And I don't think that just because women are weaker or more prone to certain emotions that they should be locked down or tied to some way of life.
Here's why they
I
should.
believe you think they should.
Yeah, so I'll explain that in a second. Reese McDonald, 11. Are you a feminist?
Hello.
Hello.
I'm
Hello.
not really a feminist.
Well, does anything trigger you? Do you like patriarchy, or what do you? If someone kicked you in your back,
Could you explain
hold
what
on a second. Hold on a
patriarchy
second.
means?
Hold on a second. If somebody kicked you in your back, and you had to go down 1 or 2 slides, on the left, the slide is going to take you to patriarchy, and on the right, the slide is going to take you to a feminist society. Where would you rather go?
All right, so I fully understand the term feminist, but
Where are you gonna go?
patriarchy or-
Where are you
or
gonna go,
patriarchist?
McDonald? Where are you
No,
leaning
could you
towards?
just
Just answer the
define
question, and
term?
I'll get to that.
Oh, well, since I don't know what patriarchy is, I
Okay.
would choose feminism at this time. But
All right, well,
I
how about
think that
this?
I'm going to be
How about this? A patriarchy is a
More
system in which
neutral.
men hold primary power and dominate roles in leadership, governance, and family control. That would be a patriarchal system.
And Pew
So
Research, here you
it
go. How many
basically-
how
on a second,
males
hold on a
and
second,
females
Hold on a second. Where are you gonna go, McDonald?
it puts men above women.
In primary holding of power,
Like how
correct?
much? How much?
Well, the patriarchy that I'm promoting would be at least a level of the American system where men still hold the primary power, military policing. That would infrastructure. That would be a patriarchal system.
I think men generally have greater physical and mental strength, but some women are exceptions, obviously, and
All
some
right.
men are exception.
So you're not really you're at least a fence sitter at this moment.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say I'm full on either side, but I'd say I think I'm more on the feminist side than you are.
All right, Violet. Thanks for the light or for the heart. I don't know, guys. For everybody in the chat, should I keep up McDonald? He seems to be
I
a
don't
bit.
want him on my team.
He doesn't really seem to be like I don't sense enough religious zealotry from his feminist side. So
I'm atheist.
I need feminist jihad right now from you. If you can't give me that.
All
then-
right. Well, you know what?
He literally just
you
said
didn't really-
men are stronger and mentally stronger too.
Damn. So
Generally.
all right, McDonald.
I think most men are mentally weak, actually, and they don't
Alright.
practice any forms
Facts.
of virtue.
All right. Well,
Thank
Yes,
But-
that is
McDonald.
actually-
McDonald. Let me.
It's at least physical strength.
McDonald, when something, okay, here's the condition in which I'll let you up next time. If I have another feminist, and if
Yeah.
something that I say triggers you, or Happy says triggers you, then I'll let you back up and you want to argue it. But right now,
give it like 2 minutes. I'll probably say something that's going to trigger you.
we need
But,
you to be more feminist, all right? So we're gonna let you down for now, okay?
Yeah, give it like
All
2
right,
minutes.
Mr.
I'm
Mack.
probably going to say something that's going to trigger you.
All right.
Yeah, so Pew Research actually did this how many males and female pew pew owners in the United States compare. It's 66% are male. Wait, hold up. Let me just double check the numbers.
Well,
real quick.
happy, your reception's cutting off. It's a free country and still means naturally patriarchal due to decisions. They aren't locked down. They can do what they want. They just overwhelmingly don't want to.
Oh, here. So I'll fix the statement I'm about to present. Are you ready? So out of 1,550 people that took the survey that was presented, can you guess how many of them were male owners of pew pews first?
Probably 90%.
It was, no, actually, it was 82%.
Okay.
When it comes
I
to the
went-
statement that was presented, well, when it comes to the statement that's presented, most women do not feel comfortable with having a pew pew in the home, especially around children. Males, on the other hand, have no problem with being able to keep pew pews at home. And it goes into it.
Okay.
But
Can you drop the link in the comments?
It's Pew Research. How many male pew pew owners and compare to the female?
Do you think that means that no women should have the
Damn, you
ability
coming
to
in hot,
defend
Cody.
themselves and-
Yeah.
Cody, you coming in
I'm
hot.
not gonna lie. There's a lot of ear grape going on. I feel violated.
Yeah, I do too.
You
Oh, is it
came in
from
hot.
my microphone?
Yeah, why are you speaking so
Yeah.
hot? Why are you
Oh,
trying to
sorry,
make
sorry,
love to the
sorry.
mic, man?
Sorry, I
Yeah.
have a headphone
So-
set, so it might have got closer to my face.
I also feel violated by your picture, Chanel, but we're not talking about it. But when we
Whoa.
talk about, yeah, so I'm
How do
sorry,
you feel
but like,
violated by my picture?
it shouldn't be something I'd be looking at when I'm on TikTok, just saying. But when it comes to the statements that are presented,
Active wear isn't something you should be looking at on TikTok.
yeah, I shouldn't be seeing you in like barely a bra and underwear, just saying.
But why shouldn't you be? So like, in what
This sounds like
moral
this sounds like a
framework, why
nice
should you?
this sounds like a nice segue here.
Oh yeah, the reason why is because there's children on this app, and at the same time you're submitting
Oh.
them to other aspects that it shouldn't be morally permissible to. And for
Okay.
me, as a guy that is married, I don't want to be checking out other people's bodies. Just saying, you're not
You
attractive.
don't have to check it out. Okay.
Well, you do
obviously-
have to.
okay,
Well,
okay, so-
you do have to check
but-
it out in a way,
but-
right? Because the profile pic is there.
Well, you don't have to like necessarily look. Like I can talk and like look at the comments or
All right,
look
but
at.
would you wear that?
know,
Would you wear that in a grocery store?
I have.
So
actually.
that means you're actually making your argument worse because what you're saying is, okay. So let's get to modesty. Let's get to modesty because I think this is where
Okay.
feminism and patriarchy really part ways. Okay. In the past,
Modesty.
yeah, in the past we had decency laws,
Mhm.
and they were enforced. I think a lot of states had different versions of them. Feminism, would you guys argue that feminism, so long as you ain't got nothing swinging and nothing hanging, exposed,
I
feminism
disagree. Even
Feminism-
with that.
Feminism would say, so long as you're not nude, you should be able to kind of like dress how you want, right?
Yeah, I agree with that.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
for the most part.
sexual liberation really goes against principally the ideas of decency laws, right?
Yeah,
Okay,
Yeah.
well,
kinda.
let's go back to this grocery store analogy and let's modify it a bit. This isn't to say that this is how you would dress, Chanel, but how about a woman, you know, she's ready to go to the club, she's got some on very provocative. There's curvatures, there's cheeks you can see, there's under cheek you can see, there's outline of areolas you can see. She's dressing real tight and right, and she's just getting some alcohol. Okay.
Mhm.
Shh.
Yeah.
What about the kids who were exposed to that? Is that not a problem to you guys? She's going to the grocery store. She's gonna
Does she
she's
have
gonna be
private parts out.
no, she doesn't have any private parts out, but
I don't see a problem.
okay, so then how about this? A man, he doesn't have his private parts out, but he's ready to go to Chippendales. And he has his print is out and is in full effect for
And
everybody
it's
to see.
slinging.
Yeah, in the same way the woman would be jiggling, he's swinging, but he's
What is
covered up.
Chippendale?
I don't
It's a
necessarily
male
think that
stripper
means
service.
I don't think
Oh.
that means it's indecent
Yeah,
necessarily.
it's not.
I don't. I think
It's not indecent.
the definition of indecent. I think it would fit, but I don't necessarily see a problem with it.
Something
It's
is
a culture
offensive
issue.
to modesty, good taste, or moral standards, especially regarding sexual matters. Especially
I'm-
regarding sexual matters. Offensive or in good taste? So would it be in good taste to have your print out around kids?
It depends on what the culture is. And I think the culture
What culture? The culture is okay. So listen to what you just said. The culture is shifting to such that people who have their prints out, it would be in good taste eventually for kids to be around that.
Before Christianity spread, we used to wear tunics. Back in like ancient Rome and ancient
That is
Greece, we
factual.
didn't have as strict, dress laws. And I think that necessarily isn't. I don't necessarily think that covering up.
But they
makes
weren't
us
able to walk
more
around
culturally
almost butt
decent.
ass naked, though. Even in ancients' time, everyone would have been covered, or majority, and if they weren't, they would be kicked out of that society.
Yeah, but not every society on Earth is
Talking about the
by
majority,
same
though,
standards
right,
as a
Cody?
Christian society.
Cody, we're talking about majority here. About there may be variations in modesty here, as far as how a lot of societies would render it. But is there not a baseline here as far as the majority is concerned, Cody?
Like I would say majority of countries are still under the influence of Abrahamic religions.
What
So
about
yes, they're
Confucius?
wearing more clothing.
Confucius would not be like Chinese or
I
Japanese.
don't know much about Confucius.
Well, they ain't,
or
you ain't
much
got no,
about
you can't have no
Asia.
ass and titties out in good taste in a
I
lot of
personally
Asian
believe
in a lot of
that-
Asian cultures, right? And no
I personally
prints
believe that private
either.
parts should be like concealed, but I don't necessarily see the problem with it. It just depends on
Wait,
what the culture is of the
concealed.
area and time.
Concealed in what way? As in it's exactly there, you can see it, or concealed like hidden?
I don't know. It depends. Because if like someone's in a Speedo, you don't necessarily see nothing. It's concealed.
Okay, but can I ask you what makes titties sexual?
They're attractive to men.
Yeah, but like elbows could be attractive to men.
Yeah, but
So ain't
generally
feet attractive to men.
that's correct.
My
But these
feet
are not.
are attractive
These are
to
not.
men.
All right, but you and I, do you guys think that? Would you guys classify those as sexual organs?
I mean, titties
Depends on the
also aren't
person.
sexual organs. Like
Yes,
they're
they are.
they're just like they're feeding tubes.
Wait,
Literally.
hold
They're
up.
for
Alright.
feeding
Sexually
babies.
organs.
All right, so here's the thing. When we talk about what role boobs play in the act of intercourse, they actually stimulate in a particular way, right? Some women don't have this ability or this sensitivity, but you guys don't think that this is it's not a primary sexual organ, but it would definitely be pursuant to sexual
because it
arousal,
can-
not just through visual stimulus, but physical, right?
Okay, so
I don't think
you
so.
you can also be physically stimulated. Like if a man
Yeah, I
kissed
can
me
rub a
on my
woman's
neck.
back, and yeah,
Yeah.
that's
That's
correct.
right.
So
That's
like
correct, but
these
that's
are
not-
all
but-
these
but-
are all
but there-
things that can be physically stimulated that
so
aren't.
what, on a balance of probabilities, what do you think a
Sexual.
man? What do you think a man is generally going to be more attracted to? Boobs or the back of somebody's neck?
A lot of men are more
On
attracted to
average,
feet. There's a
Chanel,
lot of
on
feet
average.
guys. There's a lot of
Chanel,
toe guys. I'm sorry.
That's
try
the
not to
minority
deflect.
group.
Try not to deflect. Answer the question
minority
directly.
group.
I honestly don't know.
I think it really depends because personally, I'm not attracted to like
Alright,
any
so
particular
you're
body part
interesting.
more than the
Look
other.
how you guys are using your own anecdotal
Yeah, you guys are
experiences.
using the minority.
But
No,
I
okay,
do.
so
I
is
don't
there,
think the
no, it's not
majority
the
should rule
minority.
over
How
everyone.
can you? Okay, how can you prove the minority of men are attracted to toes? Like, can you prove that the minority of men are attracted to toes?
Well, I can
Yeah,
look at
we
how
can-
things are marketed in the sense that they play to
Yeah,
the
feet
demand.
play is
All right,
feet
so
play is definitely highly
a
marketed.
woman's figure, specifically around her hips and her chest area, is often how things are marketed because psychologists who market know that this is what's going to get people's men's eyes to be caught. This is how you're going to be able to get their attention. I would think that would be positive evidence to what I'm saying, that men are generally attracted to butt cheeks and boobies. And you guys right
Yeah.
now, it seems
Can
to
I
be
share some
self-evident.
information though?
Yeah, let's hear it.
Wait, if you look at any uncontacted tribe, whether it be South America, Papua New Guinea, even Africa, a lot of these uncontacted tribes and more natural living people, the women do not wear shirts in these societies, and it's
Actually,
not
that's
a
false.
problem.
Majority of the unattracted tribes, majority of them, they do wear clothes to cover. That's false. We can
Yeah,
use
but not
Africa.
necessarily their
Wait,
upper
hold up.
body.
Wait, yes, they do actually.
Yeah, but not
It's the
all of them.
minority. Yeah, it's the minority that's
Yeah.
the opposite.
We're not
but
making-
the
we
minority
haven't-
doesn't make the rule for the majority.
We have not once has neither me or Happy made a case for absolute occurrence of the observations I'm drawing here. All you
And
guys have
But
been able to
the
do at
thing
this
is,
point is point to exceptions to try and disprove the rule. But that's
And on
like
top of
that's like an
that,
argument
I'm
from
not
think that
without pointing to exceptions, I would say that um it's just so completely arbitrary that to the fact that men could wake up tomorrow and be like, I'm so fucking attracted to women's kneecaps, and then would women just have to wear pants
that's
all the
not what
time?
happens.
No, no, but I'm saying if by your logic, because men are attracted to a certain thing, women must cover it. If men were attracted to woke up attracted to women's kneecaps, would we have to walk around wearing pants every single day?
yeah. So I think that's fair, but that doesn't disprove what I'm saying. That
It
the
doesn't
fact. Okay,
disprove it,
so
but
are
if
you
we're
are you
saying that's
conceding
the
now?
only reason,
Are you conceding
am I
now? Well,
conceding to what?
are you conceding now that men are generally attracted to women's boobs and butt cheeks
I mean, based off
more than other body parts? If there's any type of sexual arousal, men are going to derive from a woman's body. It's going to be around those areas, right?
Yeah,
I,
especially
I, I,
thigh guys. Because initially the
in
statement
America,
was,
yes.
yeah, the initial statement was going to be anything physically. Typically, you have your feet covered, and on top of that, it's going to be your ass, your boobs, and on top of that, maybe thighs for individuals. But typically, it's going to be ass and boobs. And when it comes to the statement that's presented, why ought I have to be on an app and look at other individuals that are half naked? I'm sorry, but no.
Well, I have a
well,
question real quick. Girls have always been attracted to like my forearms and the veins there in a more provocative way. Does that mean I can't wear like should I be wearing long sleeves to
Well,
keep like
are you asking
that
me
sort
from a
of
Christian paradigm, or what are you asking? Like, should there be decency laws, or what are you asking?
from whether do you think that men should be held to a similar standard to
No, there
produce
should be a
Yes.
there should
lustful
no.
eyes in other
I
people?
don't. There should be a different standard because we're different people. We're different genders. Men
okay,
men
I
so
believe,
men do not
I
sexually
believe,
arouse women in certain ways that
yeah,
men are
I
arouse
believe that
women.
there should be some type of standard for men, yes,
There
but I
should be a
wouldn't say it would be
standard, but
this.
it shouldn't be the
Yeah,
same.
wait,
and
but
that's
James, are you like insinuating abs don't get the poet?
I would bet that abs can definitely be a stumbling block for even some of the most pious of women. Sure.
Yes.
But as
So
far
men should
as
always wear
look,
shirts.
no shoes, no shirt, no service. That sounds good to me. What do you think?
Okay,
All
so
right,
not even
great.
on. Okay, beaches.
Mm, no,
No shirt for men on beaches.
I think here's where I'll push back at that. Because we don't really have sexually arousing. I would argue that our arousal to the women is not the same as men's. A man is going to have like a cartoonish reaction to women in ways
Yeah.
that
Have you
in
ever
ways
seen an
women it's going to be a
ovulating
lot
woman?
subtle. Yeah. So
I disagree
the
with that
form.
from my
Yeah.
experiences with women.
All right. So at this moment, let's go back to the grocery thing, okay?
Mhm.
Because we're talking about decency here. So I think I could be convinced on the functional swimsuit front, perhaps having like some age restricted beach zones. I think that would be cool. That'll be a nice compromise. But as far as the grocery store, I think this is less defensible for you guys because when it comes to children interfacing with other people in public, oftentimes stores, malls, food places, etc. This is where immodest people are going to interact with children. Now, with the consequences of this, I would think you guys would be in support of, because when we're talking about the impact on a child's mind through their development, whether they're male or female, it's a negative effect if they're exposed to sexuality in the adults too early. Would you agree?
I
Yeah.
don't necessarily think that less clothing is exposing them to like sexuality
All
though.
right. So you guys, at this point, it seems to me that you guys have conceded to men are generally attracted to women. Well, we all know this, right? Do we need
Yeah,
a Pew
men are
study for
attracted
this
to
shit?
women, you
Men are generally
know.
attracted to women, and women
Most
are
of
generally
us, yeah.
attracted to men. Okay, so then there's certain things about the bodies that would make us attractive, and the more sexually they are, the more it's going to be apparent, correct? The more sexual those body parts lean, the more apparent it will be, right?
Yeah, I
So when
think.
a kid is coming of age, and when those hormones are at their peak, it would stand to reason that they're going to be the ones that are most susceptible to those type of body parts.
Yeah.
Okay, so then it would stand to reason that you want to make sure you protect those children from those type of body parts, even if they're quote unquote concealed. Because what the hell does concealed mean nowadays? The nips are still damn poking out the shirt nowadays to some
Okay,
women.
but James,
So what?
But it's
do
like if you
you?
could go to the beach and see it, what's the difference between going to the store and seeing it? Like where I live in Florida, there's beaches everywhere, so people kind of like just wear beach clothes all the time and like
Yeah, that's why I'm saying
places.
you should restrict the. I think you should restrict the children that are going to be exposed to that. I think you should.
Yeah, but
But
it's really hot over here, so we don't like to wear a lot of
Yeah,
clothing,
well,
and I don't
tough,
necessarily think
tough
that makes
titty.
it sexual.
wait, James, so you were talking about like the children in their minds, right?
Yeah, the children in their minds.
Okay, so if you read Gray and Clement, Purity Culture and Sexual Shame, it showed like that purity culture, specifically Christian purity culture, associated among women, found that women are more likely to have suicidal ideations, be ashamed of their bodies, um, and it just promotes shame, guilt, seeing their bodies as dirty or inherently morally wrong,
And
things of that nature. Would you
how
say
many of
these are good
these?
things for women?
Well, I would have to weigh it to the cost, right? Because how much,
Okay,
what percentage
there
of
was
women?
1,273 participants.
All right, that's kind of a small sample size, man. We're talking
That's
about we're
that's
talking about
like
100.
around the same
We're talking
sample
about
size you
applying.
just give
No,
me.
we're talking about applying a restriction potentially to 150 million women at a different standard than men. So I don't think that sample size is very. It sounds like a hasty generalization. Are you implying that there's a large percentage of women who are going to feel shame for me saying, hey, you need to have you can't have your tits out?
I'm applying that when we get into things that are associated with purity culture and saying like, hey, your body is inherently sexual and things of that
It's not
nature.
though.
I
It's
could,
not though. There's a level that you're not just a sexual being. You're a moral actor. You're a member to
yeah, but
society. So you have to balance all of these type of archetypes that make up the one human being.
well, you don't really understand that when you're taught like as a young girl and they're saying like, hey, you need to cover up because the boys look at your body as sexual because your body is sexual. That's how these young girls are going to
Well, that sounds
internalize
to me
it.
like they're not properly taught
Yeah,
because
which that's a problem. Chanel, I got
the
a question for you.
Wait. Oh,
So, would you say that for Chanel and at the same time Cody, right? Since you guys have no problem with this, if a teacher wants to come in, right, with little tape covering just the nipple bare minimum and wearing, let's just say a G-string, like a G-string that individuals do wear at beaches and stuff, would that be morally permissible in a school wearing high heels?
okay. Obviously not,
well,
because
the areola is concealed.
Yeah, the areolas are concealed. And Chanel said earlier, free the nip. So when it comes to the statement that's
Oh
presented,
my
how are
God.
we, how are we
Free the
going to
nip
deter?
in a shirt. Free
I feel
that and
like
that would
All right, well then
oh
fine.
my
Let's modify.
God.
Let's modify it to her sensitivities. She's still got the G-string on, but she has a tube top now, and the pasties are gone, but they're busting through the shirt. It's cold. It's cold
I
that
don't
day.
understand where the
okay.
G-string
In
came.
It's
school and
cold.
in public is different spaces. I
Yeah.
believe there's different levels
Those are
of
both public spaces,
there's
though,
gonna
right?
be
I
different
Different
levels
definitely
public
of
believe that
spaces.
there is a
a school is a
certain
private space
okay.
strictly for kids.
Actually,
If
no,
you're
And
it's
I
showing
do
up wearing
just
a
believe that
public
there
G-string,
space.
wait, I wanted to say I do believe that there is a certain line, but I believe that we shouldn't put in like there should be certain restrictions based off of like nudity laws and things of that nature,
There
but
should.
it shouldn't I never said that there shouldn't be. But to put things like, hey, like you can't necessarily wear like a short sleeve
Yeah,
non-cropped
but there's a
shirt
gentleman who
with no
says
bra because
which
people
McCall says the nips could cut diamonds, and they rip the the tube top.
oh my
can
God.
can I ask a more like spicier question that's kind of on topic with this?
All right, try to keep it TOS. We've been doing an okay job so far.
If a woman goes out in public wearing minimal clothing, something that you would consider more provocative, and men do things to her that she wouldn't want, do you think that's her fault or
She has some responsibility, but she should still seek remedy as far as legal or
Yeah, I
criminal
believe
action.
You
both
think
are
she has
responsible.
some responsibility
She does.
Yep.
for the actions of other people?
Yeah, because that would be like saying, hey, if I have a, you know this though, you probably heard the analogy already. If I have a car and I put it in an area that I know it's likely to get stolen, I bear some responsibility. That doesn't mean I'm barred from seeking legal or criminal action.
I don't think that you would bear any responsibility though for the actions of others. Obviously, you're
You
gonna have
would.
to
You would.
do
For
what
example,
you can,
For
but you're
example,
not the
let's
one
just say
who's
you're in an environment like San Francisco. In this hypothetical, let's say San
virtuous.
Francisco has a very high theft rate and a very high break-in rate. If you left your unsupervised car and people can see your camera in it, and you told your grandma that it got stolen, your grandma's going to tell you what? Your grandma's going to tell you, you knew you shouldn't have let it out there because you know how San Francisco is, Cody. Your grandma, your mama, some woman in your life is going to tell you that. Is that not true?
Yeah, but what you're doing by saying that it's
That
having the
means you
effect
bear
of,
some responsibility. That's all me and Happy just said.
yes, but by doing that though, you're just not really necessarily justifying, but yeah, you're kind of like justifying the existence of these bad things.
No, I'm
You know what I'm
explaining. I'm not
saying?
That's
just.
not
No,
what-
that's
By
not.
hold-
We're just pointing to the
What you
reality of
blame
the situation.
the victim of somebody
Pointing
gets a
to
car stolen.
pointing to something as a descriptive reality does not make a moral or a normative statement about it. Just pointing to
Wait.
something that
Here.
that your mama and
Here,
your
the
grandma.
C-
Hold on a second. Your mama or your grandma just stated a political or a descriptive reality. You knew San Francisco is like that in this hypothetical, and you went
Here,
ahead
put
and
me in
left your
big
camera
box.
in there unattended. You know that
James,
was
can I ask you a
dumb.
question?
Why is she
But-
going to say
wait,
that?
hold
And
up.
why are you going to say to your grandma, yeah, I know, grandma? Because you intuitively know that you should have been more aware. That's what I'm explaining
Well, I
to
have
you.
a good
The
response
fact
for
that
this.
there's an area
In
where
terms of the
cars are getting
patriarchy,
stolen.
you know the
Hold up.
patriarchy, how this topic is about patriarchy.
Luna, one
Surely-
second.
Luna, we're going to
So,
introduce you in
my-
1 second, okay?
Yep.
Sorry.
So can I get big box real quick? This actually shows a really good analogy. Okay, so you see
You're
this
purple right
individual background, right?
There you go.
Oh fuck! Here, let me try to fix it real quick.
Now I see a big man.
Is that better?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So this big man is eating a donut in front of a shark. Who's responsible for the situation that's presented?
The
No, this
person
analogy
who
does not
generated
work
the
at all.
image.
Actually, it
comparing
does.
men to
Stupid-
sharks.
stupid
No, it
Cody.
doesn't work at all because
James, you
the
James, you
conversation
have
we're
the
talking
same
about
decency
is-
and you have the
Hold
same
up.
moral framework as a
Hold
shark
up.
now.
Hold up.
Yes.
Hold up. No, so the reason why this would be analogy, right, is if an individual knows that they're going to do an action that, well, this can happen for me doing this. For this example, this big man in the background eating this donut in front of a shark that's jealous of the donut, right? Both of them are going to have responsibilities. It's going to be the shark's responsibility not to do it, but the individual in question is going to do the action. And the other individual is doing the deliberate action and putting themselves in unnecessary harm or putting them into a situation that, guess what? It would be somewhat of their responsibility.
Okay,
So it's
may
gonna
I
be both.
respond?
So, well, before, maybe you don't want to answer this question, but I'll just rhetorically. Are you guys implying that the woman has no responsibility in that context? None.
No, but may I respond? Okay,
Well, before
so
you respond,
if
Chanel, let me just introduce Luna.
Okay.
Luna, are you over 18?
Yeah.
All right, thanks for coming out. We'll let you have at it after Chanel.
Okay, I feel like this begins into a slippery slope because would we say that like let's say a woman is walking but she's modest, but she's attractive, and she maybe has curves, they're covered, but you know, men could see it. Would she also be responsible for getting assaulted for walking outside and being attractive?
Not criminally. She would not be criminally liable.
No.
But should she be like, does she have any should she be responsible? Like,
Yeah,
in the
I'll give you an
eyes of
example. I'll give you an example.
socially,
Yeah,
should she be
socially she
responsible for
should,
that?
because if she knows what she's
Okay.
if she knows what she's doing, she knows what attention she's
simply being
attracting.
pretty.
Oh wait, which scenario? She just
No, she's just a pretty woman. She's cute.
oh, she's just pretty. Just
She's just pretty.
if it's
Can I
just
add to
evident that
this?
she's pretty, that doesn't mean
Yeah,
that.
but yeah, she's attractive to men.
But
So why
she's not
should-
eliciting. She's not eliciting any type of sexual attention. Just being
No, but
attractive
she-
does
but
not mean
she's
you're
attractive to
eliciting.
men.
But
But
okay, but
men like to fuck attractive things,
can
so
you?
that's eliciting sexual.
All right, but this is not eliciting sexual energy. Here's the reality, okay? With great power comes great responsibility. Do you guys agree with that statement? I know it
Wait, can
sounds
I add on to
crazy.
what Chanel
Go ahead,
just
Cody.
said
Go
though,
ahead, Cody.
with what she was saying?
Go ahead, Cody.
So she was saying it's a slippery slope because what if a woman wears less clothing, but then the standard continues to become more and more strict and you blame more of the person for doing something negative? I feel like the highlight of our mental process shouldn't be to blame the victim for doing something irresponsible,
You would have to
but it should
prove,
be
but you would
to
have to
create a
prove, you would
society
have to
that's
prove
better.
that you would have to prove that that would lead to a significant you're just posing an extreme case right now. You would have to
But
you would
what
have to
I'm what I'm
prove that
saying
that's
is
what
this.
the,
for this.
you would have to prove that that's
For
how
a
it
car
would lead
getting
to.
stolen, we should try to promote a society that has less cars getting stolen, not sit here and blame the victim of the
All
car
right.
getting
Well,
stolen.
no, by your
We
own
should
argument, if we promote
fight
less
to
cars being
remove
stolen,
that.
that means people are going to be more aware and they're going to be more responsible with where they put their cars, the type of insurance they
Okay.
get, the amount
I
of
respond to
care that they're going
this?
to put to whether their car is going to be stolen. It's not just something that you just wipe your hands of and allow society to fix
Or
for
we
you.
could
You take ownership on yourself.
or we could teach people that stealing cars is bad and
Yeah,
have
and
big
it's
punishments
funny.
for
Well,
It's
people who
funny.
that's
steal
a
It's
cars.
so dumb. If
That's
only we
how we
taught
get rid
them
of it.
that it was bad, there would be less of it. How about
yeah,
no?
that's a
Why not
Valhalla.
make
That with big
criminal?
punishments.
No, it's not.
That's a
We already have
Valhalla
punishment
fallacy.
inside.
That's a Valhalla fallacy right there. They're saying, oh well, they, blah blah blah, whatever
Like
the fuck.
if it's
You're
not
just making.
perfect, and if it doesn't,
Yeah.
if we're not, Luna,
Okay.
Yeah, Luna, you can
Let
go.
me tell you my analogy for this in terms of the patriarchy, right? So if we look at very heavily patriarchal societies like Muslim countries, and before I even say this, I want to preface, I'm not Islamophobic, okay? But I'm just saying that
I am.
in the Muslim faith, it is very patriarchal. So
I disagree.
when women are made to dress modestly, and I mean they are covered from head to toe, they are still selected as targets on the street by men. You still have Muslim women wearing veils and everything, for example, in Egypt, who are targeted if they are not walking through the street with a husband, with a man by their side. So your entire argument rests upon women being, sorry, someone just said that I'm from Britain where they don't have the First Amendment, which is crazy. But the entire argument rests on women having complete responsibility for the way they dress, but you're not tackling the fact that men in a patriarchy have all the power. So they are enabled to target women. So how can the patriarchy hold more power than feminism?
All
It
right.
makes
Well,
no sense.
here's where your analogy falls apart. An apples to oranges. You're comparing a Sharia law to a liberal / conservative society where women can go on OF and are not getting hit with a damn rock for doing something wrong or getting acid thrown in their face as a staple of their society. You're comparing Sharia law. Women don't treat women the same, or men don't treat women the same, even judicially in the systems that you're trying to compare. So it's a false analogy.
No, because
Wait.
when you get women tourists who go to these Muslim countries who do not have to wear the veils and whatever,
Actually,
they
they
still
do.
get treated the same way. Not in
Okay,
all of
so
them.
what?
For
So
example,
what?
in
You're talking
Egypt.
about morality police. We don't have morality police here. So what?
No, I'm
You're
not. I'm
comparing
talking
an
about
orange to an apple.
extreme forms of patriarchy. This is what happens
All
when
right. Well, you're
patriarchy
pointing
is
to.
allowed to
So wait a
thrive.
minute. Luna? Do you want to live in? Would you like to live in Iran, or would you rather live in
again?
Would you like to live in Iran, or would you rather live in the UK?
No, I'm saying that the customs in Iran where they oppress women are bad. So of course I wouldn't want to live there.
All right. So you would want to. Okay. Would you want to live in? Would you want to live in Iran circa 2026, or the patriarchal system that we had in the 1920s?
Well, honestly, neither, because they're both
No,
bad.
you have to
What kind
choose
of a
which
question is
one. You have to choose which one.
that? No, I don't.
Okay,
No,
well then
because
don't.
this
Then
is an
you. All right. Well
argument
then you don't.
about
You're not engaged with the
patriarchy over
hypothetical because
feminism.
you know that you would rather live in the 1920s where there was jazz music. Women were dressing a little bit provocative. They were
No,
showing some
because
skin
I'm
back in the day.
no,
But you just wouldn't want to. You know that's the
No,
case.
Hold
because as
on.
a woman of color, I would not want to do that because I would be racially
Women of color
discriminated
still had
against.
more. Women of color still have more freedoms in 1920s than they did in Sharia law right now.
Okay, but my point still stands that the
So would you
patriarchy
rather have
continues to
more rights
oppress
or
women.
less rights?
Obviously more. But
Okay,
if
so
we have
then the reason why I'm bringing that
if
up
we
is
have
because you know
equality-
the reason why I'm bringing that up because I'm just exposing how you know it's an apples and oranges comparison.
No, it's not.
Even when
because
we
if
had
have more
less, even when you
equality,
guys had
which
less
is a
rights, you
result of
still
feminism,
want to
then we
live.
would have a
But
better
what's
society.
more extreme? What's more extreme? 1920s America, or right now Iran, 2026?
Of course, it's Iran.
Right,
That's a silly
right. So
question
what?
to ask.
So what? How? You're comparing one extreme example. It's just apples and oranges. Your analogy falls
not
apart.
even
that's all I'm
comparing
demonstrating.
America.
You just said,
I'm not
hey,
comparing America
if
to
women had
Iran.
if women had on lampshades, there's still going to be men who are just going to yoke them up and snatch them and RAPE them. I'm saying they might do that in
true.
Islamic societies, but that does not hold true in American societies or Western
It
societies.
definitely does.
Okay, well,
It
demonstrate
definitely
that.
does.
Demonstrate that,
Because
please.
Coach,
What
I
is your
think it was
evidence?
someone else who was on here just a second ago literally described to you how women who dress modestly still get RAPED'd.
Okay,
Is
at the
that
same
by
at the
the
same rate.
doctors?
At the same rate.
Who knows? I don't have the statistic.
Well,
Do you have the
if that's
statistic?
that is your counter argument. That's your burden of proof.
It
It's not
tends
mine.
to be, in fact, that the majority of women who are worded are women who already have connections with men. They get R worded by
All
men
right,
that
this
they
is
know.
this is shifting
So-
now. So is it or is it not that they have that? Can you or can you not prove that it's because they're wearing more clothes or less? I want some evidence for
my
that.
point is it doesn't my point is it doesn't matter how much they're wearing. It matters about who the men they are around.
All right. So if it matters who the
James.
men they are around, then would you say the woman has to take some type of onus on that? The type of men she associates herself with?
Of course she does.
Wow.
You need to be
So
careful
it's
of who you're
interesting how
around.
we
However,
it's interesting
but
how
the
we make
patriarchy-
it's
the
interesting how you're
patriarchy
agreeing with me here.
influences
Would
how
you
men
agree
view
with
women.
me? Would you agree with me that even though we would say you bear some onus on this, you should still be able to seek legal or criminal remedy? You would agree with me, right?
Repeat that, sorry.
Even though you bear onus on the man you chose, let's just say he likes to elbow slam women. You chose this man, you bear some onus on that, but you should still be able to seek legal remedy. You would agree with that, right?
Yes.
All right, so the same thing goes to what you're wearing. If you're wearing a certain thing that's going to
No.
attract it. Okay, so what type
The
of
reason
man
why it's not
is
the
it?
same
Is it
thing
okay?
is because you have no evidence that the woman even knew how the man will behave.
Yeah, so here's my evidence. When you're talking about sexual marketing, the more you sexually market, the more type of energy you're going to get in return.
Yeah, but
Do you disagree
keep
with that?
ignoring my
Is that
point,
evidence or no?
which
That sounds like
was-
evidence to me, and you even agreed to it.
Oh yeah, no, it's true that if you sexually
wow.
market yourself and be promiscuous, you're likely to attract negative attention.
Nice, nice.
However, my point this whole entire journey has been that it doesn't matter what you're wearing because the patriarchy teaches men to sexualize women and believe they have a right to a woman's
All
body.
right, well, you can those are like two big ass assertions. So
no,
let
it's
me
just
get
the
this
truth,
let me get this straight
James,
here.
can I just try to bridge the gap real quick because I have the car example that they can't deny.
All right.
So as a police officer, right? I respond to this stuff all the time. We had one case where somebody had their car stolen, and then about 10 or 11 months later, they had their car stolen again. James is not arguing that the person who had their car stolen is completely at fault. But in this situation, both times, the car was parked on the street with the keys in the car. Modern cars, if the keys are in the car's unlocked, you can jump in and start it. All he's saying, even if it's 1% fault for what occurred, all he's saying is there not some type of responsibility on the person to at least learn from the first instance and lock the vehicle or remove the keys from the vehicle? He's not saying that there's no legal recourse. He's not saying legally they're responsible. He's not saying that the woman is 100% responsible. But if you perform actions that have a history of negative consequences and you repeatedly perform those actions, is there not a 1%, a 5%, a 10% at social fault? Not saying criminal, not saying that the person who committed the action isn't wrong, just saying you have some type of responsibility for putting yourself in a situation that can lead to negative outcomes. And that's a perfect example with what you were saying before. And Looney, you said yourself that people have a responsibility to make sure they're around the right people and not around people who would engage in those actions. There is some type of social responsibility. Should the insurance company have paid for that guy's second car? In my opinion, no, because the person should have learned. The person should have changed their actions. The person should have taken precautions. That's all I'm saying. And if you don't agree with that, then I don't know where your mind is. And you believe that the world is rainbows and butterflies, and you're not at fault for anything that occurs to you in life. It's all external actions.
So does anyone disagree with the
My
hypothetical
response-
or the anecdotal?
I disagree with what he says.
All right, so
No,
here's
I do not disagree with what he
Nice,
said.
nice.
I believe that he is correct, that if you repeat your actions and don't learn from your mistakes, then you are right. Then for example, the justice system perhaps is right to think you as a bit dumb, that you
Okay.
didn't take precautions.
But it's not even your
However-
actions. It's not even your actions. This is documented. This is what happens. This is, from other people. Hey, if I'm going to go get heavily intoxicated at a party where almost nothing, there's a higher statistical probability that I'm going to get SA'd. I'm not saying it's guaranteed. I'm not saying it's necessarily 100% your fault if it happened. I'm not saying even close to 100% your fault. But there's at least that 5, 10, 15, 20% that, hey, I know that this is a possible outcome. I need to make different life decisions.
Okay, so here's where I disagree with the car analogy. Whilst I understand and agree with the fact that we should take partial responsibility, where I disagree with it is that you're ignoring that when it comes to the patriarchy, it is a structural problem. Whereas leaving your car in a neighborhood that you know for sure is going to have bad people around that are likely going to want to steal your car.
This isn't a bad neighborhood. This is an upper middle class, very wealthy neighborhood where the median home value is about 900K, probably even a little higher. This is literally a guy leaving it parked in front of his house, not in a bad location, got it stolen once, did the exact same actions again, and not only did it happen to him, but this happens. You can't leave your keys in the car. You can't get intoxicated and walk down the street and expect everything to be safe.
Okay, so the keys are in the car. You're walking down the street intoxicated. It's the same point, no matter the neighborhood. You're basically saying that if you do this, you're asking for it. And to an
I'm not
extent, I
saying
can
you're
agree.
asking for
so
it. No.
We're
We're not saying
that
you're
you're
asking
not.
for it.
We're saying that you're not wise, and there should be some social culpability there. Are you saying there shouldn't be
Right.
any
Okay.
social culpability?
No, let me finish my point, please. When I compare it to the patriarchy and women who, if we're doing a direct comparison, it would be women who are not dressing modestly. You're saying that they should take at least some social responsibility. Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah. But it's structural in that the men or whoever's preying on the women, they are allowed to do it because of the environment they were brought up in, which is the patriarchy.
What
However,
are you
no
talking
one's
about?
saying you're
Wait,
allowed
wait,
to
hold
do
on a
it.
sec. How,
No.
if we're locking these men up, how are we allowing them? Please explain.
Yeah, no one's saying you're allowing them to do it. We're just saying there's some
Well, she's
type of
claiming
social
that.
responsibility.
She's claiming that
Yeah,
now.
no,
This is just some novel thing she's explaining now. So please explain to me how, even though we lock up people who are convicted of this assault or RAPE, how are we allowing it? Please explain.
we're allowing it. I'm not saying that you're actually directly allowing rape, but you're
Try and be
breeding
TOS,
men.
ma'am. Try and be TOS.
Sorry?
Terms of service. You got to be terms of service.
Oh, sorry.
It's all good.
You're breeding men who feel like they can have power over women.
What, baby
and as a
mamas, or
result-
who's breeding these men? I don't understand.
Just, the patriarchy,
How?
patriarchal values.
Please explain to me,
if you
because
think about a patriarchal value,
how are these?
it is that
Please
men
explain to me how
provide
these
over
women. Explain to me how these men are being bred here.
right, as in brought up.
How?
Right.
Please explain.
How, when you go into, for example, schooling, you have the majority of teachers who are male The majority of teachers in the highest position are men. The
That's
majority of
completely
Well,
false.
just let her
Please.
finish her
No,
let her
it's not.
finish her point.
All right.
No,
All
it's
right.
not. The majority of people in positions of power are men. That is what the patriarchy is, right? So, in essence, when we boil that down, the men are above the women socially. And when men are above women in this system, it becomes normalized that they can have power over women and they can exert their desires on women. And when all the men are in control, and obviously in this society, not all the men are in control, but when most men are in control, they validate each other's behavior.
All right. So
So,
how am I violating someone's behavior if I lock them up? If I want them to be locked up, hell, I want them to be. If in my system, RIPs would be killed. So,
oh,
and that would
sorry,
be how a
I
lot of
didn't, I
systems
didn't
would.
know that.
So, well, I'm not even in the system right now where they get locked away. Like, how are we promoting that? Please explain. You haven't really demonstrated that. All you've said is the
No.
patriarchy does it, but you're just reasserting what I'm asking you evidence for.
No. I explained that because the patriarchy enables men to have power over women, we are naturally going to get men who feel like they can have sexual dominance over women because they're not condemned for it. With feminism, they're condemned for it. Do you understand?
You're wrong.
So,
We condemn them
why am
by
I
throwing them
wrong?
in jail and putting them on a national registry. That's called
Okay, but how do
condemnation
we
on a
prevent
national
that?
systematic scale. That is something brought to you by the patriarchy, by the way.
Okay, so I'm asking you, how do we prevent this sexual violence
All right.
rather than just
So,
locking
are
them
you
up? That's not
implying that?
preventative
Are you
measure.
implying that if we cannot prevent it, therefore the system is bad, or what are you implying here?
No, obviously
Are
I
you
didn't
implying that we
imply
can
it.
eliminate
I'm saying that there's
RAPE?
ways to make it better,
Okay,
and
then
that
how
the
can we make it
patriarchy
better?
is not helping.
Because okay, so without the patriarchy, women would just be cooked. You guys will have no other recourse outside of appealing to another set of men. So, what other ways can we do this better besides saying that the men who would protect you from it are somehow a part of the problem? Because what you're doing right now is you're saying, oh, you see the good men over here, the ones who hold the power, like the police and the military, the ones who write the laws and the ones who get and make shit happen to protect women. Oh, they're part of the problem. That's your best that's your best you've had at this point. To show me how we can do it better is by making the men share the guilt of the people that we lock away. I don't get it. Like, what is the best you got?
Did
What's
I
the
say
best?
all men?
You said men. You said men. If men have a social power over women, then they are responsible for the men that are doing these things in some way.
I mean, luckily, we're at a point now where men are becoming wiser to the issues that patriarchy brings. So, of course, we're introducing more laws to help protect women, but a lot of that has been started by women in movements. And without that, I doubt that we would have gotten to this point at all. So, do you see
All right.
how
Well,
when men are in power,
so
they disregard
before women got the right to
women?
vote, where could women be RIPE? Please explain.
Sorry, say that again.
Before women got the right to vote, where were they able to be RIPE and not be able to get the cops and get remedy for that?
A lot of places,
All
actually.
right. In America, we're talking America, or what are we talking about here?
Well, I'm not American, but from
All
my
right.
studies in history, then yes, absolutely, because their rights were not respected. Marital rape was not banned until what, the
All
70s?
right.
I mean,
So
come on.
Luna, you're gonna have to be TOS here.
Sorry,
cannot
I keep
use the
forgetting.
R
I'm so
word.
sorry.
I'm just trying to keep a channel
Can
here.
we engage with Crow real quick because we've let Luna go on? I want to engage with Crow.
Crow, come up.
Yeah.
Crow,
sorry.
come up. Oh, Crow is
Crow's
Crow
up
here?
here.
My
Crow's up here.
I'm not able to see who's up besides Luna.
Can I get
I'm
Big
having
Box real
issues.
quick? I want to show Crow a statement that they presented.
I'm aware of what I said. Like,
Yeah,
what?
so the statement that you presented, Crow, to be very precise here, was saying, as a police officer, I don't care anything you have to say.
Well, is that statement
Right.
posed? Who's the statement posed to, Crow?
Yeah, the statement was proposed to JJ because he's a police officer. I asked him, by his logic, I don't care what Crow has to say because they're Crow.
Yeah, what does that have to do with anything I'm saying though? What?
Oh, wait, I just wanted you to understand by your logic that you presented.
What was the logic that I presented?
Oh, because you don't want to hear anything that JJ wants to say because he's a police officer.
Oh, no, false. The reason why I don't want to hear something from a police officer is because I don't give a shit about your title. Also, like I was telling you,
Oh, that's not in the statement that was presented
Oh, that's
initially.
okay.
Once I held
So,
you.
like, Right. So you know how there's a character cap in messaging, right?
All right. Well,
So I
let's.
can't
Yeah,
I
it's
don't.
email.
I
gonna
don't
be a
really care. I
fine.
don't care about
So
this
let's
meta.
calm down,
I don't care
right?
about this
This
meta.
has
Let's
nothing
get
to
back.
do.
Let's get
Yep.
back to
Yeah, this has
the
nothing to do with the
topic. All right.
conversation.
Yeah, let's get into the argument, Crow. Are you a feminist?
Sure. Yes.
Okay,
Let's
can
say
you
yes.
define
For
Yeah, let's just say yes real quick, right? Can you
yeah,
define feminist real quick?
it's the freedom from oppression to women and other marginalized communities.
Why
Is
ought
that
women
okay?
have freedoms outside
Why
of your
ought?
fee-fees?
Sorry.
Outside of your fee-fees, why ought women have freedoms?
That's a stupid question that I'm not going to answer and engage in
No,
because I
see,
think
you're
that
saying,
all
well,
because
oppress and at the same time
sorry,
freedoms, right?
sorry.
You made the
I
statement,
said freed from oppression, right? I didn't say have
no,
freedoms. I said
you did
freed
say
from
freedoms.
oppression.
Okay, why
Sorry,
ought women be
sorry. I
not
did not.
oppressed?
Sorry, happy. If we're gonna start saying things, let's track. Also, this has nothing to do with what feminism is, right? So asking why women ought to have freedoms does not explain what feminism is and is
Actually, it
irrelevant to the
does.
conversation.
Wait, it is very
Sorry,
relevant
it's
to the
not relevant to
conversation.
the
It is
conversation.
relevant. You want me to demonstrate it?
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah, so under feminism, it's going to be the situation of a utility aspect, saying men and women are equal in of itself morally, and at the same time, it should be with the same extent of the law, right? Equal rights, everything under the law. Do you disagree with this so far?
Yeah.
Yeah, you do disagree? That's the first wave of
I
feminism.
sorry, I disagree that feminism is about equal rights.
Equal rights
It's not
and
about,
morals when it comes to men and women being equally morally.
yeah, no, I disagree with your definition,
Oh,
right?
okay,
Because
so then give us
feminism,
your definition of feminism.
I did, right? The freedom of oppression from
Wait,
men.
why ought women be free from oppression? This is why I asked you the statement.
Oh, sorry, it's an irrelevant question just because I
No,
want
because you're
to,
saying
what
under
sorry,
feminism, under your
happy,
framework.
sorry, host, can I just ask you a question, host?
Go ahead,
Do you
sir.
think this is sorry?
Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, do you think that it's a relevant question to ask me why people should not be oppressed?
Well, the reason why I think it's apparent, I think it's fair because we're asking you for justification. If you're just going to assert that a certain thing should be the way it is, I think it's a fair line of questioning for him to ask.
It's a fair line of questioning to ask why women ought to not be
Ought
oppressed.
be, yes. Because I asked you to
Because right
define
now,
feminism.
I think right now, perhaps you never heard it, but I mean, he's asking you for justification. I would have justification for my worldview. Perhaps you don't.
I did too.
Yeah, I don't think that we should impose and oppress people in general.
And that's just indexed to
I,
your preference. How are you getting to that conclusion?
that people are oppressed with
No, how are
math.
you getting to the conclusion that these individuals shouldn't be oppressed?
That's a stupid question.
It's not a stupid question because you asserted this to be this truth statement. If I assert that the sun is fucking blue and don't demonstrate it, guess what? That's a dumbass
Yeah,
fucking statement. So can you demonstrate
false.
why ought
Actually,
it not be the case?
you can actually demonstrate it through science if you really needed to.
Oh,
But
through
also,
science. Okay, so through science,
yeah,
we can also see that there's a somewhat of a net positive in certain situations of owning another individual. So the statement that you're presenting is still, I fee this way, so it ought
sorry,
be the case.
owning someone,
Yeah.
So again, we're talking about you're talking about net positives, and we're talking about morality. Is there a point to asking why morally it should be acceptable to oppress people?
Yeah, I'm asking you under your worldview, yes. Why ought it not
Yeah,
be the case other than
under my
I
world,
fee?
yeah, I just think that it's not right to oppress people. Is
Oh,
that
okay,
wrong?
so I think it is right to oppress people. If I mute you, and then at the
Hmm.
end of the day, it would be my force versus yours. Whoever can enact what they believe would be the victor. Do you disagree with that?
Yes,
You disagree with that?
I disagree with force. Yes,
Okay, so we shouldn't
but
have
that's
stopped
okay.
like Germany during World War II.
Yeah, that's resources.
Oh, wait, no, that's force.
No, it's not force, but that's okay.
Okay,
It's I
wait,
understand
so
that
we
you
didn't
can't
go.
understand resources because resources doesn't just go with I strong, I do this, I have big muscle, I have bigger guns, I have bigger
So,
this,
so, so,
right?
so, real quick, Happy, if I can just jump in.
Yeah, you can
So,
jump in.
so, by Crow's definition of feminism, he's completely against DEI because that's oppressing people. Because if you have you have 90 males and 10 females applying for a position, they're hiring 10 people. You would kind of assume the numbers would say one female would get hired and 9 males. Now, meanwhile, through DEI and other practices that are supposedly pro-feminism, they're hiring significantly higher ratio of females. So by Crow's definition of feminism, he actually goes against one of probably the biggest parts of the feminist movement.
So wait, it's not DEI, it's DEIA. So that's gonna
Pedantic,
be,
I see.
we can't,
Or
sorry?
semantic, I see. I see.
Oh no, I'm pretty
Not
sure
very
it
good
is
faith
important,
here.
right? So if you want to look at the statistics of DEIA, right? So you're saying that men are oppressed because because of DEIA, they have equal representation, and so it's oppressive to men for them to be
Well,
picked less. Is
specifically,
that what you're saying?
Well, just
I'm saying specifically Asian females and white males get hurt and are hired at statistically lower rates due to those practices. So therefore, it's oppressing people based on kind of a plan to make equality, which is then therefore not actually promoting equality. So it's
Yeah.
So
oppressing people.
how would talking about race be anything to do with feminism?
DEI also applies to
women.
the sex of the person.
No, I understand that, but that's not to
Right,
do
right.
with
So
feminism.
so that's how. So if you understand that, then that's how DEI. And I just said men and women. I said
Yeah, that was the
90 men
original
apply,
hypothetical.
10 women apply. So the fact of the matter is Crow's definition of feminism actually goes against the kind of well accepted that 99.9% of feminists, I'm guessing that number, agree upon and would agree with DEI.
Probably at least
Wait,
80%, maybe 70,
wait.
80%.
Can
I would say
Crow
like
reiterate the
40,
definition of
80.
feminism because I did
All
not
right, well,
hear it.
let's you want me to give a definition,
Crow, restate
Crow,
your
or
definition for feminism.
Sure, it's the freedom of oppression of women, and I can add on to it and other marginalized communities from
Oh, thank you for adding on to it finally.
Right.
Okay.
So Asian females that are significantly hurt at the highest rate of anybody compared to DEI. So
Sorry.
I guess DEI,
Sorry,
yeah.
JJ,
Okay,
right?
that's
Like,
interesting. I mean, to be honest, the majority of the feminist movement in America has less so been about it has mostly been about giving women rights, sorry, but in order that they have equal rights to men.
What
So,
rights do men have that women don't have? It's actually exactly the same. And over the past 10 to 20 years, they've actually had special benefits for women,
Wait, I would
which
disagree
actually
with
goes
that,
against
JJ.
men.
Yeah, the
The,
rights that men have that women don't have is, oh wait, going off to war and unaliving to protect
no,
individuals
I was
that
talking
don't have
about the history of
virtues.
feminism. I was
all
yeah,
right.
talking
So
about the
I'm
history
then
of
perhaps
feminism.
Luna, perhaps you're basically saying you don't agree with Crow's
Yeah,
definition.
Crow is outrageous and can't actually demonstrate any of his claims, and he's just indexing this to himself. I asked him why it ought not be the case of an individual being oppressed. He just says, I feel this way. If I feel like Crow should be oppressed, under his worldview, it should be the case.
yeah, Luna, I think the problem is you're talking about feminism from 80 years ago. We're talking about today. What is the difference in rights that men and women have today?
yeah,
Yeah,
And
but
over the last 15 to 20 years, who has had more rights and privileges in society?
Oh, so you're talking about rights and privileges. I mean, that's a fair, argument to look at, but obviously we have a lot of input from different feminists on the internet now, and what actually is feminism is very hard to define nowadays because you have so many different sides
I
of
don't
it,
think
right?
so. I don't think so, Luna. I
But
think
It's
your
really
definition,
not.
Luna. I think your definition gets at the heart or the core of the
Yeah,
of what your average feminist,
Crow's.
regardless of whether she's a TERF or not, whether she's intersectional or not, they're generally going to ban her around that definition, rally around that
And
definition.
Crow's definition is, I feel this way, so it ought be
yeah,
the
happy.
case.
I don't give a fuck
hold
what I
on.
think.
So
That's okay.
what is your definition of
It's
feminism,
just,
James? I never
well,
thought that.
I think you might agree with this. Just a promotion of equality amongst the sexes, legally,
Yeah.
culturally, etc., and the movement away from patriarchal system.
Yeah, so now I'm confused as to how feminism is below patriarchy? Why is it?
Well, all
Why
right.
is patriarchy better?
I mean, I don't know, guys. Everybody in the chat, you
Because
want me?
surely you would want equality.
I
Surely
mean,
that's
I
like the
wouldn't,
end
because
of
women are
life.
not equally capable as men, and women are, and in ways men are not equally capable to women in doing certain things.
Oh.
So
Yeah.
we should revolve. Oh, hey, I understand it's triggering somebody, but y'all wanted to answer the question.
Sure, but
So
my question is
what's my
gonna be
answer? Can I finish the answer?
Yeah,
So
go ahead,
anyways,
go ahead.
when it comes to we should have societies based around and our morality based around the principles of capability and responsibility, not just forcing a flattened hierarchy, because that's all feminism has done at this point. I'll give you an example. If men are just capably better at infrastructure jobs, military and policing that enforce the rights of a society, then there should be privileges granted for that. And if women are better at having babies and motherhood, then they should have special privileges around that.
Sure.
Okay.
Okay, but what feminism does, it says, I don't care about any of that shit. So I, as a woman, I need authority, and I don't really have to have any responsibility that comes with it. And here's how I'll demonstrate this systematically. Systematically, in which ways that men have an exclusive right. Women have an exclusive privilege that men do not in most societies in the West, particularly here in America. Men have to get drafted in order to vote. Women do not. That is a systematic disadvantage that men experience because of having a male
Sure.
parts. Okay, and
Sure,
women
but
at this
that's-
point have merely exploited that,
Can I
feminists
interject?
included.
Can I interject for a second? So this is a systematic issue that oppresses men, sure, but men have put in place. Women are not putting these systems in place that oppress men. So
Yeah.
you're saying this is a privilege that
Actually,
women,
that's false. Because if we look at the recent time that the draft was actually voted upon to add women into it, guess what happened to it?
Sure, what happened to it?
Yeah, it got shut the fuck down real quick because guess who majority of the voting population is?
Oh, so can you tell me where the majority of people voted on that and how?
Oh yeah, I
the-
can demonstrate this very simply.
and
Would
the
you
majority
disagree
of
with
people-
the
just
statement?
wait. Can I finish the statement, or do you just?
Oh yeah, I can
just-
already
okay.
presuppose what you're about to say. It's very
Okay,
simple.
what am I gonna say?
Yeah, you're going to ask for a resource demonstrating that it was majority women voting upon this, and then on top of that, demonstrate that it wasn't actually men doing the action of trying to take women out of the draft.
Oh no, that's not what I was gonna say at all, right?
Oh,
But
okay,
that's
then
okay.
my
All right,
bad.
go ahead,
Restate-
Crow. What were you gonna say?
Yeah, go right ahead then, Crow.
Right. So give me. Let me ask you a hypothetical.
Oh no,
Just a-
I want you to finish the statement that I cut you off to first.
Oh, okay, yeah, sure. So if you go vote, if a woman goes vote, I would need a source that shows that the majority of women who went to vote voted on this and were also feminists. Can you give me that?
Oh,
can you
okay.
give me
So
that
like
proof?
what I initially fucking said. Yes, give me a second.
Oh, you fucking dingwat! You stain of cum from your.
Actually,
all right. Hey guys,
the statement that was
Look.
presented-
Wait, hold on
when
a
I
second,
said
guys.
this.
So I'm
Damn.
look. I understand that you guys have a bit of a rivalry here. But let's try and keep things TOS friendly, all right? I think the insults are entertaining, but at least keep them in such a way where I can keep the live here, okay?
Yeah,
It's not a
so
rivalry.
what
it's
I
more
had
of
said-
like the guy in the corner of the room watching and getting off
What I had
versus
said-
me.
Sorry, what I had said was that what you had told me that I was going to say was that the vast majority of women had voted on like the draft and holding men to sustain the draft, right? You were going to say something along those lines. I was saying that you need to provide a source proof that the majority of women were feminists and voted against that, right? And I don't think you can source that.
Wait, Crow, that's not the statement I presented.
Yeah, they don't have to be feminists in order
Wait, hold on a
for
second.
Happy's statement to be true.
Yeah, my statement.
Happy's statement was that women voted for it, not that feminists did anything.
Yeah, my statement I presented to you, Crow, wasn't involving feminists. My statement was the last time that we were trying to put women into the draft, it got shut the fuck down by women because women vote at 2 to 3 times at a larger number than men. Do you disagree
So
with
why
that?
didn't men vote then? That's
So
my question.
Why didn't Yeah, why first off, why didn't men vote to put women in the draft? That's first of all. Second of all, why didn't the vote go to take men out of the draft? Because I'm pretty sure that predominantly women would have voted to take men out of the draft. Do you think that women like to vote for their children and their sisters,
So,
their
Crow, just
brothers, and
real
people?
quick. Just real
Sorry.
quick.
Well, hold on a
You
second.
have to vote.
Hold on. Let's let Crow finish his question.
Yeah, my question is, do you think that women predominantly want to vote for their fathers, their sons, their brothers, their uncles, their nephews to go to war? You think that women are voting that they should maintain this and
Are you,
men
wait a
are
minute, with the
obligated
Crow,
to
are
do
you
that?
not tacitly kind of admitting that you would kind of understand why they, if it is the case that they're not going to want to vote their sons and fathers and husbands into go to the war, it stands to reason they're not going to also want themselves to go to war, right? Too, right?
But
Well,
Crow's
just let him
point
answer
is
that
moot.
question. Let him answer that question. Is that true, right, Crow?
Yeah,
Okay, so then when you
fine.
kind of intuitively think that
No,
the same people who don't want women to go to war, especially if women are the ones who have a higher voter turnout, it would stand to reason that they would vote for themselves not to be drafted.
Yeah, but that's saying they don't want anyone to be drafted.
Okay,
My
including
point is-
themselves, right?
James.
Right, but
James,
Crow,
listen.
real quick, Crow,
Yeah, go
your
ahead.
point is moot because you don't understand how voting works. You don't vote on a topic, you write on a piece of paper.
I'm
The
aware.
choices, hold on, the choices are given to you. There was no vote on are we taking men out of the draft. The vote was do we include women in the draft. So everything you're saying is a moot point. There was nothing to vote on about taking men out of the draft. The
Sure.
country understands as a whole we need a draft system in place. The vote
that's not
was
true.
do we put women or not? That's what the vote was presented as. So
Sure.
it was at least true in the decisions that you could make. So your whole
Okay.
point about that has nothing to do with anything.
False. Okay, so the whole point, there's a couple things, right? If you want to talk primarily about voting, right? In order to get a question and vote on a ballot, it has to be recommended, it has to be requested by people, right? So if it was never asked, hey, can we
Not
just get rid of
necessarily.
just
By
can I finish?
the elected officials that are putting it out there, yes, they have to recommend it, not society as a whole. If I call my
Sure.
congressman and say, hey, I want to vote on this, they'll say go pound sand. So no,
Sure.
it has
So-
nothing to do with what we want
not-
as a
I'm not
whole
saying-
country.
Bro, I'm not saying the whole country come together. I'm talking about the elected officials. The elected officials get their ideas. They don't just all have their ideas based on whatever. They get elected, they speak to other people. They're like, what do you want me to bring forward? That's what they should do. But
Right. So the
regardless-
elected officials
Yo, can
agree
you
that
shut
we
the
need some
fuck up
type
for
of
a
draft
second, bro?
system. So they put out a vote.
Hold
Do
on,
we add
JJ,
women or
let
not?
Crow didn't ask this question. Crow.
right? So my whole thing is talking about no elected officials changed and brought that forward. Maybe elected officials should do that. But again, like you're saying, that's a moot point. But what I am saying is that the whole system that you guys are talking about is men who have held up this system, who put this system in place that they need to be drafted. The men put that and have kept that in place to quote unquote oppress men. Women have not put that. No. Okay. Yeah.
So what?
Women
It's
have
not to oppress
So
men.
what?
It's
So
not
what?
to oppress men.
So what? So what that men put them up?
So the reason why I'm saying this is that your statement about how there was nothing that was put into society, none of the systems, the things that women vote on and do, is to oppress men.
Actually, that's
All right,
false. I'm going to demonstrate
so
it simply.
you don't like coercion. Congratulations. All right, so
Wait,
let
I'm
me
going
ask
to
you this
demonstrate
question
this
real quick, before we get you on Big Box. Would you have wanted us to win against the painter with a certain mustache?
Would I have voted against?
Would you want us to
shit.
have won against the painter with a certain mustache?
Yeah. I would
Okay,
have also,
well,
like, I would also-
Russia nor America would
One
have been
second.
able to win without the access, without conscripting. Would not have been able to.
Sure. I also would have liked if conscription were a thing. I also would have
If it
liked
was a thing or
America
wasn't a thing.
if it was.
So
a
you do
thing,
like the
which is-
draft. You do like the draft.
Yeah. Just wait.
You like
What I'm
coercion,
saying-
bro.
Sorry. just one sec. What I would have preferred is that the U.S. didn't have to draft and would have entered the war 2.5 years earlier, like everyone else did.
All right, so you're liking to rewrite history based on you just congratulations. Like, if we would have known, we wouldn't have known. If only we could have told the future, then we wouldn't have had to do that. It's like, what type of standard are you putting on society? Like,
North had not already entered the war. Oh
I
wait,
don't
they
really
had.
know
oh, so
if
you're
it's
saying, look, you shouldn't have.
Is it
You're
really
basically
constructive to talk
implying.
about
You're
the
basically
draft, right,
yeah,
in
it
history?
is because this is why, because the only leg that Crow has to stand on that he knows he's losing is that this is a systematic issue, and you just submitted that you agree with a level of coercion. Even still, you agree that men should be able to be drafted in this way, right?
I think let's look at
Just
it
have
from
him
a
answer
different
real
angle
quick.
because
Luna,
No,
don't protect him.
Again, I don't agree with drafting. What are we talking about?
So you don't. Okay, so then
So
you
then
don't.
we
So
wouldn't
we would
have
not
been
have
able to
won.
enter 2 years earlier
not have
because we
won-
did not have the numbers for World War II, even at the beginning of the conflict.
We
The
wouldn't have
only
won.
reason
Go ahead.
The only reason that we were able to do what we did was because of the draft. And you wanted me to demonstrate how women are okay with sending individuals off to war. What happened in 2001 in September?
Yeah, 9/11, and that's
Okay.
also wasn't
Hold up.
that. Sorry, that
Bro.
also wasn't my
Bro.
claim.
Hold up, Crow, 1 second. The statement that was presented initially was women typically aren't in favor of joining the military or. 1 sec.
Why is this guy arguing
Oh,
statements that
Yeah,
I'm not making?
hold up. No, One second, I gotta mute.
All right, we're gonna pause that line of argumentation regarding representation and who wants who to go to war. I'm just asking you, Crow. But let me just reset the room real quick. Who got anybody? Which is how the displacement of what the hell, man? If you got the J hat, if you're J trying to J pill, you're about to get cut. You're spamming in the chat. Try not to spam your J pill machinations, please. If feminists stood true to their suggested beliefs, having options A or B has to be equality. Okay. So, Crow or Luna, let me just explain. I know you might think this is a segue or it's not really relevant. We're talking about a systematic exploitation of men. That's why it's relevant. In my system,
in terms of the draft,
yeah, in my system, if suffrage was limited, that would be more patriarchal, and it wouldn't lead to exploitation in this particular way. Because the draft exists, women can vote when men go to war, how men go to war, who is the leader that men go to war, at what time they go to war, and with who they go to war, and under what circumstances. Women can do that solely, forcing men to do that. Men cannot do that
so
to women.
what about sending women to war then?
That would
Obviously,
be
we
a
had to
fool's
vote,
errand.
but
That would be a fool's errand.
Why?
Women are
in war.
not collectively capable of they're not collectively capable.
You have
In
female soldiers, man.
comparison to men, they're not. All right, that would be a minority.
Well,
There are
because it's not-
exceptions.
Exceptions
not-
don't
it's not a
disprove.
patri-
Exceptions don't
You're right.
disprove the rule.
So here's the thing, though. I think the big disconnect between the people that are arguing pro-feminism and us right now is they believe that there is still some type of systemic oppression of women, which legally there is not. The patriarchal society we still have in this country is due to choice. You have 90 men applying for whatever political job for every 10 women applying. Statistically speaking, you're going to maintain a patriarchal society if these are the positions that they are going for. When you do look at the armed forces, you look at law enforcement, you look at all that, statistically 90, 95, 98% of people that are applying are men. It's not because the women aren't allowed to. It's not because they're being oppressed. It's not because the patriarchy is holding them down. It's not because the patriarchy is holding them down. They have all the rights, all the options, all the choices. They're just choosing different avenues, which is not a problem. And I think that's the difference is you guys are saying we need to prop women up and put them in these positions where we are saying allow it to go how it's going and have the best people and the people that are applying for it get there.
All right,
Like,
well,
if
Crow, you're saying allow it to go how it's going. Allow the status quo to continue. You're talking about choice. You're actually speaking in both both sides of your mouth here, because we would not have
It's
won.
it's
No, that was me,
me
not
speaking.
Crow. That
Oh, I'm
that
sorry.
was me,
Oh, my
not Crow.
bad.
Yeah.
JP and Crow,
No,
you
you're
guys
good.
kind of sound a little bit the same. So
Yeah.
JP,
So
I understand.
yeah. So when we're talking about these things, right? Like let's say construction, right? We're seeing how women are getting into construction. I'm not going to disagree that there's a physical requirement to get into construction, but like if there's any physical labor, even if there's non-physical labor, right? There was always a restriction that was put on women before they could get into the workforce.
Is
And
there
then,
is there a restriction, or is it by how many people are applying and in the competitive nature of the
bro,
position,
are you gonna
people are
let me
performing
finish?
different?
Are you
It's
gonna let me finish?
actually a discouragement socially,
Right?
encouragement of
So
women to go into specific fields that don't correlate with the fields that a lot of men are in, because the society believes that they're incapable of being in those fields. For example, the army. Not a lot of women sign up to the army because, first of all, they're treated poorly there, because the majority of people in the army are men, and they discriminate against women. They believe they are not good enough to be in the army.
They're
So that
not.
kind
They're
of
not.
okay, this is my point though. Do you see? Because
Is it
now we're
true or
obviously
not?
going to
Is it
have
true or
less
not?
women.
But is
I
it true or not?
disagree. I
Okay,
don't
so
think it's
women are
true.
not
I don't
like
think it's true.
so no one's really speaking. Everyone's trying to segue around. I literally brought to you guys systematic exploitation at a fundamental level, and all you guys can do is segue around. So let me just
What
chop off some of
systematic exploitation of men, right? At a
yes, the
fundamental level.
draft. When I turn 18, I must sign up for selective service. You do not have to. That is a systematic
But you have the
advantage.
choice to. You have the choice to
Wow.
serve if you
I either
wish.
get jail time. Yeah, I could
Well,
either
it's
choose to be
interesting
free
though,
or in
because
jail.
No,
so
James,
interesting
James,
because
that was
in
me
America,
again. I'm saying Luna has the choice.
they have the
Oh,
draft. In America, they have the draft, right? But in a lot of other countries, they don't.
where are
So
you at? Where are you
actually, it's
at?
not even a
Where are you at?
England.
All right.
England.
All right, let me see.
So actually, it's not even an issue of patriarchy. It's an issue of the American system where you're obsessed with military and war. It's not a problem with the patriarchy.
Yeah,
Luna,
So why are
Luna,
we
so
even
you're
talking about this?
agreeing, Luna, you're agreeing with James and what I was saying before, that we're not in the position we're in because of a patriarchal society. We're in a position that we're in because of just how things naturally fall. Because the same way
JJ, you and I would diverge here because I agree that the patriarchal system has brought about the draft. Just like most systems have done, a lot of the ways that we have fought war has depended on conscription. And a lot of
well,
those
it
wars
has brought it.
we wouldn't
Right.
have been in the situation. And there are, like in England, they don't have the draft. But I doubt they would be able to win wars like we do here in like America does.
No,
Maybe
James,
after that.
James.
But
Historically,
I'm not
historically,
advocating for that.
yes. Historically, yes. The patriarchal system brought it. What I'm arguing is right now we are not in a situation where women can't serve. We're in a situation where, and yes, maybe some of it's due to social pressures, but a lot of it is also due to capabilities. You look at the construction field. I guarantee you,
Well,
90%
you don't have to
of
bring
men
JJ. You don't even
will
have to
lift
bring
more weight.
construction. You can literally go to the heart of the issue. Women can't carry as much ammo. They can't
Right.
drag their own male comrades out of a ditch when gunfire's thrown around. They're probably going to be the weakest link at the very most.
Well, this is a problem we're dealing with in law enforcement right now. They
I just
in
wanna
in
get
in
to it.
2011 in the state where I'm in, it's a left-leaning state. They lowered all standards for actual law enforcement for the academy. All the physical standards were lowered with the goal of DEI and essentially affirmative action. And what did it do? There was different requirements for men and women, and then they lowered all the requirements because they found out legally they could not do that. So now it's a net loss where you're getting people that are not qualified.
So even
that
the men that are not supposed to be in the police force right now are being in the police force.
100%.
Oh my gosh.
100%. But this is the problem with the left-leaning states. They make the extreme feminist push. They make the extreme DEI pushes. And then they realize, hey, well, now we're getting sued because of XYZ. So now let's lower all standards.
Can I
Oh
interject?
man, that's
real fast?
damning. Go ahead, Crow.
Can I interject real fast? I think one of the things that is misconstrued about feminism in general is that y'all think it's about raising each other up, raising women, raising and maybe because I'm a man, I'm misconstruing it, but my understanding of it is, again, we reach equality not by raising women into these positions and expecting, oh yeah, they're smaller, we're going to reduce the quality of housing, we're going to reduce the quality of our armies
Military
and
or
our military, whatever. That's not what we're saying as like we're going to what feminism argues for, and this is why I gave it the definition of the freedom of oppression, right? We're just saying, can you guys like treat us fairly by like giving us a like teachers? Do you think teachers require like a huge amount of physical
No, they
uh
don't. They don't.
right? I would say that
So are
teachers
you gonna, Crow, are
should
you gonna
not have
say
a
give us a fair share, give us a fair opportunity? That would be the way that you can gauge oppression is being relaxed, right? The less oppression means the more fair share, the more you're going to be at parity in that industry, right?
That's not what I'm
Hey,
saying. No.
I'm just
What I'm
wondering,
saying,
who of you have actually served?
I haven't. Happy has.
No? Happy? I just stumbled in, so I was just
Are
wondering,
you a feminist?
am I?
Well, your hair is a certain color.
Yeah.
So you're a feminist?
It is a certain color. I don't know about feminist. Depends on your
You
definition.
sound like you might have served in the military.
I have.
Why,
I'm
why,
also
why,
female.
why are you asking these questions?
Wait, what branch did you
Oh,
serve in?
I was Air Force,
Oh, Air Force. That's gross.
What?
and we serve a purpose, regardless.
That's crazy.
Right, but
Yeah.
that's the thing is by no means at any point in this are we saying there's not exceptions and there's not people that can do it. What we're saying is that choice, like Crow's example of teaching, it's women choose to go into elementary education at a
sorry,
higher
that's not
rate
what
than
I'm
men.
saying either. JJ, that's also
Like-
not even what I'm saying.
All right, Crow.
You-
That's
That's
not what- if
also
you're
not
being
even what I'm
misrepresented,
saying.
go ahead, Crow. State your case.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is that if you look at the Bureau of Labor Statistics and what they have is, you guys might not see this as oppression, but I still think that men who are in a job that is predominantly women, you would expect, hey, women are better at this. They should probably be paid better. But men are statistically being seen as getting higher salaries than women in jobs that are female dominated, that are dominated.
Not true
by
in
women.
education.
Yeah, but here's the thing, Crow. What you're explaining is, hey, look, if you look at the Bureau of Labor and Statistics, we're going to see a disparity here. We're going to see, hey, wait a minute. These guys have this level of participation, but they seem to have a disproportionate amount to the other, the women, and the women being the less advantaged. You understand that if you simplify your position, if you're trying to get less oppression, you're going to simplify that to more equality. Do you
What
agree
I'm
with that,
saying-
Pro? Do you agree with that?
Sure.
So then let's
But-
stick to the more easier reducible definition. Because if I'm
Yeah.
looking in areas of oppression, my obvious response, especially if I'm a feminist or someone who's egalitarian, is I'm going to try and flatten the playing field. Or
Right,
and if
but
and
the-
if and
the
if it's
reason-
not flat, if the opportunities are there and there's still a disparity, now I'm going to apply some equity here and there. Right?
Yeah. I just want to point out something, right? So the thing is, you can say it's based on equality, but then you go into the points of like, oh, what are the rights and privileges that women have that men have over women? And the argument becomes, oh, well, we gave women the rights. And it takes away the entire oppression that happened historically. Even now, again, I bring up the statistics from the
Teachers?
Bureau of Labor Statistics, right? So if you look at just a disparity between the salaries of these people, the stats bring into consideration that all things being equal except for gender, it brings into hours worked, it brings into experience, education, it brings in all these types of things, holidays, sick days. It brings in these things and then says women are still being underpaid. And if you were to take, let's say mathematically, I would say 15 cents on the dollar doesn't sound like oppression. But if you multiply 15 cents on the dollar for 5 years, they've made 40% compared to men with the same job, with the same career path, and that's just from their salary.
All right.
I
Well,
would
that's
say
where
that when
most
it
of
comes,
those, well, see, just real quick, that's where most of those statistics are not labeled properly because they talk this field, healthcare field. They say in healthcare professionals. And what does that encompass? That encompasses nurses, nurse practitioners, and doctors. Men are more likely to become doctors than nurses. Women are more likely to become nurses. When you're looking at the education system, you're looking at teachers.
no,
That's based on
no,
contracts by
no,
schools.
those
That's
stats are
based on what
changing.
school you get hired by and how many
No,
years of
those
service you have.
No,
Like there's
again, bro, did you even look at the statistics? How do you know it was analyzed? It takes in the job title. It doesn't say, oh, I teach, I'm just a teacher. I teach gym. I'm a gym teacher compared to someone who teaches chemistry.
Do
It
they
takes,
do they
like I
account
said,
do they account for network?
education, focus.
Do they
Sorry.
account for network? Do they control for network?
Yes, it controls to
For who it
everything.
controls for who you know.
But again, if we're talking about network is based on, and this is why Luna had said it earlier. You look at the principals, you look at the VPs, you look at all the people who are quote unquote in education. It's still men run because they are higher up, and even these people. JJ is like, oh well, that's because men want to be in higher positions and women don't want these higher positions. That again, that's just a misogynistic way of thinking that women don't want to have some type of authority or are incapable of having some type of authority. It's a misogynistic mindset.
All right. Well, can you explain to
still
me
hold
what
to.
does this have to do with whether or not men are exploited systematically in the military because they're forced to go to the draft? I don't understand how this
Okay,
connects.
can I interject here because I want to respond to that?
All right. Go ahead. Taylor,
So,
thanks.
you
Are
keep
those
saying
for
that,
me, Taylor? Much appreciated,
You
Taylor.
keep saying that.
Taylor's from across the pond and she
men
likes
are-
me, Luna. I just wanted to point that out.
What did you say?
Taylor's from across the pond and she's a feminist and she thinks I'm cool. So,
I mean, you're very respectful. I have to give you that, but I don't agree
appreciate
with
it.
your point still.
all right, yeah, go ahead.
So you keep saying that men are exploited by the patriarchy, and
By the
I agree.
draft.
The patriarchy
By
is
the
not good
draft.
They
for
are.
either. Not good
Absolutely.
for either gender.
Okay, so
So
then go
my
ahead.
point is, why would you want to keep the patriarchy?
Because the patriarchy is necessary for society at this point.
No,
Oh,
it's not.
absolutely.
All right,
Because
No,
so
it's
here's
not.
how.
if you
Okay, so
think
here's
about-
I'll make the case. But go ahead.
let me just talk about where it even stemmed from, because I think
Is
that's
a
really key to
plantation
this
necessary?
conversation.
We had slavery at one
Okay,
point. Was that
well-
necessary?
We'll
No.
get to
Should we
that.
have kept
but
that?
No, it wasn't necessary in this way.
Okay. Well, but that was the system. So,
All right.
you know, back
Right,
then we
one's-
could have easily
one's-
said that was
Okay,
that
but
was
one
the
can
one's
be one can be
legal.
necessary, one doesn't. That doesn't disprove what I
laws
said.
are made. Laws are made by people.
One's
Yeah, but
right,
questions
one's
aren't
legal
counter
within
questions
the
aren't
system.
counter arguments, so I don't understand.
One is
Okay,
legal
can
within
I
the
state
system,
my
one is
argument,
not.
please?
Yeah, go ahead.
'Cause
Go ahead,
is-
Luna.
that is just
Go
not
ahead,
even
Luna.
relevant right now. If we talk about where patriarchy developed from, it was because of agriculture and because men tended to till. Actually, I lie. That's not even it. Patriarchy stemmed from when we began to become territorial of our land. And so the men staked their claim on a land and made it so that they had to marry the woman to keep them locked in with them so that no other man could come and take the land from them. And no other man could come and say that, oh, those are my kids, not your kids, so this is my land. Do you understand? So it was about dominance. It was about keeping territory. Before that, women were doing everything equally as men were doing. They were working the farms. They were tending to the animals. They were caring for the children just as men cared for the children. And you know how we know this? It's through archaeology. If you look at bones and remains of deceased people, I'm talking all the way back to when we were, cavemen and cave women. Cave women were holding the same tools, died with the same tools in their hands as men, tools that were used to fight, tools that were used to kill animals. So they
So they had the
only reason
same
that
participation in military back then?
Yes.
Bro, there was no need for military
Bruh.
because
But
nobody
yeah, that's
nobody
true.
was
There was no need for it.
It was about
All right, well, we need
the
we need
land. It
militaries
wasn't-
now. So
it
what are you
wasn't about
comparing?
territory.
What are you comparing it to? Like people who used to live in a
My
bush?
point.
How are you comparing people who used to
Listen,
live in a bush to those two people who have like universal health care or entitlement programs, the constitutions? I don't understand what you're
No.
saying.
Bro,
Listen,
people living
my point is,
living in the
women
bush.
are equally capable of fighting as men. We
Evidence,
just
evidence,
decided
please.
that over time, due to the patriarchy,
You just
women
decided.
are naturally inferior to men. That's what the patriarchy told us.
Wait, you mean to tell me
However,
where did the patriarchy tell when did the patriarchy tell you that women are 30% physically weaker than men? When did the patriarchy tell you that? You sure that wasn't science that told you that?
I'm just saying, no, of course that's science, but I'm saying that
So what are you talking
women
about?
women are capable of engaging in warfare.
Collectively,
as they
they're
have
not.
done.
Collectively, they're not. Give
Just-
me.
just
You,
wait,
you're talking about
James,
history here.
James.
You're the anthropologist. So give me a skirmish where women are collectively overthrowing the wills of men in this way.
How am I going to tell you the skirmishes
You
that
bringing
happened
up
back
you
in the
bringing up
decade
history.
women
You
and
should
men?
be able to bring up these women that are these Amazonian women that are able to throw a spear through
James.
the men.
First of all, they weren't Amazonian. Second of all, the issue is
So
that
where's the Unga Bunga women that are overthrowing the will
patriarchy-
of men? Because
The
at this
issue is
point,
that
at this point,
patriarchy
even the
happened.
feminists are on my side when they say,
No.
crudely speaking, men have had the boots on the neck of men throughout all of history. That stands to reason that they couldn't do shit about it.
It's
So-
just not true. And
Okay, so
that's
then
just sad
what?
that you think
So then,
that.
so I'm asking you. It's crude, but I'm asking you. Give me an example where men said no and women said yes, and women were able to physically dominate the men. Please give me an example. Because if you're not
I'm
going to give me an
talking about
example,
physically.
all
We're
right. But then
talking
if you're
about
not going to give
working
me,
as a team.
if you're not going to, wow, working with my child can still cooperate with me. I still have more authority over them. So yeah,
I'm talking
cooperation
about
is never
men
it's
and
never been a
women
thing.
of the same age who worked in an egalitarian society where they both harvested food, chased animals, fought against other human communities before the patriarchy came about, when we started to do agriculture and when we started to become a patriarchy as a result of
Yeah, well,
dominating
Luna,
our own land.
I'd love to see the evidence of equal participation in military in these societies that you're describing. Because at
Okay,
this
go and
point,
look at some history books then.
no, that's
And you're
that's
talking
your
about
burden of proof. My burden of proof,
just-
or my proof, is all of history, and I will cite feminists. I'll bring feminists to bat. My evidence is Iran at this current point. My evidence is Afghanistan. My evidence is
Korea.
Syria. So you have the burden
So-
of proof.
So
I mean-
talking about
Wait.
physical capabilities, though, Serena Williams herself, the #1 women's tennis player in the world, stated herself that she wouldn't even be able to beat the 200th ranked man at the time because what did she say? Physically impossible. She said there's no way that she could physically compete with men. And you're talking about the #1 female athlete in the world at the time.
Yeah, JJ.
There's a physical difference. There's a
JJ,
hard
JJ.
physical difference.
Yeah,
They're still
JJ,
competing in
can I ask
sports.
you a question?
Like, what do you mean?
And
you're also taking, JJ,
and the what was it? The
JJ, what the fuck,
15-year-old
bro? Am I talking to
high
you?
school men's soccer team beat
Can you hear me?
the
Am I-
Olympic the women's Olympic team. Like
Right.
there's a complete difference in men and
Bueller?
women. There is.
Bueller, hello? That no one's making that claim that there isn't. But what you guys are doing is you guys are refusing that when it comes to things like hunting, when it comes to things like hunting or stalking animals or pushing them, planning. It takes all the things into consideration.
Mhm.
It's not just I do this. It was someone put it in the chat. Do you think that elephants are stronger than men?
Yeah,
Yes,
they are.
I would
Right,
think
and,
so.
and over
Do
how
you
many
think that-
thousands of years
hold on,
were
Crow.
men
Hold on,
better
hold on,
in these
JJ.
roles that are developed
JJ.
that way?
But Crow, you guys are mischaracterizing the argument you're trying to argue against. No one is saying that women are not capable. We're saying
But you
when it
guys
comes.
are-
Oh, hold on a second. What we're saying is women are not as capable as men due to the disparity in strength.
Right, that's exactly what I'm saying. Over how many thousands of years did these roles develop? Well back before we had organized societies, because of the fact that men statistically, usually, the extreme high percentage of the time, were better in those roles.
What's an
Right-
organized
right now-
society, JJ?
Right now,
What's an
we are in a
organized
society. We are right now in a society where there are no laws holding back women, and the choices are still being made. The construction example
This
was the
is
perfect
stupid.
example of it.
This is stupid.
The perfect
This is
example
stupid.
of it.
This is stupid, right? I'm just curious, right? Because you're saying that, oh, women are incapable of doing this. I'm like, okay,
I'm not saying they're
uh,
incapable.
what's
I'm
a
saying there
civilized? Yo,
there
you
are
fuckwad.
outliers that are
Fuck,
capable, but
yo,
statistically speaking,
kumquat.
generally
Hello.
speaking, they are less capable.
JJ,
How? If I need to pull a trigger, if I need to pull a trigger,
wow.
Good
do I
luck
need to have
carrying the
a
ammo.
higher?
Good luck
Yeah,
with the
man.
hand-to-hand combat. Good luck
Very
carrying your
important.
partner when they get hurt.
Oh, right,
Okay,
right,
I
right.
have a
Because
point.
That's
I have a
called
point
strength.
actually.
I'm so
We're talking
sorry.
about women not being capable, being less capable than men of having a role in the army, right?
Uh-huh.
Does that also account for women in managerial and planning roles in the army? You know, when we're talking about corporals, people who sit behind the desks, planning.
Yeah,
the
here's how it's related.
expeditions,
Here's how
right?
it's related.
Actually, even
Here's how
in
it's
those
related.
No,
roles,
let me
men
finish. Let me
demonstrated.
finish.
All right, well,
Wait,
If we're
sorry,
men
talking
wait, hold
about
on a
those
second. Hold on a
people,
second. Or Luna wasn't done.
if we're talking about those people, how do you reach those ranks? You have to begin as a rookie. You have to start at the bottom and work your way up. That is generally how you do it. Otherwise, you have great connections, and it's very rare that you actually get there. So, in order for women to reach those positions, they have to be accepted into the army. And what are we not doing? Accepting women into the army because we deem that they're less capable.
Cool.
By having this social attitude that women are less capable, we're preventing them. We're
All
creating
right,
a
well,
barrier.
here's
a
how
social
here's how
barrier of
this
them
here's
entering.
here how this is a righteous thing to do. Here's how it's the right thing to do. To discount them, okay? And even in the examples you explain, you and I both know, we know this type of person who comes in, right? You're at your job, and somebody who doesn't even know how to do the thing, or can't even do the thing as good as the people who are under them, for somehow they just got that position. Everybody knows it's going to breed resentment, because we're going to say, this person's not even capable of doing the job, and yet they got the job. Perhaps they got a degree. Perhaps they know somebody. We would all view this as kind of wrong. Similarly to an office woman, she's generally, women are not going to be able to do the same things in combat that men could do, so they're not going to get the same respect. Why do I want to follow somebody who was not a brother with me, who was not capable of fighting like I was fighting? Is this to say that women are not capable? No, I never made that, because there are women who are in the military. There are women who do exemplary jobs, but they would be an exception to the rule because of the disparity in strength. So why should we just say, you know what, because vagina, we should just let you be an officer, even though you can't do the same stuff on the battlefield as men? It's going to lead to resentment.
But does your physical prowess equate to your mental capability of planning?
No, but it is the symmetry breaker that I've been explaining here. Men can be just as competent as women, but stronger on average. That would be the symmetry breaker. That is the reason why we can perform in ways that women cannot on the battlefield. And it's the reason why there's going to be probably more honor to us because of that. But if women are just going to be foisted in these positions, sounds just like strictly DEI for DEI's sake to me.
Okay.
Dogmatic.
Well, no one's talking
Dogmatic.
about DAI in the army because that rarely happens.
You would want it though,
from what I've
wouldn't you?
understood.
You would want it. And it
No.
would be just off of your dogmatism at this point. Because you
No,
know
I
women are
think
not
what I'm
capable,
trying to explain
women are
is
not
that
generally
I
as
want-
capable as men. But you would just want
I
it.
want society to start creating equal encouragement to be in positions
Right.
that men dominate. That's
Right.
all I'm saying.
You want all the collective authority without any of the collective responsibility. Because you're not capable, because women are generally not as capable as men to do those military roles, they should just still get the authority. Fuck it. Why? Why should we displace women in that way? Why should they get authority that they have not earned?
How does fighting on the battlefield
A question
earn
for
you
a question.
the authority of
Because
being
you
able
got
to
it in
plan
blood.
something
You
behind
got
a
it in
desk?
blood.
That's all my question.
You got it in blood.
No, that's not a response.
Your
That
blood
just doesn't make any sense.
really your sweat equity.
Actually,
wow.
where's
So
the
you mean to
army
tell me?
person?
So you mean to tell me
Still, Joe,
people
answer my
who's
question.
more
Do you
respected?
believe
Who's more
that
respected? Who's
people
more
who
Luna?
fight in the
I asked a
army-
question. You asked me a question, and then I asked you a question. You asked me another question. I answered your question. So
Say
let
it
me
again
ask
and
you a
then
question.
answer.
Another question. Perhaps you'll answer this one. Who's going to be more respected on the military? Who's going to be a better leader? Someone who has been through the job, someone who's been through the battlefield, or someone who just got an effing degree and got in the same position? Who's going to be more respected?
Yo,
It's
Americans. are
interesting you
fucking
say
stupid,
that
guys.
because
Who's
They're
answer
fucking
just a
dumb.
yes or no? Who's
oh
or
yeah, you
who's
know,
gonna be
I
more
agree
respected?
with you that the person who's put in the work will naturally be more respected. However,
Give me a second.
it tends
Can I
to
answer?
be the yeah. Go on.
All of the officer ranks are filled with people that have not done anything at the grunt ranks.
I was
So
just about to say that.
those are the people that are put in the positions of power that are making the decisions.
Oh,
Whether
so
or
you're
not people
so you're
like
agreeing
it,
me.
those are the people designated to actually make the decisions.
Wait,
You
that's
want to carry the
false.
heavy stuff? There are people that have gone from enlisted to officer, but you want to be the grunt and carry stuff because you're stronger, go for it. But it
Yeah,
Wait,
doesn't
that's
mean that
Joe.
you're smarter.
wait.
Joe, what
Hold up.
what are
Let
the
me
percentage
engage.
of people going to college for this? What's the percentage male female breakdown of those who are entering this program, which there are no laws or
What
restrictions on
program?
them entering it as long as they can physically do it?
Yeah.
So
What program?
therefore, if you have 98, 99% males, those roles are going to be filled by males.
I
Yeah.
don't know what
So
your point is.
yeah. So hold up, Joe. Just to keep it simple, right? Even with the officer, they're still doing grunt work because typically a second lieutenant, first lieutenant is equivalent in the officer role to a private or airman for you. So when it comes to the statement that's presented, even if you want to use officers, are a majority of the men or women, even in the Air Force?
I'm not sure what you're getting at, so if you'd
Answer the
like to restate
question.
that. I
Yeah.
can't
So
answer a question I don't understand. I'm
yeah,
asking
here, I'll
you
keep
to
it.
please
Is it the
restate this.
case? Yeah. Is it the case that even when it comes to officers, there's more men in the field than women?
Just because there are more doesn't mean that's who should be
Oh,
there.
okay. So then next statement
So
I'm gonna
you're
propose.
using an imbalanced answer already to prove a point that doesn't.
No, because it's going to be balanced in of itself. Because even if we want to go with special forces, is it the case that there's a
We're not
female?
talking about special forces. Y'all want to do
Hold
special
up.
forces? Go for it.
Yeah,
Nobody's saying that you can't do all the heavy work.
Happy is just like, look, we big, we men, we
Hold up,
strong, we
bro.
do
I
things, we
understand that you
oppress
like
people.
watching from the corner. It's
I just,
okay. Stay in your chair. Let me engage with still Joe.
yeah,
So when it
sorry,
comes to the
I'm
statement,
sorry, you're
yeah, hey, stay in your
be,
chair over there and watch and
sorry, just
film.
Oh my
don't,
God,
just
like a
don't
bunch of
beat your
children,
wife, okay?
please.
Just don't beat your
Yeah,
wife,
so
you
still
fucking
Joe.
rapist, okay? I
All
know
right.
you're a rapist, I know
So,
you beat
hey,
your wife.
bro, this is crazy.
Don't do
Whoa,
it.
whoa,
Don't do
Look
it,
at this
okay?
dude.
All right?
whoa, whoa.
All right,
All right?
man. Well,
It's
there it is,
statistically,
man. There it
Yeah.
is.
Sorry.
It's just, well, time out. Crow, man. Your emotions. You can be emotional, but you cannot be TOS, man. And I don't like the combination of man and feminist and emotional and breaking TOS. This is a bad trend for me. It tends to be how my channel gets suspended. So we're gonna have to get you up out of here. Let's just pause for a second here. Can we get the likes up, guys? I think we're having a good discussion. We are triggering some people who you would
Obviously,
think,
with the guy in the chair.
yeah, who are men, you would think they wouldn't be as triggered.
Oh,
But
yeah.
so
But no, the
1 second here.
contention-
1 second. We're just gonna acknowledge the people in the chat. Would you rather take orders from someone who risked their life or a woman who just orders men to DIE? Yeah, that sounds like a good rhetorical way to market how to mutinize someone in a certain situation. Sounds like a good way
Probably say
to.
the same about the men who don't work their way up in the ranks and do
Well,
the
the
same
interesting thing is the principle is consistent, and it doesn't. And if a woman was in that rank, a lot of men would have to respect it, and a lot of men would. And I'm not saying that
But do you
shouldn't be
not
the
think
case. It
that
just would be an
the
exception
whole-
to the rule. It would be an exception to the rule. It
but
doesn't just
isn't
prove
it
the rule.
interesting that the military is, basically controlled by the president and all those people at the top who have not received any military rewards or any military experience, but they're the one who dictate when we have a war and who goes to war, and the men should be drafted.
Actually,
Yeah. And if the men collectively, as the military said, we don't want to do it anymore, the politicians ain't got no power.
Yeah, they wouldn't have power. And on
So
top of
why
that,
don't they? If that's
Yeah,
the
Because
problem?
they agree to the certain status quo at this point.
yeah,
Because men are
for-
followers, they want to serve
No,
somebody.
men know how to
No,
lead.
not
Men,
even-
They
men
like
learn.
the orders.
Men know how
Not
to
even
lead,
that,
and they're
still,
okay
Joe.
with leading. And it's oftentimes how we learn how to lead
Y'all are talking
ourselves.
over each other.
We learn how
Yeah,
to
so
follow. I mean,
You
you're
made
just
the-
triggered at this point, Joe.
Yeah,
All
still,
you got is
Joe,
rhetoric.
make-
You ain't
I'm
got no
not triggered.
counters. You ain't got no
You
counter
can't
arguments.
talk when you guys are talking over each other.
We're saying, look, you're in the military. You're supposed to be one of the bros. You need to vie for some damn airtime.
Wait, still, Joe. So you made this a statement that men like following. I would actually make the argument that men typically like protecting at a higher percentage than women, and having no problems at a higher percentage and unaliving individuals to protect what is theirs.
Period. Fairy, I
Honestly,
see you
when
in
people
the
are being
chat.
attacked, it
Period.
is not men that stand up for anybody. They do it for ego. They do not actually stand up for anybody. You watch it
Demonstrate-
anytime. It's always the women.
Its ego.
Demonstrate what?
That it's
And I'd
ego.
like to finish. I silently wait. I would like to actually finish the sentence before cut off.
You made the
I
statement
actually-
that men stand up for ego. Demonstrate it.
How am I supposed to demonstrate that? You
So
look
then
at
don't
who
make it.
fights, it's because they're excuse me, they're getting all emotional about it. Women actually stand up to serve, like to actually protect the person next to them. It's always
That's
the
false.
women. Men are getting, you get into a bar fight or something, it's always men. Their little egos get involved. On the
Protecting their
street, if a
boys.
woman,
That's very anecdotal.
But Joe, I
yeah,
mean, are
so
you going to
are, so are
relegate? Are
all
you going
your
to relegate?
examples.
Are you going to? Well, Joe, I know you wanted to make a broader point, but I just wanted to ask you quickly: are you going to relegate human behavior, as particularly males, to that of bar fights, or are you going to also acknowledge how we
No, that's in
organize?
general. That's actually in
Well,
general.
really? So what about the institutions and the ideas around patriotism, fatherhood, protection? Is very congruent
It's
with how
all
we have.
brainwashing and indoctrination. I gotta
Well,
tell
I
you
mean,
that.
well, I mean,
it really
these
is.
are just morals that men would subscribe to that are outside of us. That gives us a level of honor and sense of
Because
duty.
y'all need somebody to tell you what to do.
All right,
and
well
you need
then,
something to
all right,
follow.
well, this you're just
Three-
coping at this
three-
point. But so, anyways,
Three-
Joe,
3,000
Joe, what was your broader
Do you
point?
really not agree with anything we said?
My point is that the things that you guys are saying are not. You guys are using anecdotal evidence, and I'm trying to tell you that it does not apply across the board. That you're actually discounting what women do to make your point, so that you can actually win something. Your little egos are in the way.
And what? Okay,
Yeah.
so regardless, look, I'm not going to turn this into a meta conversation because women tend to like to do this. So let's just go back to tracking it to anything we said. Please give us evidence of how this is the case based on what was said. We talked about military. We talked about ranking orders and how it should be. We talked about participation as far as capability. How do you track that accusation to that?
I find it also interesting that as somebody that hasn't served, you have one man here that has served, and you want to tell me how the military works and how it should be.
Yeah,
So
James,
what?
honestly, you really don't have much room to
no.
talk.
Why shouldn't I? I pay for y'all fucking.
You might want to enlist.
I tax
before
my
you start
tax
talking
dollars.
about
No,
how
you
things
guys hold on. You guys serve me. You guys serve us as a company. Is that not the case? Do you not
Women
take an oath?
included.
Do you not swear an oath to protect the Constitution of the?
Oh, you are a clown. You
Wow.
think that-
I mean,
you think
I don't
that
know. I
we
want
work
you
for
at this
guys.
point. I want your badge because you sound like
Wow.
a cunt at this point.
Oh, did
Yeah.
I touch a nerve?
Yeah. You
Hey,
Oh
are
my
you
God,
my
stop
yeah.
getting
I'm
emotional.
triggered.
Say women get
Y'all
emotional.
tax dollars.
You-
Y'all tax
you just
dollars.
got
I'm
emotional.
super angry. I'm very mad. Is it
Yeah,
true or not?
clearly.
Is it true or not that our taxpayer dollars pay for you to do your thing?
What do you think it's
Answer
supposed
the
to go
well,
for?
you're answer.
No, like,
Why can you not
honestly,
answer a question?
Because I want you to understand what you're asking. I don't think you actually understand what you're
All
asking.
right, well,
You're
look
so
how
emotional right now.
good faith
that
I'll
you
be.
actually just
I
want to
mean,
throw up random questions.
So look
you don't
how
even
good
understand what you're
faith
asking.
I am. Look how good faith. I
You're
asked
not.
her a question. She asked me
You
another
actually
question.
turned around
I'm
and
going
called
to
me
ask.
a cunt.
Yes, you're being a cunt right now.
Oh,
Does that bother you?
A nerve.
Does that bother you?
Your little ego. No, actually, I'm just letting you know that you're bothered.
Oh, I'm bothered. Yeah, I'm super bothered. If I had
Yeah,
panties,
clearly.
if I had panties, they'd be in a
Sound like
wad.
you're going to cry.
James,
Yep.
can I please engage with the
I
chair
mean,
force?
How small does your ego
So-
need to
so
be
which-
to throw out?
So who do you want to fight?
Names
The
are
person
elite.
who's angry or the other military? You're gonna lose either way.
I'm not trying to fight anybody. Clearly,
Yeah,
I
so-
can't fight with ignorance here. So you
Wait,
want to?
No, at this point,
there.
all you've done is bring emotional appeals and try and make meta arguments. You're not
Actually, no.
I've
You're
had
the
you
one that's getting
question.
emotional.
No, your entire argumentation has been regarding.
No, I'm just
well,
fucking
I
holding
find
your
it funny. I find it funny how no one's really paying attention to me because I'm in the military too, and I'm like, well, just
I don't need attention. I think that I'm just
You've
trying
been
to poke holes in
vying-
your
you've been
argument.
crying
You're
about
getting
this and-
about it.
no, Luna,
please?
no, Luna. Let's give her the
Yeah.
hot seat. She want all this attention. She's been pouting
Oh,
for
I
it.
don't
so
want
let's-
attention. I can
Oh,
go.
so then leave.
I
then.
can go. You asked me to come up. I had an answer to
so-
something.
Well, because
I wanted
if-
to ask something.
Go ahead and ask.
I
then.
wanted to ask. All I wanted to ask was who actually served before, because I couldn't get that answer.
We gave you that
And then
answer.
you asked me to come up, and I quietly sat here and listened, and I poked holes in your arguments, and
But-
you got
Yes, Joe, I probably have done more in the military than you have. And if we want to use anecdotal, like you
Look,
said,
we're
well,
happy.
most women.
Happy. We don't need to go band for band. We don't need to go
Hold up. No,
stripe
no,
for
no, no,
stripe.
no.
Where
Let me finish the statement, please. Trust.
Oh, I
The
think I've
statement-
upset the baby.
Yeah.
upset the baby boys.
Joe, the statement that you presented, well, a lot more women actually want to stand up for the person right next to them. I would actually make the argument they want to stand up to the next person right next to them to become a barracks bunny. When it comes to statements
what?
that are a barracks bunny,
No, actually, I don't think so.
I
What does that
would
mean?
That's like saying people
disagree
become nurses
statistically.
to get with a doctor.
So Joe, statistically, when we talk about the military, is it not the case females inside of barracks are more likely to get a higher body count?
Not as I've seen.
Wow,
Oh,
another
not as you've
another
seen. So
anecdotal
actually,
experience. Wow.
Well,
since
you're
you're in the Air
asking me.
Force,
You're asking me, and all I can answer you with is what I've
so we
seen.
can actually use the Air Force statistics when it comes to the websites or the DoD or the DoW when it comes to the situations. Yes, it is more likely that an individual, especially a woman, is more likely
How
to
many
get
are
pregnant. Right?
sexually assaulted?
Well, we can
How
get
many?
into that afterwards. Hold up. You're trying to
How much of?
reflect and engage with something else. Right now, you're fighting Ghost. So just
I'm
keep
not
in
fighting
one
anything.
topic. Yeah, you're fighting Ghost because you're making statements for something at no point has
I'm
been
not
said.
actually
Not a
no. I'm
woman.
asking because you're
Did I
talking
say
about body count.
sharp?
No, you're
Yeah,
saying
we're
body
talking about
count.
body count
Why is it
first.
the woman's fault that she's getting pregnant? There's a man
Why?
involved in that.
Wait, so there most cases women don't actually want to go on deployments. We can demonstrate this based off the statistics of Iraqi deployments in the
That's
Army,
not
Air
in.
Force.
That's not
Hold
the
up.
US or
Hold
Oh,
up.
so
anything.
they're more
Yeah.
cowardly. Are you explaining they tend to be more cowardly?
Yes.
Oh, says the man that didn't serve. Coward.
Women are more cowardly, yes. Especially in the
Baby
military.
boy,
There's more.
I'm gonna go because you guys are
Oh,
emotional
look at
and you
her.
can't
Look at it.
handle
Look at
it.
the look at the runner.
Just
Look at the
let him
runner.
get this
I'm not.
statistic
Pl-
out.
Look
I'm
at the
not
runner.
playing with
Oh,
little
the
Joe.
baby's
runner.
emotions.
Joe, just
Not
hold
really.
on a minute. Joe, just hold on a minute. Let him say the statistic and then respond to the statistic. Just let him get out
I
the
don't know
Yeah,
the
numbers.
statistic. I'm just saying what I see,
oh,
and that you guys are getting
Right, he's
emotional over
Joe,
things.
Joe, he's trying to read you a statistic that is posted on the DOJ website, and you are trying to
well,
respond before he gets the statistic out with your anecdotal experience. Let him get the statistic out, then respond.
as of 2023, deployments that were actively going, over 100,000 women in all branches opted out of deployments by either medical reasons, getting pregnant, or at the same time, other considerations.
How many men do you think opted out?
A lot less.
How many do
And
you
you
think
also have
opted
to
out?
look at the numbers of how
Well,
many men are in the
Joe. Well,
military.
no, no. Hold
Is
on
it
one
what
second. Hold on.
percent?
Hold on. What percentage of men happy to be fair?
It was roughly 22%.
Of men or women or both? What are we using
Men,
22 for?
men that, yeah, so men opted out of deployments versus women that opted out of deployments in 2023. So 22% were men, the rest were women.
But what percentage of the women out of the total were women?
78%. And there's way
Oh,
less women
okay.
in the military. So out of those who
Hang on,
opted
hang
out,
on.
78% were women, and there's probably what, 5% of the military women, which therefore means it is
I
I
would
got
say
you. No, 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 no.
100
I
times
thought, I thought that you said that. I was trying to figure
Isn't
out
that
what you were saying.
addicting?
22% of
So
men, or
let Joe
22%?
respond, guys.
Yeah, 22%. Yeah, so out of the 100% of individuals that didn't go on deployment, it was 22% men, the rest were women.
Which actually looks even worse if women are a smaller percentage. So
right. It
I'm
looks
not
worse
trying.
for the
Well,
women.
just let
Hold on,
Women are
guys,
such a small percent.
hold on. Let Joe talk.
Dude, I'm just trying to poke holes in things. I'm not. You think you immediately thought I was a feminist? I think a lot of this is women's fault. Honestly, if women are supposed to be the people that follow matriarchy, actually that think that it should be a matriarchy, if women are supposed to be the leaders, we've sat back and allowed the followers, the ones that should be following, take charge. So it's partially our fault. It's everybody's fault. So no part of this is me actually sitting on a side.
I'm
I'm
gonna just
literally.
disagree with that, bro. Because like, first of
I-
all, not
I
all
want her-
Wait,
feminists
hold on.
want to
No,
be-
wait. Time out. Luna, Luna, what you talking about,
So
man?
would you say
Hold on,
that
happy.
Hold on.
Luna, what you talking about?
Look, you immediately got emotional about this and thought that I was on one side or the other. I am literally just poking holes in
Who are you
things and
talking
saying,
about
hey, what you're
emotional?
saying here.
What are you talking about
did.
emotional?
You did.
Why?
You
When?
got emotional.
I said your hair is
I'm not gonna
colored.
lie, Joe.
It's like it's just constant.
You-
The meta is just not. It's not like. Look, ma'am. I'm not sure if you're
As
aware.
soon as somebody started poking holes in your statement, Joe, you suddenly started telling everyone that, oh, you're just a
What?
devil's advocate. You're not actually on one side. So you kind of
Nah.
just you're just talking.
I'm literally just, look, every side of everything, people don't want to see each other's sides on things, right? The whole point is that everybody doesn't have to take far ends of this and be extreme. It's to actually see where you are skewed in thinking one side or the other, pointing fingers at everybody else. I'm trying to let you guys know that it's not helping anybody to
So how
continue
is
to
saying that it's
blame.
mostly women's fault?
No,
helping
I didn't
anything.
say I said it's equally.
Yeah, you did.
I said that it's actually, it looks worse on women, that if the smaller percentage of women are in the military of the total people, and then if you've got a higher percentage of the 100% that opts out, it actually looks worse. That the women, if the, I don't know what opt out means exactly or how that happens,
But if you're just
or
taking
if
that
they
face
are
value,
eliminated. Okay, that's what I'm saying. If
yeah, that's
at
good.
face value.
That's good. And I'm
So
not saying.
all I'm trying to say is before you guys go at each other, hear each other. Everybody's getting so
But
emotional.
Joe,
and
this is
that's actually
gay.
what's
Joe,
hurting
this is
everybody.
gay. It's so gay and feminine. This isn't a safe space here.
Wait,
This,
opted
oh,
out?
happy,
You know
happy,
what opt out
happy. Let me just
other than
address
Well,
happy for
define
everybody.
what
No, time out.
opt out
Joe,
entails.
Joe, if I would have known you had like a centrist position, I probably wouldn't have been interested in inviting you on because I actually.
That's fine. And I just said I would go.
But it's like
I'm
the
not
whole
gonna sit here and butt heads with
the
everybody.
whole meta thing. It's
Y'all
like
aren't hurt. You aren't helping each
but
other. You're not helping
I'm
yourselves.
trying to explain to you like the whole kumbaya, like let's be feminine and talk about each other's feelings and let's be sentimental to them. I agree.
You're the one getting feelings
All
involved.
right, so right now
You got
I'm
angry.
just
You
trying
called
to.
me a cunt.
Well, you are being a cunt. You're not being a cunt right now.
Define
but-
cunt.
All right,
Loki has a
well,
point though.
I
Because
mean,
why
I
would you call them that?
All right, so I'll be honest. I don't know the definition particularly. I just know it's a nasty thing to say. I thought it was pointed at the time.
Yeah, yeah. It's
So let's look at the definition of cunt, and I'll track it to the
I'll
the
tell
definition.
you, it's a horrible way to say a woman's vagina. That's what it is.
All right, and it is widely considered the most offensive profanities. Yeah, so I make it akin to a worse version of a bitch. You agree with that, right?
Yeah. So why would you say
Either way,
Yeah,
it's a way
so
to
if you're
express. I
being-
am getting overly emotional and can't use my
No,
words
no.
except for calling names.
No, so if you're being in such a way where you're becoming insufferable, that would be akin to a bitch. So that's why I would.
Insufferable to you because you
No,
can't handle
I'm
somebody
explain-
actually making
No,
sense.
no. What you're doing this
You're not,
entire
though.
time is you're trying to have a meta conversation.
I can't make sense to people
right,
that
so
don't
look-
understand.
or,
So
Joe,
I said I would go,
Joe,
and then you wanted to
All right,
attack
so
again.
Joe, look how I'm not
Can
talking
we
over
agree
you.
that I can go now without you attacking?
Right. So if you don't
Okay,
want to, if you want to be
goodbye.
correct, look, you don't want to be corrected. You just want it to be how you want it to be.
Who doesn't want to be corrected?
Yeah, I
You.
thought you were in the
You don't want to
military.
hear anything. You
Were you
just
not
want
in the
to be
military?
right.
Are you not in the military? Do
You
you not know
just
what
want
correction
to be
is?
right.
No, you keep talking over me. You asking me questions, and when I try and respond,
Because you're making
Oh.
false statements.
wow.
What statements were false?
That you just want to be right. He's wanting me to,
Oh, wait,
he
no,
wants to
hold up a
correct me,
second.
but
You
he is
said
not
that-
correct.
Wait. You said that the host made false statements, and to
Yes.
clarify,
He
What do
thinks
you
that he's
mean?
going to
What
correct
statements?
me.
yes,
He thinks that
you
he's
can.
because he insists that he's right instead of actually realizing that his perception of the
But-
world
But what
is
is
not all of it.
in the context of the meta conversation that we're about to have? What am I trying to say to you that you know I'm false about? What am I trying to say?
You want to win instead of actually having.
But what if
a
I'm right?
discussion
What
in
if I'm
good
right?
Faith,
What if I'm right?
right or wrong is dependent upon what your goal is. Your goal is to be right. You want to win an argument. If somebody said, "Do I turn right?" It depends on where you're trying to go. So what you're trying to say is, "I'm correct no matter what." What is your goal? Before you start making arguments, what is your purpose?
Yeah, so I disagree with your premise about how it depends on the goal. I'm talking about the truth and the truth of the matter.
Absolutely depends
All
on
right,
the
so
goal.
ma'am, look how I afforded you airspace to talk. So I wish you would afford me the same. So when it comes to what's true or not, and whether or not we should be doing what you want us to do, I disagree with it because appealing to the emotional sentiments of women or anybody who wants to say my feelings are hurt or we should need to tone police, I'm not interested in doing that. I'm interested in getting to the heart of the matter. So long as we are dignified, then we should be able to move forward to that. If you have an issue with the words that are being brought, then I think I'm still affording a level of dignity. Calling you a mean name.
Oh, it is not actually
well, that's fine.
affording a level of dignity. That's your perception.
All right. Well, if you don't feel
To
dignified,
get
then why are you
angry and
still here?
mean.
I think if you don't feel
I
dignified,
tried to go
Great.
and you
All right,
wanted
well,
to go
great.
throw shit.
if you don't feel dignified, it's in your best interest to leave. Otherwise, you're just getting in on it. So if that's how you feel. That's truly how you feel. Then you can leave on those terms.
Okay, enjoy your discussion. You don't if you don't want to actually understand
Ma'am,
how
why are you
things are
talking to
actually
somebody who you
happening,
don't think is going to dignify you? The conversation's over.
No.
I don't
Respect
need you to
yourself.
dignify
All right, then
me.
respect
I'm
yourself
actually
and get out of
telling
here.
you that you guys
Respect
aren't gonna
yourself
get
and leave.
anywhere this way.
Respect yourself
Yeah,
and
you're
leave.
I'm
not
telling you, you're not going to get
Wow,
anywhere this way.
interesting.
Everybody is just going
now
to
she
keep
likes being
butting
degraded.
heads.
She likes being degraded now.
This isn't fair.
The DIK is just trying to get the last words. It's okay.
I know he's got a little ego.
All
so
right, Joe, go ahead.
enjoy yourself.
All right.
Have a wonderful day.
All right, you as well. Bye-bye. So anyways, Luna,
Wow.
let me just let it the next guess. I know there's been a big contingence here. I still do believe that she was a certain C word that I called her. Being insufferable.
I would say something else, not the C word. It starts with a D.
Oh, that's not nice. Does it rhyme with a certain two wheeled thing that you ride?
Yeah.
That's not nice, man. That's not. I wouldn't have said that. That would have been me.
I would have.
That would have been
How they were
that would have been
acting.
marginalizing. That wouldn't have been nice.
I mean,
No.
don't you think they're both marginalizing?
One's more
really?
marginalizing than the other, though. Come on.
No, I'm
Come
just
on.
feeding a
I
fact.
mean, I
The
do
individual-
agree that the D slur is worse. But
Yeah, that
I
one's
mean,
not a
the
slur.
is only
One's not a
wait,
slur. See, I ain't slurring
Wait,
nobody.
Hold up.
The word
hold up.
cunt, that word, is technically not seen as a slur because we're not, as a society, accepting that it's misogynistic. That's
Hey,
Not
why
hold
it's
even
not seen as
that.
bad.
Even the D word isn't counted as a slur. It's just in reference to
No, it is a slur.
Hold up. Let me finish the statement. It's in reference to a female that is presenting more masculine and trying to engage as a masculine individual. That's the initial context. If you want to use it in a minority sense,
The F word.
All right, well,
if you want to say that in a minority sense, then yes, but I wouldn't be talking about the minority sense, and I have no problem clarifying.
well, let's
Why-
introduce
so
the
why would
next
you even
guest.
use it?
Well,
Why would I use
time
it?
out,
Because
time
it would
out.
reference to the individual in question that is a female.
Yeah,
at
who seems to
sex.
present as masculine. So
Yeah,
you're using it as a slur.
it's not a
Like, what are you
slur.
talking about?
It's not a slur. It's just stating a fact.
All right, well, time out,
You
guys.
can say the
Time
same
out.
thing about any slur, though.
Time out,
It's
guys.
just a
So
fact.
let's reset here because we've gotten pretty meta at this point. Oftentimes, the reason why I don't like to get into meta, why I've tried to explain to everybody in the audience, if the other person's not here, meta tends to confuse the audience, and we can only stay there for so long because you're going to be involved in a conversation that's really pertinent to the. It's going to be locked in the context of who's on the panel and who's listening to it, not people who are coming in, not people who are leaving, not people who are having a problem tracking. It's easier to track points and positions as opposed to how people feel about things. It's too woo-woo, it's too kumbaya for me. That's why I always say this isn't really a safe space. You know, we're trying to, if insults are thrown, they're going to be dished out. If people are going to say I'm an emotional, then I'm going to start being insulting to them. If they're going to start insulting my position as a man, then I'm going to insult their position as a woman. That is literally fair game. Just because people get offended because of the words used, that's them not being able to dish what they take out. So with that being said, let's just continue on.
By the way, James, on your title it says patriarchy versus is greater than feminism, but before I was on the live, I couldn't read the patriarchy part. I could only read hierarchy, and I thought it was hierarchy. So you might want to make that smaller so it's more visible for viewers.
All right, lower it, make it smaller like this.
Yeah, the
That's
P
probably
is.
better. Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
better.
Yeah.
All right,
yeah,
thank you for the input. So what about now? You guys think it's fine now, or should I make
Yeah,
it?
move it a bit to the
That's
right
better.
though. Yeah, that's good right there. That's great. Yeah.
All right. Bang. All right. So who is Luna? Luna has been weathering the storm. She's been a firebrand, but a good sport. Who else is a feminist on the panel? Anybody is a feminist? It's Luna, man.
Silence.
Luna. All right. So
What
what do you?
does feminists mean?
Yeah. I was
Feminism,
about to ask.
feminism is the promotion of equality amongst the sexes with the moving from the patriarchy. Luna, what do you think about the definition that I restated?
Sorry, say that again.
Feminism is a movement of equality amongst the sexes, politically, culturally, legally, and the movement away from patriarchal system.
Yeah.
All right, I have a
agree.
certified feminist on the live who was vouched. So, is anybody a feminist by that definition? Besides Luna?
No. Sounds like a no though.
All right. So what we're gonna do now? If anybody in the chat, let's get the likes up. If you guys want to get some more feminists up here Probably going to need the engagement to do that.
I came here late. I was wondering what Luna was really talking about with the military stuff. I wanted to say something to that.
Okay.
Well, perhaps, do you remember, Luna? I can jog your memory by some things
Um,
I said, or
Honestly, it was just long. Just
all
say
right.
some key points.
Well, we were talking. I've been making the point really about feminism and how it exploits men in a very systematic way. The
No,
draft.
that wasn't your point. You said
Yeah,
patriarchy exploits
yeah.
men.
No. I'm saying the patriarchy has a congruent level of authority and rank. Feminism is a system where women get suffrage and they foist themselves having more authority over men that they can vote off to war. That's exploitation.
Did we not just agree that feminism is about working towards equality, not having more power over men?
Yeah, but you would. But here's the thing: I don't grant that you could even have a system outside of men being having a monopoly of force. I don't even grant that. That's the
So
problem.
You don't want half of the military to be women.
They couldn't be. They would lose.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Yeah, our society would be damned the second it becomes majority women.
I was having good luck even convincing women to go to war when you know damn well what would happen to them, even if they only had one leg and they got caught out in the battlefield. What's going to happen to them if those other men find them? You couldn't even convince women to go to war.
Well, Happy just went through the numbers of even the women that did enlist and were active in the military. 78% of the people who opted out of being deployed were women. When you're now talking about what's the military, 10% women, less? You're talking,
no,
what,
don't say
100?
active. Don't say active, because this was also including reserves and National Guard. When it comes to the
Okay.
statement that was presented in 2023 of the deployment of individuals, there was 100,000 individuals that opted out. Medical, pregnancy, and at the same time, their fees and psychological aspects. 22% of these 22% of the 100,000 were men. The rest of the percentage in question were females that were trying to opt out, and majority of them were because they were preggo.
Right. So I'm just wondering what the actual statistical breakdown of what percentage of the women of the people in the military were women and were men, because even out of the ones that are in this like statistical breakdown, you're talking probably 100 to 200 times more likely for women to opt out, even the ones who volunteered to sign up.
Also,
Yeah, so you're
how
saying it
many
would be even
people
more
were in the
disproportionate.
study?
100,000.
I'm saying it's horribly disproportionate.
Military? Is that what you're saying, Luna?
It's horribly disproportionate, because if there's less women in already, significantly less women in.
17.9% of active duty military personnel in the United States is women.
Yeah. So, and then
17.9.
the vast majority of those who opted out were also women. It makes them like 100 times more likely to be opting out.
To Joe's
what are you
credit,
saying about
she
information?
admitted that was glaring at face value.
But what are we trying to prove with that information?
Well, what we're
but
trying
this
to
is the
prove
problem.
is
That men go to war and women don't want to go to war, and that's fine. But in a democracy where women have equal power, they would be sending more men off to war, and they would have a monopoly on power, which would create the opposite of equality. One group sending the other off to die.
Yeah,
Yep,
Snake.
and that becomes illogical.
What brought that up was the fact that Joe was saying it was brought up that men are more likely to want to defend the country, defend the person next to them, this and that. Joe was saying, actually, it's the women in the military who are there to want to defend, and men are only doing it for ego, and women really care more about defending. But then Happy
Yes,
brought
it's
up
not
the
true, though, yeah.
statistics of those who were straight up opting out, completely blew her argument. But she kept coming in with anecdotal evidence rather than listening to the statistics.
Wait, who are you
So,
talking about?
Luna, what do you think about that? Since Joe isn't here any longer to defend herself.
So, what do I think about what?
How more women
About-
opt out of deployments when it comes to protecting what you believe to be the case, or do you believe that Shreya should come in and SAU?
What?
All
What
right.
the
To be
hell is
fair,
that about?
it's a crude leap, but it's a logical entailment.
Yeah, so it's very logical here. Should we force individuals to go off to war and stop individuals that subscribe to this ideology, let's just say Sharia, where they want to come in, unalive our women, children, everything under the sun, and force us to their ideology? Or should we be nice and not force these individuals to go off to war?
Okay, so my answer to that is I find the statistics, first of all, very interesting. I can't negate them because I don't have anything to negate them with. I haven't seen the statistics myself, so I don't even know if your source is credible. However, what I will say is that the fact of the matter is that war is inherently bad. And I'm not saying that women are necessarily more
I don't even agree
intelligent,
with that, by the way.
but the fact. Wait, what? You don't agree that war is bad?
Well, let her
Not
finish. Let
right
her.
now.
She was
Yeah,
that
but
was
sorry,
one premise
I
to
won't
go to.
interrupt. Sorry, I won't interrupt, sir.
Okay. So I was going to say that women have had less experience in war, correct? So that means that they can see it more objectively. If they're not in it, they see it more objectively. And they see that it causes a lot more damage. And most of the time, people aren't actually winning war. Us as a country are not winning the war. It is the higher ups that are winning the war. And we're most often waging wars for the profit of those higher individuals. So when you see the statistics of women voting against being drafted and women leaving the war or leaving the war effort or the draft effort, you have to wonder why. You can blame it on the fact that, oh, they're all getting pregnant, right? But I mean, the majority of the time, it's because they realized there was no point in the first place.
But do you not think that that could be used against the idea of objective realities, that they are naive about the importance of war or the horrors of war?
Why would they be naive? Explain what's so naive about the importance of war.
Yeah, for
Well,
example,
let him make his.
for
Let him make the
instance,
case.
were to say, I don't care about a war in another country. Well, this could be considered naive. That if I was in the war, I could see more realistically the horrors that could come to my city, or
Yeah.
the depravity which is going on to these people right there. You mentioned the women. Well, I would argue first. I'll keep us straight. I would argue that the women not seeing what the war is about would make them more naive and less apt at giving a proper understanding of the situation, their opinion.
Or Luna, even more so, are those numbers just more directly related and correlated with almost every other aspect of, let's say, how many women are applying to be law enforcement officers, how many women are applying to go into dangerous jobs, be deep sea welders, this and that. Those numbers correlate all throughout society. In a free society where women have the ability to do these jobs and have the ability to make this choice, they are not making that choice. It has nothing to do with the patriarchy holding them down. It has to do with the choice.
Yeah,
I
think
don't
that's a really
think I
interesting point. because-
completely agree with that. With what you just said about the patriarchy not holding them down. I think that if we look at this on a more individual or even a smaller group level, I would presume that a father would disallow his daughter to enlist, as I would think that the priority for the father is to protect most specifically his daughters. I think mothers have the priority of bearing the children. I think that it would be strange for a husband to allow his wife, who's supposed to carry his lineage, to die, possibly in a war. And I think basically I'm saying that I think that the people who would have the greatest say in the situations would be the men in the women's lives.
Okay.
I
But
want
Well,
to.
but Luna,
personally,
Luna, if I could just say one
Well,
thing real quick, because it goes
just
back
let
to what
Luna,
you brought up
because
before.
Luna has to respond to a lot of people here. We're gonna have to let her have adequate time to respond.
okay. All I want to say before JJ says his point is that I personally, as an individual, not necessarily as a feminist, don't believe that the draft is necessary, and I don't believe that war is necessary. But if we are to have war, we can have it without the draft, and countries still are successful in war without a draft. That's just my point.
So Luna, you brought up the point much earlier, long ago. We were comparing history versus present. Now, my stance right now is we don't need feminism now. If you put me in the 1920s, 1930s, sure, we could use some feminism, get some more equality out there. Right now, we are no longer in a situation where there are laws and a system in society holding back women, maybe social pressures due to natural abilities and so on and whatnot. but there is no longer like physical on the books laws, restrictions on women. As I said earlier, the whole DEI push the last 20 years up until recently came to somewhat of a halt has been the exact opposite for female superiority, for special treatment. Yeah, 1 out of every 10 people that apply for the job are women. How come we're pushing now for 50% women, 50% men? You're knocking out 90% of the pool because of the fact that you're pushing for this unequal equality, equal outcome versus equal opportunity. We have equal opportunity. We no longer need this feminist push for equality when it is there.
Okay. Well, I think it's interesting that you say so on and whatnot, first of all, because that could be anything. That could literally mean anything. Feminism is not just giving physical laws, it is about changing how we think as a society and how we raise young people to treat each other with equal respect, and therefore by encouraging each other to adopt the same jobs as, you know, the opposite sex.
But women
And
don't
that
deserve
doesn't
the
just
same
go
respect.
for
They don't deserve the same respect as men because they do different
Yeah.
things.
Do you think that's possible throughout the
so
entire
what
world?
is your stance on that?
All right. Well, here's
Why
here's
would
an
you say they
example.
don't deserve
Here's an
equal
example.
respect?
Here's an example. Women who amass a lot of bodies. Okay,
Oh my god.
it's
Not
not
men who
hard
amass
for
a lot
them.
of bodies.
They're different than men who amass a lot of bodies. And
Why?
women intuitively know this as well, which is why they don't care as much. They know that a man who amasses a lot of bodies, he has a different quality than a woman who does, because it's easy for women to attract men. It's not easy generally for men to attract women. That's why the respect should not be equal, right?
So then why is it that a man's biology is meant to continually inseminate women until they're way past their 60s? How does that make sense? They are biologically made to reproduce multiple times.
Yeah,
So
you're
actually,
only reinforcing my argument. But go ahead.
no, I'm not, because you just said that women should have less respect for having multiple bodies.
Yeah, because if it's a man's proclivity, it speaks to a man's proclivity to do things more, because it speaks to his drive. It speaks to his behavior leaning more towards that. But for
Okay,
women,
so
this
how
would
come
actually be
men can't get
peculiar,
laid then,
because women are
according to
generally
you?
going to be unable to do this as efficiently as men, because they're going to have a kid for 9 months and then raise that kid. So women who are doing this,
Okay.
they're going to be peculiar, because we know biologically they're supposed to be on their backs for 9 months after they have sex. They're not supposed to be. There's only because of natural conventions that they can operate in this way. But even if
That's actually
the point is, I'm explaining to you, is women in certain instances should not get the same respect as men for doing the same thing, because they are coming from different starting points, right? Wouldn't you agree with that, Luna?
No, because in a modern society, if we're talking about a modern world where
Uh-huh.
we have access to, you know, contraceptive prevention and stuff like that, why is it now that women who give birth to the children and carry that baby for 9 years should not be allowed to go off with another man? And if they did not do that, then how can these men who have the ability to reproduce countless of times, much more than women, how can they actually get another partner if
All
the
right.
women aren't available?
Yeah, I
I'm
really
not,
think
I'm,
it
wait, hold on a second.
is
I'm not
the
understanding
body
your
argument not
question, because we're
hypocritical.
talking about. I'm not saying a woman can't like put the baby in daycare and go back to being promiscuous. I'm not saying she can't do that. Sure, she can do that.
Yeah, careful what you say there.
Yeah, but the men can't attract women that way on average, right? Who's the gatekeeper?
Men can't attract women like that.
On average, yeah, they cannot. If a woman puts on a t-shirt that says, "Hey, sleep with me. Here's my address," she'll have a line out the door, right? If a man said,
It's
"Sleep with
kinda
me. Here's
true.
my address," he might be on TikTok and he's probably gonna lose his job.
Yeah, they've done studies on this, and it shows that like 80 to 90% of women go for the top 10% of men, and men shoot significantly lower than what would be equivalent in attractiveness and whatnot.
Yeah, so
And I
men
mean, I know I'm
have
gonna
men have
get.
lower standards as far
That's
as
attracts.
so men have lower
They
standards
say-
as far as sexual
that's
interaction. Women have a lot higher
Study
standards.
that whoever just said
Now,
Oh.
now I know
Hold
I'll
on,
get
hold on a
blamed for
second.
this comment,
Luna,
but
Luna, you're cutting off. After you said, you cut off, Luna. We didn't hear anything else you said.
candidates.
Luna, you're gonna have to
So,
repeat your statement because you lost reception or something.
oh, sorry. What I'm trying to say is that sample that was just quoted about, or sorry, the study that was quoted about
They've done a ton of them.
men
Well, hold on,
shooting
Not
JJP,
one.
women.
we gotta let her finish.
The one that is most often quoted, especially in like incel communities and black pill communities, is the one where a man did a study on Tinder, right? And there were about 27 women in the study, and he said that women tend to shoot above their attractiveness scale. But it was 27 women. And
Yeah,
a lot of
that's
these
a
studies are
very
like
that's
that.
a sample size you can throw away for sure. So what is the sample
There's
size you're
another
bringing,
one.
JJP? What's
No,
the
but yeah,
sample
there's
size you're
another
bringing?
one with there's another one that was done with Plenty of Fish, and there's also another one with Twitter, Tinder, and they talk about literally just the swiping numbers, and we're talking like millions of people in these results. So that's completely wrong that I'm referring to a 27-person study. This is widely known across all dating platforms that have all their numbers. Like
Is this
it's
supposed to be a
wild.
Wait,
blueprint?
are you talking about the study where it's loads of men who swipe on loads of women and the women rarely swipe on the men? Is that what you're talking about?
I'm talking about tons of results on a ton of these apps.
Well, is that at
Okay,
least
well, you're
well,
not
JJP,
that's just saying
is that
things
at
now,
least
isn't
one
it?
instance? She's asking you, is that at least one instance of what you're talking about?
Sure. I don't know what specific one she's referring to, but there's tons of them.
I mean, it sounds like to me
Is
you
this
don't know
supposed to
what
be a bad thing?
anyone you're referring to because you can't give me a
Well,
single
why
study
do
or
you
any
ask the
fact.
well, Luna, why do you ask the question about the instance?
Sorry?
Why do you ask the question about the instance?
The
Regarding
instance?
the instance of women being more or less or being more selective online dating. Are you saying that doesn't
I'm
track
just
with what
saying
he's
that
saying?
his point literally has no ground. That's what I'm saying.
All right.
He's
Well,
just saying
let's
words.
at this point. At this
just
point,
do a quick
we're gonna.
Google.
Well, here's the thing. To be fair, JJP, we're gonna need some data from you. If she's questioning the data, you're gonna need to. It's fair for her to question the methodology and the sample size. So if you got it, let's have it. But I can make an argument. Perhaps we can build from based on observation, Luna. So
Yeah, the silence is telling.
Luna, are you saying this as a bad thing? I'm missing. I'm not understanding what the point of this. Of
No,
this
I was
truth.
just saying that he brought up the fact that you know, women have more sexual
Right.
opportunities than men using studies that he can't even give evidence for. That's what
all
I'm
right.
saying.
So
So
then
his point didn't make sense.
Luna, let's just go back then. Who do you think is more sexually selective, men or women?
Women.
All right. So
Oh
wouldn't
no,
her- okay.
actually, let before I even confirm what I just said is that women can be more sexually selective, but men can be just as sexually selective.
Absolutely.
All
I
right.
think
So
that's what-
let's. So when you look on the dating market, and also how you were kind of raised, or at least how a lot of people tend to raise others regarding the opposite sex, we tend to raise our daughters to protect them from men who only want a certain thing for them, right?
Okay, yeah.
So this would actually a social thing that reinforces their selectivity. Because would you argue that women are biologically more selective, or they're just socially more selective?
Well, based on what you just said, they're socially more selective.
Well, I would argue they're more biologically socially selective because they have a.
You just
Okay,
said
so
they are raised by their fathers
okay,
to be
that's
selective.
correct. That's correct.
All right,
Hold on,
I
guys.
did a
Hold
quick
on,
Google.
hold on, guys. Oh, you wanted to get the data? You got the data, JJP?
Yeah, you don't even have to click anywhere. I literally did a quick Google. Are men more selective than women in the dating pool? The AI overview that pops up immediately without clicking on anything. Swipe rates, research highlighted by the platforms Hinge analyzed across studies shows that men swipe right express interest on roughly 61% of profiles, where women swipe right on only 5 to 9%. Blocking and filtering statistics indicate women block or pass on a higher percentage of potential matches compared to men. Literally, the Google AI overview, you can click on any study. There's probably thousands of these. Like, I don't know how you're bringing up a 27-person study when there's thousands of these across all dating platform like statistics. Like it's everywhere. It's literally everywhere.
Yeah, okay. I really like that you brought that up because I mean, if you probably clicked on one of those studies, would give you more details as to who those women are and why they're even on the dating sites. A lot of
Well,
women
yeah, I
date
have
for long
less to say
term.
about
Are men dating for long term? Not usually. They're dating for sex, and that's
Mm,
just the truth of
great,
it.
great. So
True
that's
that.
great. That's great,
So,
Luna. So we
so
can go back
throwing away
to
data with anecdotal, what you think
Well,
people are doing, throwing away the actual data of the dating pool of
Did you
who's
read the
matching with who,
studies?
with who's
Did you
matching with
read the
who.
study or did you read an AI
All right,
overview?
hold
That's
on.
the
that
question.
data
all right.
is
Well,
skewed.
to be
The
fair, if she's questioning the methodologies and the sample size and the
I think that
sources, it's fair to get it more honed in. But
Yeah,
I want you
I'll
guys to
click on
notice.
one.
I want you guys to notice what she said. The men tend to date short term. Doesn't that lean to their lack of or they're less selective, right? So let's get to this biological thing that you were contending with, and I'm saying obviously men teaching women to be a certain way is social, but this revolves around biological understandings of how men are. And here's the biological reality for women: they have to be less selective than men because they have or they tend to be
You mean
less
more
selective
selective?
because
Wait, what?
they have a literal biological consequence if commitment fails, if sex fails, if
So
the
you mean they
father
have to be
runs
more
away.
selective, right? Not less
no,
selective. You
you
said.
disagree
They
with
have to be
this?
more selective because if they're not, they bear a biological risk of failed pregnancy, lack of commitment, father stepping out of the home. The amount of resources they can get while they have a kid with said man, that is a biological reality. That's not social construction.
Okay, and
Luna,
your
you
point links
disagree
to the
with
fact
this?
that if women are less selective in the modern day, they deserve less respect. Is that right?
Well, I have to first, if you're not contending with a descriptive, I can move towards the prescriptive, but we have to first establish, we can agree on the descriptive first. The descriptive reality that
Oh
I'm
yeah,
making.
okay. I agree that that is the biological function of women. Sure, that they have to be more selective because they have to bear a child for 9 months, and that's a big burden to have.
Yeah, so when it comes to that biological imperative, there's going to be social institutions or behaviors that evolve around that to basically protect that or enshrine that or specialize towards that. Women giving birth and being less risk averse in this context. So women who
So
are
what are
not,
they
go ahead.
risk averse to exactly
They're
in
risk
terms of
averse
men?
to
What?
bad men and bad suitors, bad mates. They're more
Okay,
risk averse to
how would
bad
you
mates.
describe a bad suitor?
Someone who's going to walk out on you,
Um,
someone who you have to put on child support, someone who's going to beat you upside the head, someone who's going to share your resources with other offspring.
Oh yeah, that's interesting because then how does that mean that men should have more respect than women if they sleep with more women and have more bodies? If that suggests that they are more likely to walk out on the woman who they inseminated and gave a child.
Yeah, it does. By my logic, it does stand to reason that if we're just basing it on these controls, a woman has a very vested interest to assume that a man could walk out, to assume that a man needs to prove a level of safety, to assume that a man needs to prove a level of fatherhood. These would be good assumptions to make on that man and to enforce that or to have dating preferences that are around that, which actually reinforces my point. It actually adds to it because women are going to see men who can do this as more of a option, as more of the better option. So how does a man move up the hierarchy in order to do this, to be competent, to have a level of social proof, to be on a topper level of your hierarchy, like in a dance studio, at your gym, socially, to be popular, to have charisma? These things are actually going to afford him more options from women. This is how
How
men.
does that link to bodies?
Yes, because men, like I just said, it's harder for men to do that than it is for women just to exist and be exposed to men's lack of sexual selectivity.
Are we
Okay.
saying
It would be a literally biologically and socially reinforced dimorphism of behavior. So because of that, there should not be the same standard. We all both know a woman can just put out until she can literally do it until her vagina explodes. And men are
That's
just going to
not how the
still,
female
I'm
anatomy
being
works,
hyperbolic
bro.
here. I'm being hyperbolic, but a woman can say, "Hey, you want to have
So
sex with me?"
can a man.
Yes, but the
we
thing
really
is, but
saying
here's the
that?
difference. Because women are less selective than men, women require more qualities to lay down. And because of that, those qualities, competency, charisma, money, status, networking, personality, You have to develop these things as a man. Therefore, it's going to be more respected, and women are going to care less, and they generally care less across the board.
Well, women have to do a lot of self-grooming and try to fit into the beauty standard, which is perpetuated by the patriarchy. So I would
No,
say
you don't
we
need
both have
makeup. You
very
don't need
equal
makeup. No,
burdens.
that's not true. You don't need makeup to say, hey, would you like to have coitus with me? I don't have any makeup on. I didn't do my hair. Would you like to sleep with me? The man would be like, yes. Most men,
Depends on the man, let's
but
be
okay,
honest.
your average man does not say, oh, she need to have makeup or else I'm not doing her. Hell, she probably don't even need to smell good, and a man will still go in.
Nah.
Well, I think you're assuming that sex is as important to women as it is to men.
You're saying it's not, right?
No, it's not.
All right, so
Wait,
that
what's
would
your body
lead.
count?
That actually hold on a second. That actually leads to less. That actually leads to more selectivity. Women are going to be more selective because it's less of a biological pressure hormonally on them. It's only monthly like that for like luteal phase or something. There's like a window.
Yeah, totally.
Okay, so that it stands to reason they're going to be even more apathetic when it comes to sex, thus leading to more selectivity, more.
From women.
Yeah, they're going to control for. They're going to put a higher standard on getting that cookie. A man will just throw the cookie. Men are throwing cookies.
Yeah,
Hey,
of course.
all right. So
But-
then, if
but
that's
how
the
is
case,
how is that? I'm confused. Like, well, sorry, I'm just confused. Patriarchy, feminism. Patriarchy is kind of like the society, like the way kind of society is set up, and feminism, I guess, would be, maybe a movement to try to bring that down. So, are you saying like what exists right now is better than what I guess you would think women, like feminist women, want?
yeah,
to
because in a
exist?
patriarchal society, women would not get the duty to guard. In a patriarchal society, women do not get the regard of having high status for sleeping around. Men would. I'm not saying this is good.
But
I'm just
women
saying it's
don't-
at least
women
more.
don't want-
I'm just explaining that it's at least more consistent than the feminist society. The feminist society will say people like Megan Thee Stallion or Bonnie Blue, they should have equal respect to a nun or a woman who has one body. That is not logically rational or sound. It speaks
Mhm.
against biological behavior. It speaks against social norms that are based off of biological realities.
I got
Yeah,
a
but
question.
biological also had. So I think that what you might not be understanding is that there are women, especially young women that are kind of still learning and experiencing life. They think that, if they sleep with a man that they like, it might lead to something, right? Like, even if they kind of know the guy isn't treating her that well, they think, well, maybe if they're around long enough and continue sleeping with him, it might lead to something.
Yes, ma'am.
And that's okay. Like, that's something you learn as you get older, and you kind of stop doing that. With men, they're like, oh, well, I got sex. I don't care if, she doesn't date me or she doesn't want to be in a relationship with me because they had an orgasm. But a lot of women that, do these kind of things, they're doing it for validation. They're not really doing it for the orgasm because they probably aren't getting orgasms
Yeah,
in that
but
kind of
what's your point?
dynamic.
What is your point? I'm in agreement with you. What is your point?
Yeah, so what I'm saying is that you're like talking about body counts and all of that, and you're saying biological, which I'm assuming you mean like the need, the urge that
I'm
men
explaining.
have.
I'm explaining the woman's the woman's baked in biological reality of resource uncertainty and being able to secure someone who's going to give you resources for your child.
Well,
That's a biological reality.
I know that like kind of in the past that's how it's been, but you know that women are able to make their own resources, right?
Yeah, but they still want a man who makes on par what they do
Yeah,
or
of
more.
course.
Okay, so resources are literally still a consistent mating
yeah.
pressure that they place on men. Okay, it just
Of course
speaks. You're only speaking to a different derivation of a biological behavior.
Right. But what I'm saying is that that's the point. That's the reason why like men are having a hard time dating and women don't really want to date men because it's doesn't seem like it's really worth it anymore.
No, it's because women are
Wait, I gotta-
delusional. It's because women are delusional. That's what's going on. It's not because it's not worth it. And in fact is worth it for the sake of humanity. But what's going
Well,
on
I
is
mean,
women.
is it delusional? Because there's
I'll
actual
explain to you. I'll
there's actually
explain to you.
statistics to say that it's not delusional.
Okay, what stat are you pointing to that it's not
All right,
delusion?
so let's say, divorce rate is still pretty 50-50, right?
No,
I'm
it's not.
guessing.
No,
No,
it's
it's
not. It's
not.
actually 75-25.
Yeah, women are divorcing women. Women are
No, no,
divorcing
no.
more on
I
average.
didn't get to that point yet. Yeah, I didn't get to that. I just meant in terms of marriages, divorce
Oh, the
rate is
success
still,
rate.
yeah, it's
I
about
mean, if you control for
50-50.
religion, we tend to have good, really good outcomes
Yeah,
compared to the
religion
secular.
does, but if
Oh,
we're
really?
talking
Okay, but
secular,
just on average, I guess, is it still around 50-50
no, it's
divorce?
not.
Is it different? Did it change? Like, because
Yes.
okay, so okay, let's say it changed. I know people are getting married less often now anyway, but yes, the 70%. So women initiate divorce 70%. Sorry, 70% of divorces are initiated by
Yeah, something
women.
like that. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so are you saying that women are doing that because they are choosing something that is worse for them by getting divorced? Is that kind of
What if they
what
were
you're
like
saying?
the next subsequent partner would be worse?
No, no, like there's like I guess what I'm saying is like women are divorced. So basically, like women are divorcing men more than men are divorcing women because men, they'll cheat and they'll still stay in the marriage. Like even if they're unhappy, they'll still stay because they benefit a lot. The other statistic is that, married women have a lower life expectancy than women that don't get married, and the opposite is true for men. So marriage, right? It benefits men more than it does women. So
How does that speak to what I was talking about body count and women's selectivity? I don't understand. How are you?
it means that women don't necessarily want to be in a monogamous
Yeah, but this is just
relationship.
based on delusion. I can explain how. Starting from the top, or starting from the
Sorry,
initiate
I took one
phase.
minute.
That's all
I'm
right.
sorry.
That's
I
all right.
should mute that.
No problem. So when it comes to this delusion, you even admitted to women are now going to have this novel position, which is actually probably doesn't really happen as much in history that I could think of, where women are putting these artificially inflated standards on men. Before, you just needed to have a certain amount of resources. Now you need to have the most amount of resources in human history, and it needs to be at equal with me in order for me to date you. Oh, and by the way, I'm less attractive because I'm usually heavier, and I have less eggs. That's delusion. And then you add on to that.
Individual?
You add on to that. Go ahead. Someone asked a question.
Boy, me?
Someone said.
Yeah, I was asking, is that not individual?
No, it would be
regarding
institutionally
those,
systematic at this
descriptions?
point.
Excuse me.
Did you
My
did you
gosh,
sneeze?
what a voice.
I'm just playing. Yeah, you weren't Savannah or Susanna. Go ahead,
Sorry.
Susanna.
Yes, I just want a clarification on, what this live is about. Are you basically saying how patriarchy is more beneficial to society than feminism?
Yeah, because
or-
I'm explaining right now how feminism leads to delusion as far as mating preferences are concerned.
Mating preferences.
Mhm.
So are you referring to like reproduction rates in society, or
Yeah,
could
people
you
getting
clarify that?
together, staying together, having children. Feminism has basically ruined all of those points.
Hmm. So feminism is disrespectful to, the traditional marriage and the traditional family, correct?
Well, at the
Is that what
yes,
you're
that, but most,
saying?
if even broader, the sustainability of society, literally by declining
Mhm.
birth rates. It's causal
Right.
to that.
But you're not saying that is the definition of feminism, right? You're just saying that's a negative impact that feminism has.
Yeah, but I can explain through the promotion of the principles, which are based on of equality, how that
Mhm.
literally leads. I can demonstrate how that literally leads to this causal birth rate decline, marital drop, people getting married later,
Mhm.
people having unrealistic expectations in dating, people having less kids. I can draw that principally from feminism.
Mhm. Right, but sorry, you just mentioned something about, marriages happening at a later age.
Uh-huh.
I'm not sure how that would be a negative side effect, as, if marriage rates are coming from 20-year-olds getting married to now 30-year-olds, I'd like to argue that's definitely a positive impact, as you know, as you're more developed in your 30s, you're in a better stable financial situation, you're more emotionally mature, therefore there's a much higher chance of the marriage being more sustainable. And another thing I like to talk about is how, you know, I don't think the longevity of a marriage directly correlates to the quality of the marriage. I think, you know, you could talk about, say, the 2000s or the 1990s. Marriage, you know, the longevity of marriage was incredibly long. People stayed together till they died, but also the domestic abuse rates were incredibly high as well. So I'm not sure how necessarily a shorter marriage correlates to a bad marriage.
Yeah, so before we segue into the marriage, we had to kind of contest with other points that you brought up. I really don't care if people have a happy marriage and they get to go on vacations and shit. If they're not having kids, and then our entitlement programs can't be funded into the future, I don't care. So we need to talk about, if people are happy and they're having a good time with their family, it's not as important as whether or not they're having enough kids to sustain our birth rate. It's below 2.1. It's at about 1.6 to 1.7.
Yeah, right.
This is not good. This is not good for society if we cannot even prop up our own entitlement program.
No, yeah, that's fine. Men just get passports and get poor women from third world countries to marry them. That's it.
No, sorry, just to hop in real quick. I think a big point that you're trying to point out is how the birth rate is declining, therefore it's not beneficial to our Earth health or whatever. However,
not our Earth health, our society that we live in, the one that we enjoy, the feminist rights that you love so much, that society.
Right. I'm not sure why feminism was brought in. I was just simply talking about the statistics and the point.
Are you a
that
feminist?
You were making. The country that I originate from has had a lot of harm due to women. A lot of harm to women done, especially by the government and social work.
What country do you mind if I ask?
Equality.
And so you're in America, or where are you at? What European country are you in?
I'm in the Western, so I just moved to America recently.
All right, so you like feminism, right? You would promote feminism in the society, correct?
What is the motive of such questions?
I was only appealing to your feminist preferences. Even you would want us to stay in a society that maintains the rights that you enjoy here. The feminist rights. In order for us to do that, we would need to have...
It's not feminist rights, it's human rights.
Yeah, well, you can conflate it all you want. I don't grant that. So back to what I'm appealing to.
You don't grant it?
No, I don't.
No, you don't. Why don't
Could you clarify what that means? Are you saying,
look, it's not even pertinent.
Are you saying you don't give permission to such things?
Look, whether things are good or bad, we're talking about that. But I want you to answer the questions I've been asking you. Because is it good or not for the birth rate to be above replacement? Is that a good thing, or should we just not care about that?
Well, the birth rate would purely just depend on the current, situation that you're talking about. Let's say if we're in a very underpopulated country, then a low birth rate is very bad and it's very disruptive to the natural way of life. But let's say if we're in a society or a country where the population is incredibly overrated and it's way too much than the capacity of the country, well, then a low birth rate could definitely point and show that our problems are being solved because the birth rate is going down, so naturally their population is going down.
Not correct. You would be assuming.
I appreciate that. Can I say something? Sorry,
not correct. Is this a factual question?
You would be assuming falsely that everybody has the same values, and the same people who has your values are going to be able to reproduce their own generation. That would be a false assumption.
Could you define value? Are you talking about
your feminist values?
Society?
Your feminist values. If you guys don't have a lot of babies,
these are not feminist values.
Right,
they're human rights values.
Lady, for the other lady, go ahead, ma'am.
Can I just actually kind of segue from what you say, because it's actually really interesting. So she's right. There are a lot of countries that have overpopulation, and you guys have heard of the term passport bros.
Wait,
right?
hold up. Name a country that is overpopulation at the moment.
India.
A third world country.
India,
any third world country.
No, India is actually underpopulation when it comes to the situation. Their birth rates have declined so fucking much. Yes, you can look at the situation of the 1960s versus now. Yes.
Wait, really?
Well,
That's
hold
really
on a second.
What
I
about
think
China?
hold on a second. I think the argument
China,
she's
yes.
hold on,
Also.
guys.
No, China, I'm
So
from.
wait. Let me just make sure the
Mhm.
argument that that Miss Susanna posited is contended with. She's not saying that depopulation is always bad. She's saying sometimes it can be good in overpopulated areas. And you guys are bringing up China and India. So are you guys contending with that? Whether it's good for those overpopulated areas to be less populated?
Yes.
Well, no, I mean, not necessarily. Again, the point that I was trying
Well,
to
not
make
you,
is,
Susanna. Not you,
oh,
Susanna. Was I representing your argument correctly?
I mean, I guess so. I guess
All
the
right.
point
So
that I'm
I just
trying
wanted
to
to make
make.
sure that they were arguing
Mhm,
with that and not past it.
mhm.
Yeah, so when you're making the statement in of itself, well, this is a good thing, are you just saying good is your preference in of itself, or are you able to demonstrate this outside of how you feel?
Well, do you guys know like what if you were to travel
That's
to India
obfuscating. Answer
and
the question that is proposed. It
Me?
could be you or Savannah. I can debate
Erica.
two of you guys at the same
can
time.
Wait,
I
sorry, I
can
was
I
kind of like.
just give an example? Do you guys know what it was like if you were to travel to India a couple or like in the 90s, and they tell you, they're like, look, I know it's going to break your heart, but you can't give money to these children because these children, they're being, it's not sex trafficked, but they're being controlled by these really bad people, and it's very difficult to say no, but you're not supposed to do that. Yes, depopulation in India that happened Are you laughing?
You're basically saying it's better that they never existed.
Of course. Than them suffering?
Hey,
Well,
Erica,
are you
thanks.
serious?
Erica, thanks for biting a bullet. God damn, that's
Wait,
crazy.
are you being serious? You'd rather
Yeah,
them
I
live
don't.
a suffering life than not live
Erica,
a suffering
suffering's
life?
very subjective in of itself. If I told you in Iraq in 2023 I would get hit by little drones that are controlled by Iraqis or the IRI, and I'm gonna have to deal with my body being in pain for the rest of my life, would you say that I'm suffering and I shouldn't have been alive at that point?
No, but I'm saying these children are born
Okay, so then
suffering.
how do we
Hold
determine
on,
what is
You're
going to be
talking
termed
about like
as
an injury
suffering?
happening to you when you're an adult. No, these children are born suffering.
Oh, wait, okay, so one as a child, okay. Me getting put in the hospital by my stepfather because he
How is this
was
relevant?
abusive. Yeah, she's just mentioning suffering. I want to get to what
No,
is
sorry, but we
objectively
were talking
suffering.
about overpopulation. I mean, we started on
Yeah, Erica
patriarchy
said,
and
wait,
then
Erica
birth
brought it
rate.
into suffering, so I'm going to do 2v1 right now. So suffering is going to be indexed to the
I'm not in
individual unless if
this. You're talking to her.
I
I'm
know.
not being
I know. I know. So, Erica, can you demonstrate suffering outside of how you feel, or at the same time, what is objectively suffering?
I think that there's a difference between being like an adult and having an injury and suffering than
I
being
feel like
born
it's a
into
statement
suffering.
from preference. Can I get an argument of outside of
All right, so
preference?
pause for a second. Just for that, I'm gonna mute everybody because I think I'm hearing some feedback from someone. I'm trying to control for right now. I'm muting people on live. I just want to hear. I want to hear Happy and Erica. Sorry,
Yeah,
Erica.
so your statement that you presented is I think, I feel. This is indexed to an individual's preference. If I say I think Erica's body count is 250, I have this feeling that she's more ran through than attract me, right? This is just an argument from how you feel, or at the same time an emotional aspect. So can I get one that isn't emotional, that is indexed to how you feel?
About why depopulation is good.
Oh no, suffering for Erica, and then we can go with Susan about depopulation afterwards.
Sorry, just to chime in here real quick, I'm not debating you from the format of the live that I see. I'm just simply talking to James. So
Oh
I don't know
yes.
what you're trying to do with me,
Wait, I'm
but
not even mentioning and debating you. I just want to contest some of your statements that you presented as truth statements. So you can
okay.
engage with truth statements after Erica engages with the statement that was proposed.
Yes, it is an emotional feeling to know that
Okay,
in
so I don't
India,
care what you feel
what,
like.
okay.
Don't.
I'm sorry. I think children born into suffering is very terrible.
How do you determine what
I'm
is
sorry
suffering?
that hurts your feelings.
Erica, how do you determine what is suffering?
Children born into poverty is suffering.
Oh, poverty. Okay, so in the United States, what is the poverty line?
I was talking about India.
Wait, hold up a second, because if we're using poverty line over there too, right, it's going to be somewhat equivalent to what is going on in the United States. Yes, they have a higher population, but even with that, they have a sustainability and social programs to be able to help out these families. So
No,
when you say, well, they're poor
no,
and that they shouldn't be born, what's the
no,
argument of why it ought not be the case?
no. I was literally giving an example that does not exist in America whatsoever.
Actually, it does. New York City.
Children are running up to tourists and begging them for money.
Yes.
Okay, well, I'm from New York and you're wrong.
So if I give you a source that in New York City, there's individual children running up to tourists asking them for money because they are poor, are you going to say that this is false?
Yes, I will.
Happy.
You will say it's false.
Yes, I
Think
Even
will.
though,
that India is comparable to America?
So
no.
so at work, I literally respond to calls in an upper middle class town of kids running up and begging for money who are born into poverty.
All right,
So
but hold
it
on, guys.
happens everywhere.
Let's
It
just
literally
how
happens
about we can
everywhere.
agree here? Can we all agree that it's better to be a poor person in America than like Bangladesh?
Yes, yes, that's exactly what I was saying. That's why
Do you agree?
I find it absurd that they're saying, oh, poverty in India is the same as poverty in
Wait,
America.
that's not
I'm
the
so
statement
confused
I
with that.
Do
presented.
you agree?
Anything to do with gender and feminism. I'm so
Wait,
All
lost.
right,
shut
so
up.
right now,
That's not the statement that was presented.
all right,
So
so
the statement that was presented is you feel bad, okay? That's just indexed to how you feel. I'm wanting an
That's
argument of
extremely
suffering.
important, do you not
I
think?
want an argument for an objective reason, or at the same time, something that is objectively suffering.
Sorry, but
I think you're a
suffering is
little
not a objective.
gung-ho regarding
And I want Erica to
objectivism.
concede to the point that it's just how she feels. That's the whole fucking statement that I indexed
No,
to.
you quite literally said that the poverty line in America is the same as the poverty line in
No, I was
India,
using the
and that's a
poverty line
false.
wait, hold up a second. The poverty line I was using in the United States, there are a bunch of children that are born under the poverty line. Do you disagree with that statement?
Sorry.
All right, I'm sorry. I'm not really able to have a conversation with somebody that is just changing what they're saying each time.
Yeah, so for example,
Because
right?
it's very confusing to me what you're saying.
Here, I'll
'cause-
write this down for you to track. Ready? The poverty line in the United States is at under $34,000 a year.
Okay,
Poverty
$34,000,
line?
$34,000 American dollars would make you very, very wealthy in India.
Hold up a second. So are there individuals born in the United States under the poverty line aimed to the same classifications that you would determine as suffering that is happening in India? Or are you setting some type of threshold that is different?
It is different, yes. The
Okay, what
children
is the
in
threshold?
India are different in terms of their poverty line and suffering than the children
Okay,
in America.
what is the threshold that you're determining when it comes to the classification?
The amount, the population, and what they have to go through to survive. Yeah.
Okay, the amount that they have to go through to survive. Is this based off of your feelings when it comes to the statement that's presented?
No,
And
it's based off of knowledge of the way life is in other countries. You seem confused. You seem confused when I was explaining
Wait, I
how.
have a question.
Okay, never mind.
Do you guys like matcha?
not really.
You guys should try it.
That's all
But
right.
I'm
anyways,
gonna turn on my camera and I'm gonna do this real quick because I'm also at work because I've been waiting to engage with this. So
Getting
sorry, can I
serious.
just say something real
Getting
quick?
serious mode.
I just feel like it's really important to make this point. Pain
Yeah,
is very objective. It is not a subjective thing.
yeah, it's subjective because if we're saying the situation that's presented, right? In India, I feel that this aspect that these people have to go through is hard to survive and everything like that. Cool, that's how you feel. I don't really give a fuck about how you feel. I'm waiting for the argument.
But pain is about feelings.
Okay, cool. So
That is
this is
very
the
true.
same time.
Very
Hold
true.
up. Yeah, so if pain's about feelings and one individual says that this isn't painful and that they're doing everything great and the other one says it's not, who the fuck should we subscribe to?
Nobody, because it's all about your own personal experience.
Oh, so it's
Okay, so one person-
subjective.
Feelings.
One person
Subjective.
experience. Here we go. The person in India says that they have a beautiful fucking life and that they hate Western values or at the
No
same
one
time
says that.
American values, right? The other one, hold up.
Are
Happy,
you
are
not
you
waste
actually
cups?
saying? Could
Don't
I
waste the
debate Happy
cups.
here? Or at least understand what he's saying. Happy, let me understand. Are you saying that India and America are comparable in terms of their
That's
lowest
not
levels
what
of
I'm
poverty?
saying. Yeah, that's
What?
not what I'm
Oh,
saying.
okay.
What, guys, just
Happy,
real
you're too
quick,
old for this.
just real quick. I can simplify this. He is saying suffering is a subjective term. So why, without Erica being able to put an objective classification, how can she say that everyone who is subjectively suffering, in her opinion, shouldn't be alive?
Because of an objective number of population.
So right.
Objective
So Erica,
numbers of children.
so Erica, what is the objective standard? What is he
I
asking?
just said the number.
All right,
the
so how many numbers? So how many
population, the
numbers? What
objective
numbers? All right, Erica, but what numbers is good? How many numbers is good?
Okay, I would say millions and millions of children that do what you guys say
That's
happen
not a
in New York.
number.
That doesn't happen in New York.
No, we're asking about what amount is to you overpopulated. How much amount of suffering?
I want to
is-
know how many children you say
All right, well,
that run up to
she's-
tours begging for
She's all right.
in New York City. I'm from
she's
New York.
running.
I
She's
want to know
dodging. So
what
let's just go back.
what
Yeah, let's just
number.
go back, guys. She's dodging at this point. Let's just go back.
Dude, I'm just gonna say this once. You need to get off the live. Because you're just
Oh damn! Look, I wasn't gonna say. Wait, who was that? Was
No,
that Luna?
It's fine. I do because I can't.
No, respectfully, like
Luna.
just saying nothing points.
Luna's the ultimate
Yeah,
mother.
I know. I'm getting like rage baited, but have a
I
good
know,
night,
just
guys.
take a deep breath. If you have a point, just take a deep breath and talk us through it properly.
No, Erica,
I
get
know.
out of here.
I don't
No, it's not
understand
necessary.
how population is not something that you guys
Yeah, but-
understand as
all
an
right, but
objective number.
Luna, do you see
No,
how?
what
Luna, you see how? What?
I think we all
Hold on,
Okay,
guys.
see,
Hold on,
this is
guys.
where I'm getting
Hold on,
rage
guys.
baited.
Time out, time out,
Numbers
time
are
out.
not objective. I just have to go.
Numbers
but
are not
have a good night,
objective?
guys.
All right, yeah.
I don't know. I keep on
haven't
saying
given a number.
population, number of population, and you guys are saying
Close the
what?
app.
All right,
Like,
Erica.
I
Well,
can't. I'm
perhaps
sorry.
later
I
on when you
can't- I
wanna,
can't
when you
speak.
actually
I
want to
can't- I can't
engage, no
speak.
problem. Just come
Yeah,
back.
no, I'm okay with engaging, but thank you. Have a good night,
Yeah,
guys.
sure you are. All right, have a good
Bye-bye.
night.
Here
So
to
real
demonstrate
quick,
how
guys.
dumb this
It's
individual
time. It's
and-
time for us to have a huddle on Erica's on Erica's performance. Okay.
Yeah, Erica,
What
just
even
time
was
out.
the
Time out.
topic?
Guys,
He-
everybody, I'm talking right now. So, notice how some people can't argue, and they like to try and emotionally capture and take hostage the entire live because now they want to throw their hands up because they're not able to engage with the questioning. They want to deflect. This is the thing, Luna. I know you might not agree with this. Okay, I just gotta say it. Okay, this is patriarchy here. This is why you should not let women vote.
So you're saying that of all the women that have spoken today, me and Susanna, who actually
No, because
create
generally-
good arguments, of the exception
Susanna
that
was
is that girl that
perfect
came
with
in,
Luna, you're
we
cool.
shouldn't have the right
Luna,
to
you cool
talk.
people. I'll
Like-
take your vote. I'll take your vote away too. Okay. Here's why. Because there's two reasons. I'm making that argument was an argument for utility. Okay. As these women, these Lindsay Clancy supporting ass women, these women who like to use emotion as their argument, and women who basically vote as a voter block based on emotion. They basically made the state their damn daddy at this point.
Is that inherent to being the gender of female?
It tends to be the case. It tends to be the
that
case.
makes no sense.
It tends to be the
And
case.
if you look at Donald Trump as a president who is honestly ruining your guys' country, and the majority of voters were
How is
men,
he? How is he ruining the country? He's kicking out the illegals. He's kicking out the illegals, and he's
Oh, be
and he's.
for real.
Yes, Susanna.
I just want a clarification. Maybe I heard it wrong.
Nope.
I want to make sure I.
No more
your
suffrage
point-
for you.
Your point is coming across really well. Are you saying all 4 billion, the half of the population, should not have access to voting because they prioritize their emotions and
Well,
a high
that's
ROI?
one reason. That's one reason. That's the utility reason. That's the utility reason. But the principal reason is because they can't collectively enforce their rights. And you kind of miss that conversation. And I don't want to make Luna's head explode because we already went over that. You're probably just gonna have to catch us on. Trust me, I do want them rights away. I do want them rights taken away. But you're probably gonna need to come back on a day when we're not, because we talked about forced doctrine for a very long time here. So we could just relegate the conversation back to what it was before it derailed. Okay. This whole women should be given equal dignity and respect. But here's what I'll do. I'll make a
Is your
special
mother
exception.
aware of your current viewpoints?
Yeah.
Yes.
And
So-
how does
Makes
your
me
mother
to
feel
believe
about
this way.
this?
Oh, look, another all emotional appeals. Look how she can't appeal to my emotional
Is emotion
sentiment.
not extremely important to
I'm
people?
simply
No, it
trying to
doesn't
understand your
overrule. It
point.
doesn't overrule the reality. But let me just
the
here's
reality.
Luna. I'll make an exception for you on this condition, guys. If you want me to argue why women shouldn't have rights in this context,
Shouldn't have
voting,
rights?
suffrage.
Oh man.
I can definitely go
low.
down that road, but I'm gonna need some likes from y'all because I rather talk about sexual dynamics and culture.
Wait,
On
why are you giving me an exception? I'm
dynamics,
confused.
is it not hypocritical what you were describing with the
James, are you in a romantic
whole
relationship
situation?
I'm
currently?
married. My wife is retired too. So
I'm also married.
One second here. One second here.
I'm just
I know it
so
triggers.
interested.
I know it triggers you guys. But look, if we can get the likes up in the next 3 minutes, I'm not gonna make it easy for you guys because you guys usually hit the goal.
I'm really happy for you, James, that you have a life partner. I'm just gonna say
That's
that
gay. I
we're
wouldn't call her
doing
my
kids.
life partner. That's gay. That's my wife.
Yeah.
Put some respect on
Good
her
for
name
you.
and her
I think
position.
seeing you freely express your
I don't need to be
opinions and
seen. That's gay. I feel
you're on a
seen.
social media app
I feel
talking
seen.
to
I feel
strangers.
heard. All right, I'm just playing with you. Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, you clearly like
but
to be
before
seen.
but before you flatter me, let me give the goal. 1 second. So 3 minutes, guys. I want the likes up to 23K in the next 3 minutes.
So you know how there's a saying how there's always someone for everyone, how a person can always find a person for them. I think you kind of
I
inspire
disagree.
me because anytime I feel hey, maybe I'm too different, when a man like you still manages to get a wife, I think it's just really inspirational to
Right,
people that
right.
are all out of the spectrum and
So
maybe
you're basically
off
just
the
doing
spectrum.
what women. You're just basically
inspirational.
doing what women do, which is be passive aggressive, and they actually show aggression
Is
through
that not
their.
very important to
No,
the
that's
dynamic of
exactly what I'm saying.
Well, look,
It's
even
like
I even triggered the
you
men.
with
I even
such
made some men here get
odd
emotional.
viewpoints,
Oh yeah,
Interesting.
same.
Interesting.
find a life partner. I'm
Is that not-
inspired, and I hope I will find somebody like you
Hey
found someone.
Suzanne, can I ask you a couple questions?
Hey, I hope you find someone that wants to
Happy
take your right
day.
to vote away too.
But I do want to ask, is that not very important?
Happy day. What'd
Because
you say?
Yeah, I want to ask you a couple questions real quick.
Sorry, after you ask your first question, can I ask you a question before answering your curiosity?
Yep.
Question for question sounds
Perfect.
good. Happy.
Okay, so my first question that I'm going to ask you, in of
Mhm.
itself, is if individuals want to judge women based off of their body counts, would this be immoral?
If individuals want to judge women off of their body counts, is that immoral or moral?
Yeah, is it immoral or moral? So, for example, if a woman has, let's just say, Bonnie Blue record, and they want to say, no, this individual can't go anywhere near
Sorry,
my
what's a
child or at
Bonnie
my
Blue
house.
record?
Bonnie Blue
Yeah,
is
so Bonnie
a
Blue record
adult.
over 1,000
Yeah.
individuals within 24 hours.
Mm-hmm. So you're saying if a woman has did that with 1,000 people, are you saying is it immoral to judge her?
Yeah, is it
Well,
immoral to judge the individual in question?
Well, the truth is, morality is very subjective, and it's just basically a product of your environment and the culture in your country and where you were brought up. So, if you're asking my own personal opinion, then that would be quite differing from your opinion. So, if you're going to use my opinion that's very subjective and compare it to an objective statistics to make it seem like you're right and I'm wrong, I'm not going to engage. But do you want to know my own personal opinion from my
I
own
asked
morals?
you, is it moral to judge an individual based off the body count? I thought you could read between the lines.
Mhm.
Yes,
Based
I'm
off of
asking
my
your
morals,
worldview.
right?
Yeah, I thought you could read
Okay,
between the
perfect.
lines, but my bad. Women aren't that
But if we're talking
intelligent.
about what morals, how is that
Mhm.
not just
Luna's
feelings?
an intelligent woman. I think Suzanne is rather intelligent. She still doesn't have the right to vote, but just ask a
I would
question. You
take
don't need to pepper
50-50
her.
on that.
Mhm. So I think, when I'm applying it to my own morals, I do think it's moral because
So,
I would believe it the same way for men. So personally, I do think it's okay because I would judge men for their
okay.
body counts.
Just making sure.
Yeah.
What's your body count now?
What about
I'm
you?
sorry?
That's none
What's your
of
body count now?
your business.
What is that's none of your business. It's
No,
incredibly
because we're able to
unprofessional
judge
to be
people,
asking.
and this isn't
Happy,
immoral.
what is yours, however?
Wait,
Oh,
sorry,
Yeah,
sorry.
we don't
Pause,
need
pause.
we don't need
Okay,
no
let's
white
talk
knight.
now.
We don't need no white knight. All right, let the lady answer her
Yeah.
own questions. All
No,
right,
say,
so
wait, pause. Sorry, are you my potential romantic partner? Because as far
No,
as
we
I
can
know,
be
I
able
would never date somebody with as low as a salary as you. So you don't get to
a
ask me
low
that
of a
question.
salary.
all
Wait,
right.
you don't know
Well,
how much
time
I
out.
make. Hold up
Time
a
out,
second.
guys. Time out. All right, so guys, I apologize for the cramps in your thumbs, and the hypertrophy created by hitting the like button. But you guys did not get to 23,000 in 3 minutes. So we're going to continue the conversation around sexual dynamics and this body count line of questioning.
Yeah, so wait, hold up
Okay,
a
that
second.
was your one question, right?
Yep, you
Yes.
can ask your question and then I can ask you another one. Let's go.
Okay, how old are you?
Me? I'm 24.
You're
My birthday's
24?
today. Yep.
Your birthday's today.
Yeah.
Oh, how unfortunate. Congratulations.
How,
Happy
why
birthday.
is that unfortunate?
No, I said happy birthday.
No, you said how unfortunate.
Wait a minute.
Well,
Hey, wait, time out.
that's
She just
subjective.
asked you a question and now you asked her a question. Now she
Yeah,
gets
so
another.
it's
Now
okay.
she gets to ask another question because you're being fast and loose with your
Yeah,
questions.
I have no
Happy.
problem with asking her. how is
Susanna,
that
what is your next
unfortunate?
question?
Sorry. So it's Monday for you, correct? I'm just gonna make
Yep.
sure we're in the correct time zones.
Man,
On
these
a
questions
Monday
are
night-
lame.
No, I
Now,
want to understand
wait,
where
no,
he's coming
hold up a
from. You know, I
second.
think
Now it's my turn to ask you a question. What's your
I
body
didn't
count?
ask my question.
You
Yeah,
did. You
you
just
said it was
asked a
my
You guys
question.
just shut the fuck
Oh,
up,
okay,
please.
okay,
Can we just
okay.
talk to the? Can we just talk about the actual topic? I'm getting
Luna,
really pissed
Luna,
off.
hold
Can
up
we
a
just talk
second.
about the topic?
Yeah, so Suzanne, what's your body count?
I
Bro,
already.
you're fucking at your workplace on this live.
Luna,
Go
yeah.
work. What are you talking about? This
All
is
right, Luna,
embarrassing. Like you should
break.
actually
You
be
asked me that
embarrassed.
before.
Your entire family is embarrassed for you. Just go away.
No.
Get off the
Luna,
mic. You're
you
not gonna
sh-
say anything
Yeah,
constructive.
Luna spitting
calm
that.
down, you Brit.
Luna.
Brit, it's okay. No, so I asked you the question, you reflected it, so this is why I'm asking you again. What's your body count?
Oh my god, you're
Non-disclosure.
embarrassing everybody.
Not up for
Oh,
disclosure.
non-disclosure. Okay, that makes
That's
sense.
the answer. Not up for disclosure.
Okay, so I'm just gonna assume that it's gonna be roughly around 20 to 30.
Okay.
No,
Okay, on what
Suzanne,
basis, though?
Suzanne,
If you're gonna say
Susanna,
that, give some statistics. I don't
Susanna,
know.
would you say
No,
that
I'm just
body?
assuming here.
Would you say that body count doesn't
Yeah,
matter,
seems like you're doing a
Susanna?
lot of that throughout this whole
Wait,
live.
what did you
Would you
say,
say
James?
body count doesn't matter?
No, it absolutely does.
All right, cool. I think it would be fair for you to hold that position, but I want to get back to this whole thing where the conversation went off the rails for a while. Me and Luna,
There
me
was
and
a
Luna was having
justification of
a.
why I was asking about body count, but she didn't want to engage with the simple question, so it couldn't go
Are
anywhere.
you afraid to engage,
Me?
Susanna?
Well, the way I view, like intimate actions is very sacred, so I don't feel comfortable coming on here and saying such things about myself.
That's fair.
It is social media, so
Yeah, but if
me
you're
setting a
doing,
boundary should not limit you from making your
wait,
point.
if you're
If your
doing an
point is
action,
purely based off of my own personal lived experiences, I don't think you have a very strong case here.
wait, so here's the situation that's proposed, right? Because if you're gonna do an action, you got to be confident in it. For me, my body count isn't high.
Do an
I have no problem with,
action?
yeah, doing an action, sleep with another individual, that's an action. For me, my body count is only 3. So when
Did
it
you
comes
just say
to,
it was 5? Wait, no, pause. You just said it was 5 and then you stopped
I
midway.
said 3.
No, you said okay. Okay, it's 3. Good for you.
So when it comes to this, right, 2 individuals beforehand, one of the individuals was my fiance or past fiance,
I didn't
and the
ask
other
for
one,
that.
hold up. So when it comes to the statements that are presented, yeah, what's your body count? You should be confident in your body count if you're not a 304.
It's not about it's not about being confident. It's about me not feeling comfortable coming on social media and exposing my own personal experiences to 18 people that I don't know. That is
Oh, would you say
completely
it's
safe,
higher
and
than
that's a very
5?
good boundary.
Would you say it's higher than 5?
No.
No, it's not.
It's hypocritical, I think. It's wrong in the first place for you to spam your seed everywhere. So I think you
Wait,
two
no, happy. Wait, pause. Okay,
are
so it's under
equivalent.
5. What's
Under
your
5.
next
See,
point?
okay, so the next point that's presented, if an individual wants to engage, and let's just say you're on a dating app because there's no way you're meeting an individual in person. You're on
Me?
a dating app and they ask you, is your body count any higher than 3? And you say yes. And they're like, oh, well, you're a 304. Would you say that that individual is in every right to be able to do that action?
Well, that's not applicable to me because I'm not on dating apps and I wouldn't talk to a man that
Engage
would.
with the hypothetical.
Right, so if you have the freedom to engage with the hypothetical, then I have the freedom to not engage with the hypothetical.
What the hell? What kind of debate principle is
So
that?
fucking obfuscating.
Wait,
But
no,
okay.
James. I did professional debate. in
Yeah,
university
that's
and in
office
high
dating.
school,
Uh-huh.
the format that, in which this is set, this is not a debate. A debate would offer emotion, and then one side would be opposition and one side would be government. To try to apply debate morals onto this discussion is not really realistic.
What about being
So
bad
yeah.
faith? What about being bad faith? So you being bad faith by avoiding hypotheticals?
No,
Bad
because
faith
It's
the
a
and office
discussion,
dating.
hypothetical just
therefore I have
becomes
free will. There are no barriers nor limits in what I'm allowed and what I'm not allowed to engage
Well,
in.
I mean, you can
The
assert that all you
problem with
want,
the
but the audience is
hypothetical is it does
here,
not necessarily.
and when
Okay,
it
The
speaks, what it speaks
hypothetical
hi
is not
to,
necessarily
audience.
relevant to the
What am I
yeah.
supposed to do
overall
with
So
the audience?
when it comes to, all right, I don't want to have a meta conversation. That's fine. If you don't, no one's gonna force you. That's fine. I literally don't care.
Yeah, it just shows you that you're bad faith in your office.
Yeah, it is bad faith though.
So when it comes to feminism, would any individual up here confidently say that feminism does not lead to a situation that's proposed for individuals, especially females, to express themselves by having coitus or intercourse with pretty much any individual that they want to? It's
And
hot
What
girl
does that
summer.
mean?
coitus
Stop
is
trying to sound
sexual.
fucking
We can't
fancy.
use the
Listen,
word.
any
We can't use the
individual
word. It's
that a woman,
TOS.
if a woman decides she wants to have sex with a man, the man is therefore having sex with her. They are both equal partners in the sexual
Happy,
act.
you
So
cannot
why are
be
we
very
judging
employed
women
and be on here
more than
doing
judging
this
men?
shit.
All right. Well,
You
that's
cannot
all right.
be
Well,
very employed and be
regardless of
doing
the
this, I
regardless of the
promise you.
personal attack, let's go. Let's engage with Miss Luna here. So it's not the same, Luna. You and I agreed that the sexual selectivity is different. So it's going to have a different
I've
expectation.
not even had the chance to say that my point because everyone keeps yapping
All right.
about random shit. So
Well,
let me
you
just say
can
what
you
I'm
can
gonna
cry.
say.
You can
In the
that is
modern
fair. You can
society,
do that, Luna, because I think
in
you
the
haven't been
modern
given the.
society,
Go ahead.
because we have access to contraception and all of that, the pressure for a woman to commit to a partner, a life partner, is gone. And we can choose to settle down later in life.
Wait a
And we
minute.
can be more selective with what man we choose to settle down with when we're ready to.
So because
That's
you
just
have the
how
DNA
life is
test
now.
in 1980, therefore you can do what you want, and you have IEDs and stuff.
A lot of cats in your future, just saying.
So because you have these modern technological advancements, therefore the stigma, the psychological behavior, the biological reality, it's just somehow no longer important.
The stigma will definitely go down because that is our current reality. That's
Yeah, but
just
it's
like
biologically
saying
informed,
because
Luna. It's biologically informed.
a good comparison to this is that it was not stigmatized to be a slave owner back in the day, but now that we're not slave owners, it's it's fine.
Yeah, but no one's biologically meant to be a slave. You have a biology that necessitates.
We used to think before we used to think that slaves were meant to be biologically
Yeah,
in
but
slavery
where is the
because of their
scientific?
skin color.
There's no scientific.
So-
I mean, there's no scientific basis for that, and it was debunked. Who's debunking that?
Yeah.
Who's debunking that women are the only one?
However, the
Well, no one's
science
debunking.
nowadays
Well, Luna, if I could just
suggests-
finish, Luna. No
Yeah,
one's
go
no
ahead.
one's able to debunk the fact that women are the ones who have kids. Therefore, by logical extension, they're going to have a greater risk of paternity, loss of resources. That is a biological risk. That is a scientifically
of course.
testable one. That the analogy
Yeah,
you're drawing
however,
is not the
it's
same.
Also extended. It's also extended and changed by the fact that we have technology
it
to
disgusting?
negate our biological predispositions. We can now have sex. We can now fornicate without the consequences of, getting pregnant. And then we can prolong our youth by not doing that. We don't have the pressures. The
But you do have the
societal
pressures,
and
though.
structural
You do have the pressures. You didn't agree, or you even agree that women are more selective. Should women be more selective?
Later in life, yes.
They are more selective than
When
men.
they're ready to settle
They're
down.
more selective than men generally across the board.
When
So-
they settle down and they're committed to having children, that is when women
when
are
it's
selective.
convenient for them.
So it's the case for men as well.
Yeah, so it's convenient for them to be selective throughout all of their lives, and that's why they have mating
A
preferences.
man
that
who is serious
so-
about getting into
so-
a
But what
marriage
does
is
that
going to be
mean?
selective about his life partner.
yeah, but they're true, but he's not going to be as selective as women.
No, how do you
What does
quantify
that
that?
mean?
Okay, so
Like,
so once again, you're talking about how things should be in a life that you want to live. Let's go back to how it is, okay? back to these
No,
biological.
because this is the point. With feminism, this is how it should be, and
So
what feminism
you, I
is
mean, you can
working
speak
to.
against reality all that you want, but we need to restate the reality here.
The
Okay?
reality is negative because
So
you can
Luna, I
agree that
understand.
everything I
Luna,
just
you
said
gotta let me.
makes perfect sense and that it is negative.
Reality isn't good right now.
Yeah,
Everyone
because there's
knows
a
that.
bunch of
Everyone knows
women.
that.
There's a bunch of women having sleeping around and not expecting any consequence, and the men are
How
becoming
does that
disgusted by them.
correlate?
How
Think
does it
that-
correlate? How
yes,
does
I don't think that
how does it
correlates
correlate
to the state of the world.
It's,
I think
it's well, the state of
the world
America that
is
feminism
a
has caused. Yeah,
patriarchy.
feminism has caused women sleeping around, treating men like toys at this point.
But is that a
So
grand
do you feel
problem,
used? Or is
or
that
a
what do men
problem
feel
only in
used?
America, even, or in the West, even?
It's a particularly a Western problem wherever feminism is prominent. Yeah. So
You
back
think it
back
was
to it.
feminism?
Yeah, feminism through the promotion of sexual liberation, trying to eliminate the patriarchy through
I
promoting.
could imagine that.
Through
Why
promoting
do you
out.
care?
Why do I care?
With
Because society
that-
we won't have a society if you feminists get the helm. Hell, at this.
James.
I think that's a
Okay, can
slippery
I
slope.
ask a genuine,
Fallacy.
curious question? And I'm being as curious as I can.
Yes,
Please don't take
Susanna.
any
Please
offense.
derail the conversation, please. I'll answer it.
Okay, if it's derailing, then I'm not gonna.
No,
I'm
I was
just
just
gonna wait
being
until
I
you
was just
guys
being
are
a little bit passive aggressive. Go ahead.
Okay. You know, I see these lives on my social media a lot and I always skip past them, but I want to understand why is, can I say Smex? I'll say Smex. Why is Smex, especially with women and how women view Smex or anything related to of that sort of sexual liberation for women, why is that such a huge, ginormous, significant topic for middle-aged men on this social media app? And I'm generally asking because it's clearly
Well,
big for
I
you.
don't
Like,
want my
why?
I don't want my son to marry women who are like that. I want society to become even more full of women who are like that. That would be worse options for my son. I don't want I don't want my daughter to become like that. I don't want my daughter to be
Yeah, but I
influenced.
mean, how does that
I
actually
don't.
affect you?
I
But
just
why do
explained to you
you-
how it affect me.
Do you
No,
have
because
children?
a woman who is having safe
I
sex,
will have
a woman who
children.
is having safe sex and
But
not
do you
reproducing
have
with random
children?
men
Luna,
is
Luna.
fine.
Okay, well, who wants to? I'm
So
happy
you
to
don't
answer.
currently have
I'm happy to
children,
answer
right?
any question at the moment. I don't have any children at this moment. I do not.
So, from a hypothetical concern, you are creating these debates because you're concerned about the future.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Yeah.
But why is it this topic?
I have
just
a
feel like
question.
at a recession that we're in society, would it not be more
Do you like
beneficial to
guys
talk
more than
about?
girls?
Sorry, would it not be more beneficial to talk about ways to diversify your investment portfolio? Would it not be
No.
more?
I think it would be.
No, it
Would
wouldn't.
it
I
not
think
be more
that
beneficial to
this is
talk
No, it
about the
wouldn't.
education
Here's the thing.
system,
Here's the
the
thing
way
about
people are
men.
brought
Here's the
up?
thing about men.
Let's do the
When
algorithm.
when they are in families, they tend to earn more. So focusing on why they're not earning, you need to deal with root causes that could be.
Men earn more and then decide to have children.
No, men earn more when they're in families.
And why is that? Because your
Because
focus
it's a
goes into
motivation.
providing.
Exactly. So why not focus on
So why
having?
not make it
So
more accessible
Luna,
for
Luna,
men to be?
Luna, you keep yapping. You don't
Oh,
let me
man.
answer questions.
What are you
fully.
talking about? I'm not talking.
I'm
It's
sorry,
me.
Luna.
She didn't do nothing.
Sorry, Luna. My apologies. Susanna.
no.
Susanna, you keep yapping. All right. Now
That was
you
a
gotta
good
let me.
accent.
Thank you. You keep yapping, and you gotta let me finish points here. The symptom of men not earning can be giving them or fixing a symptom. Treating that symptom would be perhaps giving them more jobs or giving them more education. But a better cause that would cure it would be how can we fix their motivation? What tends to be cases that might be demoralizing them or making them estranged from their better half, which if they coupled with would give them that engine inside them to earn more. It would be making sure that they can pick good women. So I'm not just here to try and
Right,
shame
right.
women. I'm here to
Yeah.
try to do for both men and women through patriarchal
good.
norms, how you can look for leaders if you're a woman and look for followers if you're a man. That's
Right,
completely
yeah.
consistent with my morals. It's completely consistent with what I want to the future. It's not as short-termed as a lot of feminists. Sure.
You feeling like going kill him.
So, you don't make a lot right now, right?
Nope.
You don't make a lot.
Nope, I don't.
So, would it not be more beneficial to, you know, like succeed and exceed in your career
Yeah, so
rather than talk to strangers?
It's crazy. Like So don't you understand that in order to have a business, you have to first create it? In order to create it, it's not going to
I
look
have
like
a business. I have
right.
a
So
Dunkin' Level
how am I going to
Cereal
create a
service
how am I supposed
for
to create a
small to
business
medium-sized
if
contractors.
I'm doing that right now? Do you understand that? So
This is your
so
business.
back to this line of it's look how because you can't contend to the arguments, it comes now. We must now dig into the personal life of James. I've been open at this point, but I literally don't see how it's relevant. Can you contend with the argument that because men and women have different levels of selectivity, it's going to lead to different expectations? Different
You made
expectations.
a-
Shut up. Different expectations, different responsibilities, different level of authority and regard added. That is a principal argument. You cannot contend with that at this point. Can you contend with it? Anybody?
You made an objective
Anyone?
point about how
Anyone.
married men make more money due to their marriage as it motivates them. So now I'm challenging the point that you're making.
Yeah, I make more money than when I
Do
wasn't
you
married.
not think
No, you
that
just said, I
choice-
just asked you.
Lady,
So
is
you're
but
not
I'm
making a
no
lot of
longer
money
interested in your
now.
personal attacks. You're only making a fool of yourself. Just allow
Do
me
you
to
not
demonstrate how
think-
congruent I am with my principles.
Do you
So
not
anyways,
think
Luna, go
that
ahead.
Do you not think that choice is a fundamental right of humans?
Not always.
Yeah. It's very
Not
So
always.
why is it that we get rid of feminism, which is providing more choice for both men and women by creating equality?
Because
That
the
is really
choice,
what this
because
is
the
about.
choice that you guys want, and I'll demonstrate it in this context that you guys love to run from. You guys want the choice of sleeping around, but you don't want the consequence of sleeping around. You want society
That's the
or
same for
shush,
men.
guys, you gotta let me finish my point.
Okay,
I
go
understand
on.
it triggers you, but you gotta at least let me expand on it, espouse it, okay? I gotta repeat it. Women want the choice of sleeping around. They don't want the consequence of sleeping around. They want to create institutions and terminology to ridicule men, saying they're toxic when they just don't want a woman who's been dick slapped a lot. It's not. It's not that. It's
for you.
no, but because men have these preferences and it's different than women. Okay, and at this point, you can't argue that. I've been able to demonstrate that as a biologically informed preference. You guys have not been able to contend with that. So if you can't,
No, I
the
have
best.
contended with
Yeah.
it, but
So
you keep
last thing
ignoring
I'll
it.
say. If you can't contend with that, you're only just bogarting it and saying, I don't care about men's preferences. What you're doing, if you cannot contend with that, is you are marginalizing men and you're a bigot and a sexist in ways that you criticize the men that are oppressing you. So please contend with the biological argument.
If I can just chime in real quick, I've been listening for a while. Now, Luna, you just brought up again the main goal of feminism is equal rights.
Okay.
Right now, we are in a
Feminism.
situation where feminism is not pushing for equal rights anymore. There are equal rights. If anything, there are more responsibilities put on men by how the system is structured. We are, like I said before, 1920s, 1930s, 40s, sure. Feminism,
Okay,
great.
yeah, so what is
let's get some
feminism
rights
pushing
out
for
there.
right now?
Hold on. What we have now is we still have the naturally occurring patriarchy still continuing. We still have more men going into the higher paying, dangerous jobs by choice than women.
JJ, how does this look?
Feminism
How
is
does
necessary
this,
for the liberation of the proletariat.
JJ? I had these ladies quivering in their boots, and I gave them a very specific task. Luna said she was going to contest with it because I explained to her that if you guys insist on having these egalitarian things, disregarding male preferences, then you're a bigot and you're a sexist.
Okay, can
So
I
please
respond
contend
to
with
that?
that.
Because JJ keeps talking about some stuff we've already mentioned. So what I was
If
going to say is,
if the
first of all,
proletariat
you
needs to be
keep
liberated, feminism is a necessary
All
tool.
right, so we don't need anybody reading a pamphlet about feminist proletariat. Just let Luna finish.
yeah, communism. Anyway,
You don't like commies either, Luna?
consequences. No, I'm
All
I
right.
don't really
Go
have
ahead.
any thoughts
Go ahead,
about it.
Luna. Go ahead.
But you keep talking about consequences. But my argument about contraception negates that, first of all, because there are no consequences now with contraception. So now I'm going to focus on your argument about preferences.
Biological ones, okay.
What is your point about preferences? Why do women have to cater to your preferences?
Because we have a biological reality. Here's our
What does
biological
that
reality.
mean?
Well, guys, you got to be
What's
patient.
what is the significance of it? I
The
mean,
significance of the biological reality revolves around men and paternity certainty. These, whether you take an evolutionary perspective or young Earth, whatever, there's at least 6 to 10 to even hundreds of thousands of years where men specifically, objectively, biologically could not know who their kid was unless the woman was the first one she had sex with, or she's the only one that he has sex with.
Yeah, and we
There's
spoke
there's
about why
behaviors,
that was
there's
necessary.
behaviors, there's because I have a biologicalness.
hypocritical?
Hypocrisy, I don't understand. An argument from hypocrisy doesn't dispute
Okay.
the descriptive
Did we
reality I'm
not talk
explaining.
about
What I mean by
why?
hypocrisy is
Did we
that
not talk?
you speak
So
of
Luna,
the
Luna, I
females
understand. Well,
and
time out,
their
time out, time out,
promiscuity.
time out, time out. Luna, you want your 1v1? Because at this point, nobody's really adding to. They're actually hurting your point. So do you want your 1v1 or
I
what?
know.
All right. So for now
have
on,
the
let
point.
let
No,
let me
Snake.
let me and Luna contend with each other.
Wait, I have
Because
one point, I have a point.
no. Luna doesn't want it.
I have
So-
a point though.
All right. So last
Okay, let's hear
time,
what you
last
say.
warning. Oh, you okay? Luna allows it.
All right, so you said, do you want like equal rights, or you just like
Nope.
males being superior?
I want rights that are relegated to speciality, and I want people to have a base level of dignity such that they should be able to get criminal remedy. But as far as authority, equal
Wait,
authority,
that's
that's not
a lot
deserved.
of big words. Can you like simple it down?
Yeah, if a woman gets beat up, she should be able to go to the cops. If a woman has things that she's like if she gets RAPE, she should be able to go to the cops.
Oh, then why
But
didn't
that's
you just
that's
put
just
that?
dignity. That's just I afford women dignity, but not this equal rights that they want.
You don't want to
Mhm.
give them equal
However-
rights though. That's too
Nope.
much.
That's too much.
Well, what are the rights we're
All right,
talking
so
about?
now he's questioning Luna. He's not doing a good case.
I have
There's lines
another.
of questions right
Why?
now.
What are the rights we're talking about?
Why am I becoming the co-host, low key?
You
Well,
shouldn't have.
you're the one. You're the
They
one
shouldn't
who's
have.
you're the one who's saying that you're not being able to make a good case. So at this point, no one's been able to contend with whether or not shaming men for biological preferences is not bigotry and sexism. Can anyone contend with that? Any suitors?
I'm not trying to defend Luna. This is not what I'm doing. I'm speaking according to what I think is incorrect and otherwise. So when I say hypocritical, I mean you mention the sexual proclivity, but it's never mentioned on the side of men. And I have the belief that the sexual promiscuity is wrong when it is done at all.
Great. So you're just explaining a moral thing. I'm talking about a descriptively true or false thing. Different realms here. You have to
does
prove
that
what
mean?
I'm saying is untrue or not before we talk about whether it's right or wrong, whether it's morally bad or
Untrue.
good.
Okay, so you're saying
So what you're saying the biological thing.
Yeah.
So can you repeat that one more
Yeah.
time?
So men exclusively cannot know if a kid is theirs if a lot of partners are involved. Women will always know what pops out of her belly. Because of this, there are biological behaviors that stem from it. Like, I need to know that this kid is mine because these are my goddamn resources. I don't want to give resources to my kid, not the nigga up the street or down the block. So it stands to reason that these are biological incentives because we think about ourselves. The
Is
furthest
this
that
a
it
personal
Why does that-
anecdote?
why
the
does that matter?
furthest
Also,
that it
I noticed you
no,
I
I've never
forgot
been
you were black.
I've never been cucked in such a way. So
yeah,
Oh.
so
man.
and
Represent.
so when it comes to how men feel, I'm just trying to be
Because
trying to
if
give
it
you
really happened, I would support you.
well. I mean, I don't need another support from another
Yeah,
man.
but hold on. He was saying something. He was explaining to
I'm
me.
just explaining that
biological.
men generally have biological preference that stem from this because we're selfish. If we're not selfish, as far as the selfishness
Yeah,
goes,
yeah, I heard that. I heard
as
that
it
from Andrew Tate,
extends, but this is just men and women. Women have a self.
No.
All right.
And do you remember how I
Women
was
have a
talking about
self-interest of
where
themselves,
patriarchy came from?
their safety, their security, their child. It's called a level of
Yeah.
selfishness that's biologically encoded at this point. Is it true or not?
Yeah.
Okay, so that stands.
know.
Okay, so then on the
Yeah.
opposite end, it's my resources, what I've worked for, the sweat of my brow, going to my mate, and whether or not that's her kid. These are biologically informed preferences based on our
But then what does
self-interest.
that mean?
What that
after-
means is I'm
That's
going
true.
to develop intuitively, inductively, based on probability, how we behave based on how we interact with things. It's off of induction, oftentimes.
Okay. Let's just
Who I'm
pause
going
there
to
for a second.
associate with If a woman has more partners, it's going to speak to that biological incentive again.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't want
definitely,
to invest in resources in someone who's promiscuous. Let's just say,
what does that mean, though? Like, I mean,
what do you mean?
what
What
I mean
does it
by
mean?
that is what I mean by what does it mean? I mean, I accept that it is not something you're going to want to do, and you're not going to biologically, because you want that. Biologically, you're going to be inclined not to associate
with certain people.
Woman who has multiple,
yeah,
who has had multiple partners.
Yeah.
So what is the point that was supposed to be supporting?
Biological preferences that are based on biology, and they're not just a social construction. If it is the case that biology is what's informing the social preferences, then the social preferences are only there because they support the biological reality. If they didn't, they would be cast aside, or they would lead to decay, or some type of. If you're going to act against its fundamental interests of men, then they're just not going to want to participate. That's what you see right now.
Okay, Snake, you're just being a yes man.
So
now,
back to what let me just wrap it up.
I
So let me just wrap it up.
disagree.
So let me just wrap it up, okay? When we talk about how men are going to mate select, it's going to be different than women, as I demonstrated. But also, we're going to do inductive things differently in ways women do. Women are going to say, this man's probably a good mate. This man's probably going to have good genes. This man's probably not going to do bad things to our kid. A man is going to say, this woman probably can be faithful. This man probably is not, or this woman's probably not going to make me a cuck. This man is probably not going to make the resources I'm putting into her and our family a waste or in vain. Bam.
Yeah, we can think about that. I don't think anyone's thinking about that.
No, here's the thing.
Overtly.
Feminists don't like this, because if this is the case, then they're bigots and sexist.
How?
Because what is prejudice against someone's inherent being is being bigoted.
Okay, let's talk about the
And
body
if it's
counting again,
sex-based,
because
it's
that is the
sexist.
main
I
point.
thought patriarchy is a system. It's not biological.
Well,
It's just
the system that makes up the patriarchy is
How
men
is-
who
how
have
is-
biological
I'm confused
preferences.
how it's prejudice.
No,
It's
the
prejudice.
system that
What's
makes up
prejudice
patriarchy,
is
as I already explained, is because of agriculture and the way society evolved, not because of biology. How many times I have to say it?
all right. Well, that's a separate
Biology
argument. So
and
that's a
patriarchy.
separate
No, it's
argument.
not.
Luna.
It's very
so
much
Luna,
relevant.
Luna, please. All right. Well, then tie that into how women are not. Tie that into how feminists are not bigots and sexist, please.
What? No, that's not what I'm saying. I
Because
don't know
that's
which feminists are
generalizing.
bigots and sexists.
You can't
All I'm saying is that
quantify it with data,
because
so it's not logical.
That's a general statement.
because
Interesting. Self-refuting.
patriarchy evolved from a social need for men to know who their biological offspring were because they wanted to keep their resources and keep their land. It is therefore not biological preference for men for women to have less bodies. It is actually a social and status preference. And actually, for a woman to have had multiple partners in the past, you are completely in your right to judge them as you wish, and decide not to get with that woman. That is your own individual preference. However, a woman who has had, say, 5 or maybe 50 partners will not change that her first child will be yours.
Yeah. So in the 1980s, they recently were able to tell you if a woman was promiscuous and she didn't know who the kid was. Yeah, that could give you that. That could give you that result. But that's what, less than 40 years or about 45 years from now, as opposed to
What are you
thousands.
talking about?
You're talking about I just gave you a case for psychological behavior around biological preferences. You just literally side skirted that and said no, it's social. Explain to me how you would have to contend with whether or not it's social that humans are interested in themselves. Is that socially contrived, or is that biologically?
What are you talking about?
You just said no, it's social. You just side skirt everything I've talked to you about. Paternity uncertainty and resources for the children. Those are not social constructions. That is not social.
They are.
No, it's
They
not.
are, because I just described to you where patriarchy comes from, which is the basis of the argument, correct?
Even in your society where there is matriarchy, women are still going to be interested in their child's development.
Yeah, how is that relevant to what you're talking about?
It
Male
stands
preference?
because in either patriarchal systems or matriarchal systems, women are still going to have a constant preference regardless of those systems. Biological, therefore, regardless of the social organization. You can say horticultural,
Okay.
you can say pastoral, you can say agricultural. The woman's biological incentive remains constant.
Mm-hmm.
That is a
So
biological
if
preference.
so here's the question then, right? If a woman lies to you and tells you she's had 0 bodies, how is that actually going to affect the outcome of your child? Because when you talk about biological preferences, that tends to be, for example, does a man look like he's strong? Does he look
Mhm.
like he can fend for himself?
Mhm.
And on a woman, does she have childbearing hips, for example?
Mhm.
Those are
She could be barren.
biological
She could be
preferences.
barren.
Okay, those are biological preferences because they will affect the outcome of your offspring. However, if a woman lies and tells you she's only had 0 partners when she's actually had 20,
Mhm.
you will not know through your child. You can't tell
Yeah.
unless your woman, unless your partner has been having sex with multiple men at the same time as she fornicated with you. You do not know.
Mhm.
So
Mhm. Yeah.
it doesn't. You have like your argument is unfounded. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
It just doesn't
So
make
notice
sense.
how you weren't paying attention. There's something called induction. Induction.
Mhm,
And I
mhm.
kept repeating
Okay.
that statement because
No,
you're
I
talking.
actually didn't hear you say it.
Well, that's unfortunate. So when it comes to
No, please
induction, which I
carry
have, I literally said at least 6 to 7 times in my argument.
Mhm.
The
6 to 7. Are you
inductive,
trying to
the
make a joke?
inductive reasoning is based on probability. So you're strawmanning or you're mischaracterizing my argument at the least, because I'm not making an argument for absolute certainty. I'm making an argument about how we intuit things or we base things off of pattern recognition. This is consistent with human behavior.
True that.
So I don't
My
need
point
so
is,
just
it's not a
so just
biological
because
preference.
no, just because I
If I
don't.
could just say something real quick. I
Go
just have a
ahead.
problem with Luna's basis of this, saying that the patriarchy, maybe the more modern definition of patriarchy started at agriculture, but if you look back at gender conflict theory, that's going well before agriculture. That's going back to the innate biological difference between men and women. And to say that pre-agriculture, the societies weren't run by men and the gender power theory, like, is just mind-blowing to me, because
Oh, so you know
these are
then. So you know
natural
that.
differences. These are natural differences
Well,
between men
we
and
actually
women that
used
have
to walk
existed
barefoot,
biologically
and now
since
we
the
wear
beginning of
shoes.
time.
I
Yeah,
like
but did
I like
I
this
not already
guy's
explain?
I like
Did
this
I not already
Napoleon Dynamite
explain?
ass remarks. Go ahead.
Did I not already explain, JP, how there is evidence that women and men were basically equal? I already did explain that,
There's
but you're
evidence
ignoring it.
there. Hold on. There's evidence there's evidence that women defended themselves when they had to. There's evidence that they used certain tools when they had to.
There's
The
evidence that women went
overwhelming
out and hunted with men.
the overwhelming biological evidence between men and women going back to the beginning of time is that men were physically superior. Gender conflict theory, as well as almost every other power theory, goes back to the physically superior since the beginning of time, controlled whatever you want to call society, whether you want to use society as modern definition or not. It goes back to the beginning of time. All power theories go back to the more dominant being.
That's because they're not that smart back then. The smarter you get, the less physical violence you
Yeah,
need.
exactly. The smarter you become, the less you need physical power.
Yeah,
That's
well,
why
that would be a
lizards aren't
separate
talking about that.
separate contention. That's going down the yellow brick road of not arguing with whether or not these are biological preferences. Because remember, the elephant in the room is if you cannot disprove that, then the feminists at this point are
I
being
already
bigots.
did.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't. My counter to
explain why I
you,
didn't.
my counter to you was, regardless of the society, horticultural, pastoral, matrilineal, whatever, the women are still going to be concerned with their resources for their child. Similarly, a man is going to be
That's
concerned
not
with the
about
resources of his
biological
kid.
preference.
It is a biological preference because it stems from yourself. It stems from your selfish, centered.
Sorry, we were talking about body count,
Yes,
not resources.
we are. It
Body
is.
count is not a biological preference, and I'll
All right,
explain
so
why
go ahead.
once again so you
Yeah,
get it through your
great.
skull. It's not a biological preference because it does not affect the outcome of your offspring.
You're incorrect.
That
but
is
go ahead.
accurate. That is accurate, I think.
Stop being a white knight. It's not
That's-
helping. It's not
that's
helping her
accurate.
argument. Stop being a white knight. It's not helping her argument. Go ahead, Luna.
What?
Do I tell you again? Do I actually need to say it all over again?
You're not gonna
Because it's
get none.
getting
She's
kind of
like
ridiculous.
thousands away from you. She's across the pond, man. Unless you got like some.
Oh, now you're gonna insult
It's
me.
okay. I'll speak in an American accent
Yes,
so you
I'm insulting
understand it
you.
better, okay? Do you want me to speak in an American accent so it gets
You know, that's
you
that's
understand?
pretty good, Luna. That's pretty good.
I know, because I'm a voice actor.
No, not anymore.
Thank
That
you.
that one wasn't good.
I didn't hear it. Wait, no,
so
I
you
didn't
so
hear
you
it.
are you pulling an Idris Elba on us right now? In The Wire?
Worry. No, I'm actually British, but I like to put on accents, so I can do this for you, yeah?
Dang.
All right. Let's
can't
hear it,
do a
Luna.
British accent.
Let's hear it.
Let me say it one more time, okay? So, it is not a biological preference because Jesus Christ, I'm sorry guys, it's 4 in the fucking morning. Hold
Oof.
on, my head hurts.
No problem. If you gotta gather
not-
yourself, we can wait.
Jesus
Make a note.
Christ. Okay. It's not a biological preference because the patriarchy was created in order for men to stake their claim on their land, right? And in order to do that and protect their own resources against, women who fornicated with multiple men and had offspring who they did not know was their own children, they needed to assert their dominance over the women. And so we carried that forth into the modern day. Is that correct? You still
Yeah,
have
that's
a
correct.
supposed biological preference for women with a lower body count because that protects you against her giving birth to children that aren't yours.
You understand that if I grant you this argument, you still are not contesting with whether or not it's biologically informed. Because
I'm getting there.
if in your scenario, oh, you're not done? Okay.
No. And so, how is it a biological preference if you are the only guy fornicating with a woman, but she had 50 partners before you? Your child, her sole first child, is not going to be a mix up of those other men's genes. It is going to be your gene only.
Dang.
Yeah. So oftentimes the way that this was secured was, especially for kings or people of high nobility, they would have eunuchs that were men that could do things around the home or around the estate, but they didn't have any fuzzy dice.
Wait, so do we all
Yeah,
have to
didn't they
be
used
eunuchs?
to
Yeah, so I'm
fornicate
on.
with their eunuchs as well?
Yeah, I mean they probably did, but that would be the minority position. Most people are not homosexual. So back to it. Back to it. When it comes to men, let me just make sure I understand your argument, okay?
Okay.
Why is it that if it's the case that men have a preference in this way or regarding paternity uncertainty, that does not answer to women who had a past but they're with this man and they're exclusive to them? Is that correct?
Wait, no, that doesn't make sense. Repeat.
You said there's men couldn't know, men would know that a man's kid was his if the woman was the only one he was sleeping with. If she was the only one that was
They
sleeping
are
with him.
more likely to know, yes, in the modern day.
Yeah, but that doesn't, you're not contending with we're talking about heuristics here. Are you familiar with the term?
No, explain.
It's basically a series of things that you associate with others in order to derive conclusions. Like, if I recognize a pattern, like if a person is pattern A and I don't deal with pattern A, the sooner I can find out about pattern A, I'm just going to disqualify them. So when it comes to how we mate select, it's not just off of this paternity certainty as far as her history, it's also about her behavior. Because that would just be a biological reality. You don't need to be socially contrived to understand that, hey, if a person's doing a said thing, it stands to reason they're going to continue to do said thing. This is why I'm bringing induction into the argument, because I'm explaining it does a lot of lifting here. Because
No, I understand.
if a
that. I
woman
do
was
understand
promiscuous, that doesn't mean she ain't. It doesn't mean she's not going to be promiscuous anymore. It doesn't mean she's not going to step out. Okay, so in the same way, I would afford women the same logic. If a man is like Ike, well, you guys might probably not even know who that is. If a man,
Ike Turner.
yeah, if a man is not If a man hits his wife and he's hit the last couple of wives he's had, it's safe to assume that the man is not going to be this. He's going to be the same way with you. But just because,
Yeah.
okay, so what?
What?
That disproves your argument.
No,
No,
Yes,
it
it does.
doesn't.
Yes, it does. Because
Because
you
I
said
didn't
you said the
say-
function of
I
it
didn't
doesn't.
say that you can't have a judgment on somebody. I said you are perfectly within your right to have your judgment on somebody, and you are within your right to disqualify a woman as a potential partner, even if she has one past mate, because that is your individual preference. However, it is
Yeah.
not a biological preference. That is what I've been arguing
It's
the
literally a
entire time.
biological
You're
preference.
getting character
It's
and
literally a biological
feminism
preference.
confused.
Is it?
That's a social
All right, I'm going to
preference.
walk you through it. I'm going to
Yeah,
walk you through
it
it
is.
again. I'm going to walk you through it because
Oh my
apparently you
Oh,
don't
not
get it.
again.
Is
We
it
all
true?
understand it.
Yeah, well, you guys just don't under. You guys are just eluding you. It's flying over your
What
head.
if it's
No,
the
we
other way
understand
around?
what's being said. You understand
No,
what she's
no.
saying. You understand what you're saying.
So then let's go one for one just to make sure I'm not
all right.
James,
So
imagining
James,
things.
if I have to repeat it again, I'm gonna lose my fucking mind, and I'm gonna turn off the American accent because it's not working.
Well, you don't
clearly.
have to. There's
She
a charm.
explained
There's
it
a
in
charm
both
to the British
accents.
accent. Do your thing. So, is it
Yeah.
true or not that it is a biological behavior to care about yours, what's yours, and your family and your mate?
True.
Yeah.
yeah,
But it's
we'll
also
agree.
biological to not care too.
Mikey.
Yeah, but that would be
So
the
now what are we
minority. That would
arguing?
be the minority on
It's
average.
also a very large male instinct to
Care about-
fornicate with multiple partners.
So what?
Yeah.
You still
Kinda
you have
true.
to explain.
You have
I
to do
just
this.
explained to you. I've tied the fundamental link to biological reality. If I only care
No.
about myself, then I'm going to care about how they behave. If I
Well,
care
just
about
real
how
quick,
they
Luna
behave,
shot herself in the foot. She just
Okay.
said it's a male preference to fornicate or essentially reproduce with as many people as you can, therefore saying that the female side is the opposite. So
No,
you
you didn't
literally
even let
just
me
said
continue my
that
point, to be
Still
honest.
talking about the value.
you
from
stopped. You
before?
stopped talking. I didn't interrupt you.
Well,
I interrupted
guys
James.
have
I'm
like a
sorry
higher
for doing
sex
that.
drive
Someone else did.
biologically.
yeah. So what matches that is the side that is more selective. But I've explained to
Okay.
you we had
We
is
all
it
thought
is
that.
it true or is it not? So this is what I'll say.
Yeah.
Biologically,
agreed.
men cannot know who the kid is. And this is a biological reality, right? That's not socially.
Yeah. And men can't know who the kid is, even if the wife
Yes, you
has
can.
zero
You can
partners,
do a
but she
DNA
can lie
test.
about that.
Yeah, but this what you're not understanding is this is something exclusive to men that women don't have to experience.
Yeah, because we're men
Mhm.
and they're women.
Because it's an exclusive experience to men, they're going to have separate preferences.
We're still
Okay, but-
equals. This way.
And these
have
are
different roles.
biologically real preferences. Because I have a penis,
No.
I cannot know what comes out of my penis because nothing comes out of my penis but white stuff.
What?
Not a full baby. Not a full
What are
baby.
you talking about?
Because the woman, because what comes out of her vagina is a baby, a human, she knows biologically. That is a biological reality. That is dimorphic. I'm explaining to you biological preferences here that stem from that. You're saying, yeah, there are men who are patriarchs that do this. Yeah, that's true. Only because it's informed by their biological preferences that you literally just agreed to. So I keep explaining to you
I have
that you're
been
not contending
saying-
with whether or not that's biological or not. Can you contend with?
Oh my god. Don't rage bait me.
Yeah.
Don't rage
So
bait me,
here's
please,
what I
please,
want from
please,
you. Here's
please.
what I want from you. I want you to explain to me how a man's biological inability to know whose kid is his is not a biological stem behavior. You have to explain.
What?
I think she already thinks that. Rather,
You think that's one thing, but I
what
need you to
is being
demonstrate
said,
that.
what is
I
being-
need
what's
anybody
being
at this point. I need
described here
anyone to
by
demonstrate
her
that.
is
What
that
do you want me to do?
when you say that the biological imperative is regarding knowing who the child is, regardless of how many children she's already had, you could still
Mhm.
know that it is yours if she now stays with you. And so
In the
the
modern
other-
day, you have
Is that not what you're
paternity
saying?
tests.
the chance
Yeah,
I was wrong.
DNA test.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
that
I'm not
doesn't
talking
watch
about
the
DNA
shows?
That doesn't
tests in the
speak-
Middle Ages, OG.
that doesn't speak to her behaviors, even if she can get a test.
Okay, let's tackle the behavior stuff, right?
I'll
If
speak
you
for myself.
observe that a woman is promiscuous,
No, you can
you
speak
are
on.
well within your right to
No,
decide
no,
that she is not
I
a
don't
good
care about
partner.
that. I want you to
So
you have to explain to me how these are not biologically derived. I'm giving you a defeater.
We already think this.
we did.
No,
We
you haven't.
literally
You
did.
just
And
you
if
keep
you
bringing
don't
up
change the
social
prompt, I
you
don't know
keep
what else to
bringing up
say.
social norms. You keep bringing up social norms. Social norms
Which
don't
is the
disprove.
argument against biological preference.
No, it's
Specifically
not.
biological preference.
How? How is it?
Okay, let me try and think of another way to explain this to you, okay? Just give me a second.
You
Because
have to be more open-minded.
who, me?
No, James.
Yeah, outside
Well,
of
hold on,
outside
hold
of
on.
rea-
So-
outside
so-
of
likes to
reality.
hear what he
So,
likes.
so I think this is the problem. She's
Oh gosh,
arguing that
JP.
it's society because we have the societal because now we have the technology to know. Well, guess what?
No.
Hold on. We already have the technology that we no longer need to have intercourse. Everything can be made in a test tube. That doesn't mean that my biology
No.
is going to stop me
No,
from
it
having
can't.
a preference. Hold on. That my biology is going to automatically change and I'm no longer going to have the preference to have intercourse because we have the technology to know. That's what you're arguing here. Biologically, the best way for us to know that it is our child is the fact that the person hasn't been with anybody. That is the best way, other than using modern technology, the test, to figure that out.
Yeah.
So
and
it's
that's fine
this.
to
Hold
say.
on. It's the same with. Guess what? We could make 50 babies in one shot in a test tube. Modern
what's the
technology.
point?
That doesn't mean that
the point of this?
that doesn't mean that our biological preference to have intercourse to reproduce is automatically null and void.
So how does this make patriarchy superior
No.
to feminism?
Yeah.
She's
Try not to
saying
derail.
that biological
Try not to
preference
derail
is
the
null and
question here.
void.
Yeah.
Let us not
She
for her because I've already tried.
Well, if she
Never
agrees
mind,
or
I'm fine
disagrees,
with-
if she's saying, it's up to her. If she thinks the position
So
that was
let me just understand JP's point because I'm kind of confused. Can you just say it in one sentence, please?
You're saying biological preference no longer matters due to modern technology.
No.
I'm saying, hold on. I'm saying or what I'm assuming James is saying is your biological preference essentially is still there even with modern technology. You still have that preference biologically. It's still
And
hardwired
the
into
whole
you.
time,
I don't
the
feel
whole
it.
time I was saying that that body count is not a biological preference because I explained exactly why with very good logic why it's not. And what I was not saying is that any other biological preference, like wanting to mate with a woman who looks a particular way or wanting to mate with a man who looks a particular way, is negated by technology. No.
Biological preference. What does that mean?
It
What does that-
means
what
it's
does
a
that
preference it's a preference that extends from your nature and who you are, not basically how you were raised.
And I've
think that would
already
be
proven
evolution.
that body count is not a biological preference
You
because
literally have
if it were, it would affect your offspring, and it does not.
It literally does affect your offspring.
It does not, because if your
What
wife
metric-
has
what
had
metric-
sex with
Because
two
of my wife
people
has sex
before
with
you,
two
and you
people
have
before me.
sex with her 3 years later, that semen inside of her is not gonna cause your child that you had with her to be any less genetically the same to you.
Yeah, but
Honest,
here's the
that
thing.
is
Here's what you don't understand. You're all the way at the outcome. You have not even went through what comes with that. If I find out that she was that way, I wouldn't even be with her.
That's kind of social ammo.
And if I don't, and I find out that she was promiscuous in this way,
No.
a lot of people are
If
gonna.
you never found out.
If I never find out, then all you're explaining is that she hid it. That doesn't speak to whether or not I have a preference. You're just talking about how she's going to react and the result. That's not even relevant. I'm talking about it
that's
principally.
speaking to your individual preference, not your biological
No,
preference.
all you're explaining is, hey,
And
sometimes
you just proved it.
sometimes
You
they get
just
it,
proved it.
sometimes you guys get it wrong, so therefore it doesn't exist. That's completely
definitely,
not even
agree
you're not
with
even
what you're saying.
contesting with that. Because we're
Yeah, I
wrong
also
sometimes.
agree with
Because it can.
majority is
Are you
against
explaining?
you.
Wow, argument from the majority, is that the best you have, Luna? These
I'm just
knuckleheads
saying, like, we're going
outside
in
of
circles, and I
JJP.
don't know where else to go with it. That's
Yeah,
my only
but
problem.
it's
think you've already
interesting. It's
said
interesting that
your
are
your
you
point.
saying that
I think
because
it's up to him.
there
to
can be
understand.
because this biological
I
preference
just
can be
think Luna's more
wrong,
convinced.
therefore it doesn't exist?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you
Are you
said.
saying because this preference can be wrong, therefore it doesn't exist? Or that
No.
it doesn't account for all
No, I'm
scenarios,
just
therefore it
saying
doesn't
it's not
exist?
biological.
That's not how biology works. We are imperfect. We have a level of imperfection built into our system.
No, we
We're not
don't.
going to
How
be.
would
We're
you
not
know
going to
this is
be.
biological?
Well, we don't.
Perhaps you're saying that men are naturally territorial,
Well,
But
this leads to
that's
their
a way to put
This
it.
leads to their
which is
territorialness.
me literally helping your argument, by the way.
Sure.
Dang.
In this context,
helping each other's argument.
yes. In this context, yes.
Why are we literally trying to like annihilate
I'm
the other
just
person's
trying to
side?
help this guy James.
I don't need
because
I don't need
James
your
is
help.
not
Dang,
actually
bro.
helping
James, we
yourself.
just
I'm-
want to help you.
Look,
Seeing where the other person is correct and adding
First
it to
time
your
I seen
knowledge.
James wrong, I'm
Rather,
sad.
it is seen as an
And I
attack
just want you
against
to
your
understand that the
character.
I
patriarchy
don't
at the
feel
end of the
attacked,
day
man.
is detrimental. And it makes you think, it makes you believe that you have, quote, biological preference, which gives you the ability to be dominant over women. And it's just not the case, unfortunately, because you don't understand even where patriarchy
you haven't
comes from.
demonstrated that.
Educate
So
agrees
for
what you're saying.
everybody here who's not Luna or JJP, or if you're gonna interject, at least make it relevant. So
What's wrong, James?
back to what I was explaining. You literally have not demonstrated that. The last thing you said was, "Hey, sometimes it could be wrong, and therefore it doesn't exist." But that's not how biological preferences work. We're not trying to get biological preferences are not trying to test for absolute results. That we operate off of induction. I keep bringing this up because just
No,
because
I
something.
haven't heard you say it yet.
All right.
What does induction mean? Please tell me.
Induction is a line of logic that's revolved around possibility or probability.
What?
Probability. For example,
Why don't you use a synonym that would actually help us understand you better?
Probability.
Preponderance of evidence.
Probability.
Preponderance of evidence, probable outcome.
probability, pattern recognition.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
So you keep talking about induction even though I already explained away your argument.
No, because your argument
By agreeing with
your
you, by
argument
the way, by
against
agreeing with you.
no, your last argument against biological preference was speaking to sometimes the inductive reasoning fails. So what? Sometimes the
Yeah.
woman lies. So what? That doesn't. You're not actually arguing against the man's preference. You're arguing against how some women are going to behave. That's a red herring.
No, it's not.
Well, I can demonstrate how it's literally
Because
a red herring.
okay. One more time. And then after this, can we please change the prompt because I'm sick of saying the same thing. Please, I beg you.
All
Okay.
right.
As I described, the patriarchy is a result of social needs. Okay. The men needed to protect their resources that they were giving to their children by ensuring that their children were their own. And without paternity tests, they needed to be able to trust their wife that she was solely his own. And by doing that, how did they do that? Well, they introduced marriage. Of course they did. That's the way that they keep them in the home. That's the way they domesticate them and make sure they're not going out and fornicating with other people. So now we carry this into the modern day. However, with modern technology, we have paternity tests, and we don't necessarily need marriage to protect the sanctity of our children, okay? Oh my God, like I don't even know how to explain because I'm just going around in circles. But basically my point is it's not a biological preference because you are socially conditioned into thinking you need to ensure your children are your own so you can protect your resources. And let me add on an extension to this, which I haven't been able to mention yet. Because women are now currently self-sufficient, why is it even important for men to provide for their children completely? Women can do it just the same. You can be on equal footing nowadays.
Yeah, that's not true.
So it's
we can
not
we
even
can
a
segue to the next
like
thing.
it can't be biological preference.
Yeah,
What
we
do you
can
mean it's not
segue to the
true?
next thing. So women still
Okay,
need
that's
men
what I thought
in
because
this.
you lost, but I'm really glad you did that.
No, I disagree because I'm a man of my word. We're not going to continue with it, even though you belabored that point in your closing.
Can I ask you a question that's a little bit out of the blue?
Yes,
Or
ma'am.
just kind of out of the box before we move on to the next topic?
Yes, ma'am.
what is your aim with this live
I hate feminism.
chat?
I
Like,
hate all waves.
no, I didn't ask you what your feelings are. I mean, yeah, I know he doesn't listen to women, King Medusa,
My
but
convictions?
I'm wondering, what is your goal with the actual debate? Like, do you
To
want to
eradicate
convince
feminism.
people?
To eradicate feminism
Oh,
and to
so you're
take
gonna do that
away.
on an individual basis with 20 viewers?
Well, at this, I mean, you want to make it 19?
What, by kicking me?
I mean, you can leave. Like,
I think I'm actually probably keeping your viewers right now, but you
I
can do
mean,
whatever
well,
you
hey,
want,
let's
Nate.
let's test it out. I mean, if you're gonna be
But you haven't
insult,
changed anyone's minds.
well, I just want to point out the passive aggressiveness. I've been rather nice to you, so
Oh, I mean, yeah, you've been fairly
yeah.
respectful,
So
maybe
being
to
a
me,
bit,
but not to everyone, you know. And I think it's very important that you're respectful to everyone if you want to be
yeah,
seen as, you know, a good debater. Do you know what I mean?
yeah. I mean, if you don't think, if you don't want to be here, you don't have to be here. If you want to make
No,
yourself
I'm
19 or if
enjoying
you want to be the
myself
20,
right now.
right? So I'm just want to call you out on that. That I don't find that.
James, you
Yeah.
have you changed the feminists? Have you
Yeah,
destroyed the
you'd be
feminists?
surprised how many women come back to this channel. As a matter of fact, the women are actually my biggest supporters, and they contribute financially the most to my.
Interesting.
Yeah, so
All right.
the reason why I'm bringing this
Okay.
up is because I hate feminism, and I've had 20 views, I've had 104, but I've only started. I've been doing this a couple of months now, so I mean it's only a matter of time.
Really happy
I
for
already
you.
have.
I don't think the
Alright,
views are the
well, look,
most important thing.
ultimately,
It's the impact.
ultimately, I'm going to make a, mark my words, Luna, I'm going to make money out of making sure that feminism, I'm gonna make more women change their position, and I'm gonna make feminism less tenable. I'm gonna make more women not want to even associate with the damn name. I'm here to give it a bad rep just by arguing.
So what if we change the name to egalitarianism? Would you still hate it?
I hate feminism more than I hate egalitarianism.
But isn't that what feminism is according to your definition?
No, I mean sure, but it's not specific enough. It's not specific
Wait,
enough.
so what would be specific enough?
Feminism, the promotion, the definition that you and I have agreed on countless times. The promotion of
Say it again,
equality,
say it again for the audience,
the
please.
promotion of equality amongst the sexes, culturally, legally, and the movement away from patriarchy. I view patriarchy as the best system, and I view feminism as a threat. In all levels that they have.
Equality?
Yeah, it's a threat.
I don't think so.
Well, you're just naive.
I think
You're not
the
informed.
praxis might end up that way, but I think the idea
But
of
come on, Snake.
equality between sexes
But this is like saying.
functionally fails, but I think the idea is cool.
But Snake, how it's marketed and its outcome are two different things. And it needs to be studied as a whole, not just what they're claiming they want. It's sort of the actual end result. When we talk about
Interesting.
when we talk about men not needing women or vice versa, this is the problem with feminism is you guys are so deluded that you don't think you need men. You're going to call a cop if you feel unsafe. You're going to rely on your husband to protect you if a man comes in the home. You're going to rely on your boyfriend to defend your honor if somebody slaps your ass. You need men. Because if you didn't, you would be at the if you did not have those men, you would be a victim to bad men.
I think that's presumptuous and bad. It's really
Then
bad.
disprove what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
that's kind of bad
Then
faith because
no.
first of all,
Disprove.
none of us said-
Anyone can
Because
disprove what I'm saying. Anybody,
absolutes,
please disprove
and
what I
you
said.
equate all women as the same, but
Talking about generally here, man.
I think baby girls are not going to be doing that. I think, I don't know, blind girls would. I think rich girls may not be doing. I think girl bosses.
They all need
I hate
men.
the term.
The rich girls need the men to protect their resources. The babies need the men to protect them from PDFs. What other men did you say?
I think I said something about blind people.
The blind people need institutions that
And then I said
men propagate.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
To an
So
extent. Yes.
all right, women collectively need men, and they're acting like they don't. So back to this whole father or this husband thing. Ooh, wow, women make enough money. Congratulations.
Men need women, do you think?
Yes, we do. We need you
So
guys to have
then-
kids. I mean, here's the problem. I don't know so much anymore. I mean,
Protect from what?
Other men.
Protect from what?
Other
'Cause
men.
I'm actually learning. I'm actually looking
from
to
other
understand.
men. Isn't that interesting?
Yeah, but because we live in this, well, I mean, do you have a system where men are not?
That is interesting.
Do you have a
because it
system
is
where you
kind
can
of
delete all the
problematic.
men? Because that's the only way you're gonna fix that problem.
What?
So
No,
unless you
the
want to,
way we
Then
fix the
actually,
problem
that
is
actually
to
is not something you really
down
want to
on
say. 'Cause that shows that it is true that you do want to destroy all men. If you say that that's the only solution,
well,
it only.
there is no other solution. What other solution is there? If you're saying,
I don't know.
if it's just ad hoc
is
argumentation, like,
equality.
yeah. So here's the problem with equality that I've explained.
Equality, we're gonna
Yeah,
get.
here's the problem,
Look,
and I'll explain
I
it.
don't think
I'll explain it
equality
to
is
you.
possible.
Well, finally,
I don't
Snake,
think equality is
something
possible.
smart you've said.
I don't think equality is possible, guys. I think there's too much of. I think right now we live in an extremely peaceful society relative to what could be. I think that if you look towards the animal kingdom, you see the strong destroy the weak utterly, completely. They're completely erratic, and that's the essence of evolution. And so when you say
No, we
equality,
have conscious.
you're talking about equality in regards to money.
Sense to be talking
But
about
money's something that's supported by the strength that's behind it. The
Hey.
governments
Yeah,
that
so
allow the money to
so
have
you're
power.
saying you're
I don't
saying
think equality
equality
is
would
possible.
solve all this, but
No, I'm
who
saying-
enforces equality? The
Man,
men.
That's exactly what I'm talking about. That's exactly what
yeah,
I'm
that's
saying.
Snake. Snake was there. Snake was there.
So I'm saying that equality just is not possible. If you have equality is an illusion. It's a complete illusion. If you think about the countries, not to make it
Finally,
off
Snake.
topic.
Talk your shit,
But,
Snake.
You think about the countries that exist that have no military. Well, that isn't exactly possible unless they're allowed to exist specifically. Let me make it a little bit more concise and short. If women had to fend for themselves, if that is what we're describing as equality, if that's what we're describing as equality, they would be killed. They'd be raped. They'd be raped.
Whoa, time.
Oh,
Be
right.
TOS.
Oh, I'm sorry. I got a little crazy. So I'll definitely watch my mouth here. But destruction, oppression. I think that a matriarchal society would fall to a patriarchal society, regardless. I think that if we had a matriarchal society, if that's what we're assuming here, to be the best thing or something, whatever, it would only be a very unfair
Short-lived
situation.
or something.
I would think if it actually survived, it would be unfair since the men have the power to overthrow. Now we introduce technology, for instance. Now with technology, okay, well, I suppose, but the technology has to be made. It's not just coming out of thin air. It's not just there. So if we think about this more realistically, short and simple, I don't think equality could ever exist. Ever. Not to mention, this is now a new kind of point. Not to mention, we're not equal. We're absolutely not equal. I can't live, I suppose, I can't reproduce by myself. And of course, the female can't reproduce by themselves. So there has to be a cohesion, I suppose. But
Snake, if men wanted women in cages, in pregnant cages, women couldn't do anything about it.
That could be true, but also we have to consider that women do have.
Oh, you don't know about guns yet? Do you live in the Stone Age?
Yeah, so weapons.
Do you think a woman is not able to handle a gun?
Luana's coming in hot. All right, so let me engage with this. You need Luana. You need to be able to carry the ammo. You need to be able to carry the flak jacket. You need to carry. You need to be able to carry the extra plates to that armor. You need to be able to carry the equipment to skirmish with a man. Women can't do that.
Evolution will come through.
Women can't do that as good as men.
A girl would become strong like a man.
Women prefer not to fight with men physically because we prefer peace, not war.
No.
Men are the ones who
I don't
want
think that's
war.
true.
And
I don't think that's true. I
talking
think
about your previous argument,
Yes.
Snake Boss, that you were saying that in a matriarchal society where women have to fend for themselves, then
Yes.
women would be raped and unalived. Then you're very wrong because you can see right now in the patriarchal societies, the most patriarchal societies are the most dangerous for women, where women are the most oppressed
Yeah,
and
but
raped
Luana,
and not protected by
hold
men.
on a second. Hold on. We're not saying that there won't, like a patriarchal system can't be mean. What we're saying is, even in those systems, women cannot do anything about it outside of appealing to men.
I think women are allowed to exist as they are.
The fact that they are nasty, the fact that these patriarchies are so nasty, it literally reinforces our
Power
point.
dynamic kind of matter.
It reinforces our point that the women have to suffer through it. They can't do anything else.
Men trying to
That's very
impose
profound.
themselves over women because they are physically stronger is just pathetic to me. Because that only means they can't hold a woman without being horrible to them.
Yeah, well, why
and
don't you?
violent.
Well,
a
so
default of
here's
a lot
the
of
interesting thing. Here's the interesting thing. If that's the best you can do is appeal to a man's ego, is that the best you can do? Because
I'm not really. I'm actually telling you the truth.
well, I'm not a real man, or I'm
saying it how
pathetic.
it is.
I'm not a real man, or I'm pathetic. These situations, these women.
If I wanted to appeal to your ego and destroy your ego, I would do it in
No,
just a
what
second
I'm
because
explaining- no.
male ego is very,
Ma'am, what I'm
very
trying to
fragile.
get you to explain, like, okay, you can critique it all you want, but critique is not enough to stop genital mutilation. Critique is not enough to stop morality police holding a or making you wear hijabs. It's not going to help you. It has not helped women historically. Crying about it does not work. The only thing it does is appeal to other men's sentimentalities to save your ass. That's all it can do, which only makes it so you get pushed from one patriarchy to another. Congratulations. You can't
Yeah,
escape it.
Luana, I don't know if you're as powerful as you might think you are.
Oh, I don't know if you are as powerful as you may think you are. Who
Bacon,
are you?
thanks for the
Are
follow.
you the
Oh,
military?
no, you're right.
Are you
You're right.
so physically
Indeed, I
strong
do
you
think
would
that.
beat me if I had a gun?
I don't know.
She might lose.
That's my
He
insecurity.
might lose, but it doesn't.
That's my insecurity.
He might lose, but it doesn't speak to the argument. It literally doesn't.
So there have been matriarchal
Yes.
societies.
Yes, ma'am.
Matriarchal societies that have worked without men getting all up in arms because some men learn to respect women. That's what some men lack, respect.
All right. So
That's
here's the first falsity. When we're talking about men that you depend on enforcing and protecting you from other men.
I don't depend on any man.
Yeah. So I understand you. Don't try not to take this personally. I'm speaking in general here. And as far as men go, protecting women in ways that women expect to protect them from the bad guys, these matriarchal systems still operate this way. The men have a collection of warrior class, police class, military class. So you talk about the men, it's the men, the matriarchies are allowed to exist because the men respect women. Okay, well, this is just a state of mind. You're appealing to a man's sentiments. So at the moment the man doesn't respect what you are wanting to be respected, you have no recourse. Once again, argument defeated.
You guys not respecting women because women are physically weaker is pathetic.
Wow.
That is a kind of a shallow.
So
mindset.
what?
Oh,
So
I'm
what? But
stronger.
the problem
No,
is,
it's not really
but that's
shallow.
fine. I'll just
It's
grant
real.
it. I'll just grant it. But the
No,
thing is,
that's what I
women
said.
women can't
That is
do anything
exactly what I
about it. So what?
Like a rabbit couldn't do anything if I tried to kill it, but
Hey,
I
this-
wouldn't kill it.
this one's
because
for you-
I'm
this
not
one's
a
for you,
freaking
Snake.
man.
This one's for you.
Yeah, you're
Snake.
right.
I'm not a man. I can understand I shouldn't kill a rabbit, even if it's weaker than me. Why don't you understand that you should respect women, even if they are physically weaker than you?
Because you're not capable. Because you're not capable. Here's the
I am
thing.
pretty
Here's the
capable.
thing. Here's the thing, guys.
I don't think it's about respect.
Here's the thing.
What does that mean?
It is
Look,
about
I want to
respect.
notice how we're moving to moral framing as opposed to falsifying what I said is true or not.
I really like moral framing, bro.
Yeah, so imagine how you have to go to let's all pay attention to how she's trying to morally frame the descriptive arguments without disproving the descriptive arguments themselves.
We got 31 people, man.
Daphne Christine.
I know.
Daphne Christine.
Good evening. Thanks for having me on.
You're not a feminist.
I'm new here. Just
Are you a
trying to get
feminist?
a hold of the conversation.
You don't sound like a feminist.
I'm a female.
So that doesn't mean all females are feminists. Are you a feminist, ma'am?
What's your description of a feminist?
One who promotes equality amongst the sexes and trying to move away from a patriarchy. You like waves 1, 2, 3, and 4 of feminism, or at least one of the 4.
No, I think women are far superior.
Oh, so you're is this a misandrist or a gynocentrist?
I don't know what half of those labels are. Again, just getting ahead of the
Gynocentrism
conversation.
means you think women should lead, women should rule over men. Do you think women should lead and rule over men collectively?
And you're going to have to give them a real life example. I'm not sure what the question is.
Well,
Okay.
should there be more female presidents and more female heads of state, more female controlling nuclear codes, more females controlling the police force, more females enforcing the law, more females involved in infrastructure? Should there be more women such that they have disproportionate power over men? That would be gynocentrism. Is that what you want?
Again, I didn't say that. I've never heard the
I'm
word
just
before I asked
asking you questions, lady, to see where your position is. So what do you
Mister,
think?
I've never heard of the position, so it's not.
All right, so if you don't have any position, I'm trying to get. All right, ma'am. I'm gonna give you
Just
20
asking what the
seconds.
conversation is.
I'm gonna give. All right,
May I
ma'am. When
ask
you're
a
when you're
question
ready
here?
to know, you need to be able to look. If we're jumping rope, you need to learn to jump the rope. You know, you have to learn how to. People are not gonna help you know what the conversation is. You're gonna need to intuit that yourself. I thought women had social high IQs and shit. I mean, I would expect you guys to. Anyway, go ahead, ma'am.
Okay, I have a question here.
Yes, ma'am.
So, I am not for man-hating feminism.
All right.
Tell me what's wrong with the first wave feminism.
First wave feminism, it was the first principally, it was the first principle failing because the authority was given to women in ways that they are not responsible and they cannot even be collectively responsible to protect or enforce. The rights, the laws, the governmental institutions are based off of a collection of men. So
Wait,
if it is the
so
case, if it is,
women
well, hold on a second. If it is that case that men collectively enforce the rights in the apparatus of government or in systems that we organize around laws and rights, and if it is the case that women cannot do the same thing as enforcing the rights, military and policing, if they're not collectively capable of doing that, they should not have the authority that comes with that. What women wanted with the suffrage is they wanted to have the authority of deciding how the laws are made, what rights are made, how they're enforced, without being capable of enforcing it collectively. That effectively means they are having authority without the responsibility. What happens in these scenarios is you end up making the person who has misplaced authority, who has the less authority, you actually end up making them the ones responsible. So men have become exploited in a systematic way. That is why the first wave is bad.
So, just so I'm understanding you, are you saying that it just like started the progression leading to the next waves, therefore it's wrong?
Well, I'm just explaining in my argumentation how it was wrong principally from the first wave. I explained its effects, but they would only be logical entailments of the principal problem, the misplace of authority and responsibility.
Okay, so if they're just women, what then is your
Alternative?
idea
Alternative?
of sure, yeah, if because I would say for women to have a say on things that affect them, laws, etc., being able to have a voice at things that affect them, how would you then protect women? Because you even mentioned earlier of certain patriarchal systems not being beneficial towards women and pushing it to another patriarchal system. So what is your ideal of what's your alternative?
Just
I guess?
limit women's suffrage. They were still able to get political action in the past. Just limit it. they would not be able to vote, but I would also deprive a lot of men from voting as well. But we would need
So
to
what
tackle the women
standard?
issue first. But the reason why I bring this up is to establish just some history here. Women were able to get alcohol banned nationwide here before the women's had the right to vote. They were able to get national parks instated. They were able to get workers' rights for children. They were able to get the origins of our welfare state without the right to vote. So I wouldn't particularly deprive women from power politically, because they can still make a moral case for that, just not through political action. In this context of voting over men and systems where men are collectively responsible for their rights, it doesn't make sense to allow them to equalize the vote if you're not responsible. I'm hoping that maybe that answers your question. I'm not sure if I failed to communicate.
I'm just thinking.
All right. Any feminists up in the waiting room? We are going to let you up if you're a femi. Are you a femi?
Man, this is just.
Yeah. Now you get to see the real me, Luna. Yeah.
Real you?
Yeah. We're gonna take them rights away. Go ahead.
Wait,
what?
You're in the pond. You're across the pond. You're safe.
What are you talking about? You're weird, man. I'm not gonna lie.
What? How am I weird? I'm
entire
super weird. Yeah, I'm weird. That's right.
Okay, I actually have a really interesting question. You might think it's what's the word? Too moral or something, but I think it's important to ask. Do you know any war in history that was caused by women?
Not really. Even the exceptions would probably, it wouldn't matter. I mean, the closest maybe
Okay.
like Helen or Cleopatra, maybe. That's
Do
about
you
it.
think that war is imperative to humans?
Yeah.
Do you think it's really important that we fight?
Yeah,
Why?
because I can pose a scenario where you would think it would be justified. Let's just say
No,
you had,
just tell me. Just tell
yeah,
me.
to defend
without a scenario.
your morals and your laws against other competitive sovereign states.
Okay. That's fine, of course. However, if you had women in power, you would have less need for that anyway because they're not going to be fighting each other. Do you understand?
You sure?
How?
Most likely.
If
Because
you're,
based on history, women have not been starting wars.
yeah, so
Women prefer peace overall.
So when it comes to whether women would even get that far without men flipping the tables of the entire system, you would have to make that happen first. Because if you're not going to contend with men being a monopoly on force, you're only explaining a way that women would somehow get away with this for so long.
So you're saying that patriarchy is a problem then because that would prevent peace?
No, I'm not. I never argue that peace is even possible. I don't think
Well, I'm
world peace
saying
is
that
possible.
wars would be less. There would
How?
be less
Based on what
wars.
evidence? Because
Based on
women.
the evidence that women are generally less violent.
Yeah, but when
and
have
they
women had
don't
power?
advocate for war as much as men.
Yeah, but what is your evidence of that? Because just because
My
they've been less
evidence is
represented, that
history.
doesn't mean they're
You
less.
can even look at the fact that women don't want to be drafted.
All right, but not wanting to be drafted
so.
as a small little cog in the machine versus women having power to execute army authority against a nation, that's two different things.
Which is something that if they don't want to be drafted, they likely wouldn't.
Yeah, but wasn't Queen
You know what
Elizabeth?
happened with John the Baptist? I believe John the Baptist was the silver platter.
I
That's pretty
mean,
violent.
Yeah, but women. I mean, women
I
can
don't wanna
do women can
TOS,
do
so
mean
I
things. Yeah, women can do mean things and use the system to do that. But that's not necessarily what Luna's talking about
Yeah,
women.
but why are women so often less convicted for violent crimes than men?
Because they're less capable.
So if they're less capable of being violent, surely that's a positive thing.
The reason why it's a positive thing is because it enforces the rights that you enjoy, even in your system. If there was no military that are a majority of men, if there was no army that is, or a police that is a majority of men, you effectively wouldn't have rights. You would have to defend for them.
Okay, so
You would have to
let's
defend
look
for
at
them yourselves.
just because women are in control doesn't mean that men wouldn't be in the army.
Right. And if that's the
Doesn't mean that
case,
we wouldn't have an army. But I'm just saying that there would be less fighting because there wouldn't be people instigating wars. And if we think about it, most violent wars occur through religion. Most violent wars occur through conquering of land. And who conquers and who creates religion? Men.
yeah. So
You are
when it
pretty
comes
cool.
to when it comes to
Alexander
men
the Great,
being
pretty cool.
allowing a woman to be at the helm of a state, even in my system, I could see how this could happen. But you're still
Sparta
admitting
had a
you're
matriarchy.
still undermining your argument by admitting it's a patriarchal system.
Wait, say that again.
This would be an
I said
exact way.
Sparta.
This would be an exact way where you're not escaping the patriarchy then.
How?
Well, this is a primary force of power in a system disproportionate to women relative to women. Men holding
No,
that
you
is
would have
that is
men
a
and
literal
women in the
patriarchy.
army.
You're describing a literal
You would have
patriarchy.
men and women in the army, and you would have men and women leading the army if there was need for an army. However, if there were both men and women on a board of an entire nation, wars would be less likely because women would see sense and realize there is no point in the war at all.
Yeah,
No
so
way.
here's the thing. Here's the thing about I don't find any evidence of that. And you are you saying so first off, when it comes to female and male participation, you act as if this could be sustainable as far as how wars are fought. It wouldn't. The more men you're gonna have, the better. The evidence I will use to prove that is if it's the case that men or if it's the case that women have to have lowered standards, it stands to reason that the higher the standards you have, the better they perform in combat roles. So you're either going to have a big, bloated, bureaucratic system where women are not doing any of the combat roles and they're doing support, or you could just have all men do it and do it better than them because there's not going to be a sexual dynamic brought in. There's not going to be men trying to be deferent to women. It'll just be a complete brotherhood. That would be a better operating system than the female one, or when the females are involved. Because are you suggesting that the women are going to be doing the combat roles? Because you understand what's going to happen to them, right?
You understand what will happen to men as well, right?
No, I'm not going to. I'm on a balance of probability. I'm not going to be sexually assaulted if I'm a prisoner of war. But a woman
Wait,
is
we're
almost
talking about a sexual assault now?
yes. On a balance of probability, a woman is definitely going to be assaulted in this way.
That happens because of the patriarchy.
No, that happens
How many times do I have to
because
say this?
okay, but you understand that your matriarchal system, right, is going to be fighting a patriarchal system that don't give a shit about your matriarchy, right? And those men who
No,
don't
what I'm
no,
saying
hold on,
is,
hold on.
of course,
There's going to be wars. I'm explaining to you warfare right now. And what happens in war, prisoners of war, when women get captured, they're cooked. So
right.
do you think you're not even going to be able to even get women en masse to even be on the combat front lines?
I mean, you say that, but men want to be on the combat front lines even though they're going to die anyway.
Yeah, because at least they're
So-
not going to get sexually assaulted. Because I bet you if you made that a thing, you
You
probably
don't know
have
that.
you probably have
They
less
do.
men.
It's extremely rare.
No, but here's the thing. Here's the thing about sexual assault. A lot of people are willing to trade their lives. I'm sorry, to secure their lives and to give up that thing. I will point to the prison system, where oftentimes the life is bartered for sexual favors.
Yeah.
So I'm explaining to you a literal negative
James-
incentive for men to go into war. It's one
The
of the
vast majority of men are heterosexual.
it's
so
a, it's
they're
a
not gonna
negative
be saying
incentive
other
for
men.
men. If it's a negative incentive to go, it's going to be a negative incentive for men to even go into prison because they know this is going to happen to them. It's going to be, but here's the thing. I'm just explaining to you how a lot of people, if their sexual manhood or womanhood was brought into question, they're likely going to trade their lives for it instead. They're going to say, no, I'd rather keep my life. So in the system where you're saying there ain't no draft and women know this is going to be a literal consequence of being caught, I mean, you're either going to have some kamikaze women, which doesn't really sound sustainable to me, or you could just have men do it instead. Because they're not going to be
This would
assaulted
never
this way.
happen.
I think
Hypothetical.
you didn't fully understand my point, and I've not explained it very well either.
is that when I'm talking about a society that has women on equal footing as men, I'm imagining the entire world this way, and I understand that is unrealistic, but I'm saying that if we're talking about an ideologically perfect world or a better world than what we have now, it would be equal with both sexes that are equal. Do you
So, Lulu,
understand?
you
And
want
I
What, equal
tyranny?
in strength? Equal in strength?
No, she wants tyranny,
equal
James.
in intellectual power
All right, well,
and influence.
I mean,
So,
right now we're not,
James,
but
could I just
we're not talking about
could I try
hypothetical
something,
fantasy
James?
land. It's like,
Could
who
I
we,
try an angle? It's a different angle than the ones that have been tried
yeah,
here.
reasonable.
Why would any men follow the instructions of a female combat leader?
We've
Why
talked
do, and
about this.
historically, just hold on to them 1 second. And historically, why have any men followed women? The women they have followed, they immensely respect.
Yeah.
They feel them. They feel that those women are competent enough to make the decisions, whether at the political level. Right. So your whole notion is for the birds, because women don't put themselves into combat situations. They don't do well in them because of their physicality and their psychology, and therefore the men won't treat them as equals. They will unalive themselves, as the Israelis found out in the 1973 Yom Kippur War, when they did put women into combat. They came back in body bags. The whole society went through convulsions, and they had tremendous amounts of essay by the Arab Muslim armies on those Israeli
Mhm.
women.
And unfortunately, that is a result of the patriarchy in the Israeli
There
society, and this is why
there
I
is no
condemn
patriarchy in the way you describe, because a feminist idea of patriarchy is a unfalsifiable theory or statement or hypothesis. You can't falsify it. If you can't falsify it, it's a nonsense statement. It's like me saying that there's
You
God,
can
and
falsify
every
it.
time you try and hold on, every time you try and prove to me that God may not exist, I just tell you, no, that's not possible. That's not possible. So we can't take patriarchy theory, as feminists put it, seriously.
Can you
Now,
take
going back to the
racism
essay,
as
just going back to
falsifiable?
the bit about James, why James? Look, I disagree with James on a whole bunch of stuff, really fundamental stuff. But the point that he's making is that the grants that you have and I have are because a small group of men are capable of extreme violence, and they use it carefully to protect everyone else's rights, which you guys are busily trying to dismantle.
And
successfully, by the way.
and his accent neutralizes yours. So now I have an accent on my side.
Oh no! he's doing
just
the whole David Attenborough thing, yeah. No, but it's a serious point, because if you look at the societies where women historically have gone into combat, I'm thinking here, for example, of North Vietnam, they had massive problems. We've not evolved as a species to do that, and so you'll never get the equality that you desire.
You keep
You'll
saying
get
never.
equality of
The
well, you'll
point
get
of feminism
equality in
is to
terms
reach
of
that point.
value as a human being, Luna, but you'll never be able to say to men, listen, guys, I want you to follow this woman. She's going to lead you into combat, having herself never put herself in the same level of danger you have. They just won't do it.
Unfortunately, we are all thinking too short term, and we're not seeing that the longer we continue patriarchy, the less likely we will reach that level of being able to have women in the army. And I'm not saying that sexual assaults will completely stop by men, because men will inherently be sexually violent if they
What about
please.
those by women, since you believe in equality? What about all
What
the
do you
essay
mean?
that women
Sexual
do on
assault
men?
by women? Yeah, that happens
Yeah.
as well,
Right. So why do you never discuss that?
because we're not talking about that right now, dude.
Yes, we are. We're talking
No,
about
we're
essay.
not.
James did not specify it was only against women.
You were talking about women being raped in the army. Are worded in the army. That's why
No,
they don't
we didn't. We
go
said
to
in
war.
combat. There's a difference.
In combat, whatever.
Yeah. So
Same
what James was saying
principle.
is, it's always been historically a strategy of the enemy that they will essay the women that they come across,
Mhm.
whether they're civilian or part of the military, as a demoralization.
They don't even
tactic.
need. They
It's
don't even need to
extremely
be.
effective.
They don't even need for her to be intact. She could have a leg gone. It's unfortunate, but I mean,
Yeah.
Yeah, and the reason
the
men
Israelis
believe
found
they
this,
can
that
do this,
men were
the reason
unaliving
men do
themselves
not
trying to
respect
save the
women
women.
in that way is because of the patriarchy.
wait, but
What patriarchy?
okay.
Where's this
So
patriarchy?
are you saying, Luna, that if only all the wars, all the people who got together, who tend to war with each other, just came with this gentleman's agreement that we're going to treat women in wartime, we'll when there's no laws, when there's complete bedlam and anarchy, we're just going to treat women. We're just going to treat women with dignity. Is that the system you're saying is going to happen?
So you're saying that if equality happened, that we wouldn't treat women with more respect?
Yeah.
It'd be worse. Since you
It would
since
be
you have
worse.
the equality you want, there'd be no restraint on the enemy.
Men don't entirely respect other men, I think, in the way that we care for females. You would not be better off to be treated like a man, I think.
Yeah, because
See,
I don't
to
understand this
James's point
hypothetically. You're
about the
saying like
laws.
somehow we're going to, what mechanism or what religious dogma are we going to put on men that they're going to worldwide, even though religions haven't even been that
We've already tried it,
universal
James.
or ubiquitous, to say, in times of war, guys, remember, don't assault anybody's orifices in this way, man or women. It's, I
We
don't.
did it.
That
We've
doesn't
already
even
done it,
make
James. The Geneva
sense.
Convention.
Right, these
The Geneva
laws, yeah, these
Convention,
freaking
yeah.
crimes against humanity.
How
You know how
long
many
did that
people
last?
don't? There's certain people with certain small hats that run countries. They don't respect no damn crimes against humanity.
He's
They're
talking about the Germans, Luna.
no, nobody. A lot of people don't. There's, ma'am, you need to learn about war, man. It's not pretty and it's necessary. It's literally
Yeah,
not
you don't
pretty,
want to
but
be
it's
in
necessary.
war. You don't want women in war. War is to protect the women and children.
It's bad enough the people who are
and sacrifice themselves.
There's a reason why I don't want women going to war, because I'm trying to protect them from what could happen to them. It's not just because like that's like if you know somebody is going to be a disadvantage and you still send them off even though you know they're going to lose, that doesn't sound like you love them at all. It sounds like
It's like sending your king in the heat of a
Well,
chess battle.
Snake, that already happened during WW2. So there was the draft, and there was rules like if you had bad eyesight and health problems, so on, the whole Captain America trope. And then what did the Germans do as they were losing? They sent all these people that shouldn't have been in combat into combat, including
yeah,
the women.
perhaps you're desperate. If you're desperate, you could do that, right?
Maybe I need some history. I need some
Yeah,
looking
but
into these
that
things.
wouldn't be that would be a
And my
decision you made.
perspective.
Reasonable is saying that would be a decision based off of you being on your back foot and being desperate.
Yeah.
It's not what you would lead
14-year-olds,
with.
13-year-olds, they were sending in the Smittler youth into combat in Berlin.
We've been sending in
They were
young
basic
men
kids.
into combat for decades in all countries.
Yeah, they're the ones who keep us alive. See, the problem you
Young-
have, Luna, is
young
if the feminists, because I've
children.
argued with a lot of them over this, every one of your positions that I've come across means that we lose WW2. The Germans win.
Okay, but
The
WW2
Japanese
only
win.
came about because a man was in power who was extremely mentally ill.
It all completely irrelevant. A woman gave birth to him.
No, it's
Did
not.
such a bad job that he turned into a sociopath.
So it's the woman's fault.
In his
Well, everybody
he
shares
let him go off into
responsibility.
combat
That's true,
in
that.
WW1. That was a voluntary effort. He wasn't drafted.
So unfortunately, this whole argument has nothing to do with gender.
See, I
now
can play the
because-
same game, Luna, as you. All
Why-
this game
well,
that you
Luna-
guys play, which
Luna, why
means
doesn't
you
have
avoid
what-
accountability and
why doesn't it have
responsibility
anything to do with
as
gender?
one half of the species that
World War
births
II has
everyone.
nothing to do
Well,
with gender.
I can play that
reasonable.
same game.
Reasonable.
I'm
Let's
not playing
allow.
that game.
Hold on a second. Let's allow the minority position to have some ample response time.
I just said that World War II has nothing to do with gender. It came about because of World War I's grievances, which happened because people in power were greedy. And
Yes,
who was
it
in
had nothing
power?
to do with gender.
The men. The
Yeah.
men were in
No,
power.
what are you talking? It's not about the
And the
gender.
women
You
were
just said it.
participating.
You
I'm
had
just
it.
saying, World War, like, I'm
Yeah.
just saying, like, you can't keep bringing it back to, like,
Luna,
Well-
when
I'm
the
sorry,
Archduke of
it's 5 in the fucking morning, guys. Jesus Christ.
Well, here's how it does have to
So
do
the
with
Archduke
gender,
of
Luna.
Austria was,
How it does have to do with
assassinated.
gender is because
Yeah, starting WW1, his
the
wife was next to
patriarchal
him.
or the mechanism of men doing said thing, which is the wars. That's how it's gender based. That's what
not really
confines
about
it to the context
Yeah,
of gender
so
based.
war is the
Necessary.
men's fault. Is that what you're saying?
Well, that would be like saying crime is man's fault without acknowledging men's disproportional deterrence of crime and the protection of crime and institutions that punish the crime. I mean, unless you have to acknowledge that as well.
Punishing,
I
not
think
preventing,
what James
not
is
tackling the
suggesting.
core problem.
But what is the core
Luna,
problem?
what
What is the
James
core
is-
problem of crime, Luna?
He's saying she's saying it's aggression, and she's saying that you can socially aggression is a social construct. That's their
Against
position.
women, yes.
This is how
aggression
clueless they are
against
about human
women
nature.
Education.
is a big problem because it's perpetuated by the patriarchy, and that's just a fact.
Education.
See,
All right. Well, let's
a
hear
better,
well,
more
real quick.
scientific way would be
Go
that
ahead, the reasonable. Go ahead.
human beings are aggressive, both men and women, and they're roughly about as equal. This is what literature shows, about as aggressive as each other. But obviously, given women aren't as strong as men, they express it differently. They tend to express it verbally and emotionally. And it would be better to say that human beings are aggressive as a species. It's not a social construct, but you can harness their aggression towards a better outcome for all of humanity.
Destruction of another.
Doherty.
What is your better outcome for humanity?
Yeah,
Well,
I'm a
for
feminist.
example, Luna, as a species, I believe that we should have nuclear weapons, and they should be used for planetary defense. So, who are you defending the planet from? Well, people who don't come from this planet. That's what you do. That's what a healthy, rational human being species would do. But if you guys actually got hold of humanity, there would be no humanity left. You'd twist it and change it and genetically manipulate it in such a way that you break the whole species.
I think that's presumptuous.
It's not presumptuous because most of them are transhumanists. You just need to read their literature.
All right.
They
So
think that all these things that James is talking about are social constructs.
So
Literature
Oh,
or
no.
is it scientific studies?
so Doherty, let's hear it, man. Let's hear it.
So what's your issue with feminism?
It's trash. All four waves. Currently, we're talking about the first wave and why it was bad. Someone who came up was explaining. Yeah, I was just explaining that what feminism at the first wave did was wrong. But what wave do you agree with the most, Doherty?
Well, the idea that men and women are equal.
But that's not true, right? On its face, it's not true.
Biologically, it's not
descriptively,
true.
it's not true. Okay, so oftentimes because it's not descriptively
But I'm
or
talking
biologically
about
true,
socially.
you have to understand that society operates in ways that it forms around the specialty of biological disparities. The women have,
that's true.
but the reason, but it's not because it's not feminist standpoint theory, which just reads oppression into every system. It could also be there's a biological efficiency to it. It makes the system work more cohesively. It's more symbiotic that way. Like, for example, if men are just protectors and providers, and women find protectors and providers sexually attractive, then perhaps men are going to do such a thing, like become more protecting and more providing. If women,
The thing is,
yeah, go
feminism
ahead.
isn't really changing much about society. It's just giving women more respect or treating them more like men.
Yeah, but that
So you treat them more like humans.
Yeah, so
It's not really changing
treating
a
a
lot.
woman like a human based on the supposition or the assumption that she's just as equally as I am, when that's false.
Well,
Women are
a
not
human
equals.
is a
Women are not
whole-
equal to
a
me in the
whole
workforce.
species.
I can outperform them because for 9 months they're not going to be able to be on office.
That's true, but
All
that's
right,
the
so
value
then
you
I
put
shouldn't
into the
I shouldn't
workforce.
give
That's
them the
not
same
what makes
I
you
shouldn't
equal.
give them the same status, and they shouldn't have the same protections.
So let's say you as a white man
Black.
are working more than a
He's
Well,
not
that's
white.
fine.
Why are you
For
being racist?
No, I'm saying like if
I'm
you
white.
were a
I'm
white
white.
man,
I'll just be white. I'm white. Go ahead.
if you were a white man and you were outworking black people because they had less opportunities, that doesn't mean you deserve anything more. You're still a human.
Right. So here's what
You're
you don't
both the same
understand.
species.
Let's make sure we don't conflate things here. When we talk about opportunity, that means let's just say we both have the same job, right? Or we both have the same interview.
Yeah.
And we both have the same capacity to do the job.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, obviously,
then it
men
would
are
stand to
gonna
reason
be-
if we have systems
men
based
are
on
gonna be
merit.
able to do the physical activities
Better?
easier.
Right.
But the
it's
thing
also
about
So there's no difference
feminism,
between a
it's
black.
not- it's not about giving women positions that they won't be able to do. It's about treating women
Well,
just as you treat a man.
You're incorrect.
With
And this,
respect.
you're incorrect, and this is how they apply equity to the situation I posed. In
James, could I give you an example?
Yeah, and I'll
South
just say this
Korea
real
has already
quick.
tried this.
I'll just say this real quick.
Sure.
Women cannot be at work because they have baby. So because I cannot be at work, give me special privilege and make the government enshrine it as a right or a protection. That is
Well-
literally revolving societies not off of merit, but
That's
it is giving
because-
people special privileges based off of trying to make things equal. So that speaks completely against what you just said.
So
James,
no.
Dory, this may help. South Korea tried what you're proposing. The replacement for the birth rate now is 0.7%, so 0.7, which is 2.2 is replacement. But what happened in South Korea is when the economy was expanding, women entered the workforce, they competed on men, and often they exceeded them. The moment there was an economic problem in South Korea, which there has been now for the last 15, 20 years, because the men are prepared to work 70, 80-hour weeks, we're evolved that way to do it.
Well, I
Obsessively
don't think
work.
men are exactly
Hold
allowed
on,
to work
Dodi.
in
I'm just laying
offices
out
for
the evidence.
80 hours.
This is not my opinion. This is what the data shows.
I think
What's
it's just
happened
the
in the South
physical
Korean in the
capabilities are
South Korean
higher.
workplace is the men have outcompeted the women for
Yeah,
the
because their
jobs.
physical capabilities are higher
No, it's nothing to do
biologically.
with physical capabilities. These are
Yes,
office
that
jobs,
has everything to
Dodi.
do. Even the
Dodi, these are
brain.
office jobs. They're
Yeah,
pushing
even then,
buttons.
physically, STEM.
Oh
The
dear,
main
Dodi. Men
they can
are
handle
better
it
at
better.
physically pushing buttons than women are, but they
It's
are
also about
psychologically suited to living
it's
a
also
much more
about the
lonely
society
life
there.
and putting longer hours in. And this means they will outcompete women even when you create a marketplace where there is equality of opportunity between men and women, and the women are doing better.
Well, I don't think you need to be putting value to be treated as the same as anybody else.
It's a
So then why would
factual
it be
observation. I'm
deserved?
describing
Then if
things.
it's not based on merit, why should
Because
we
it's
just
a
give it?
basic human right.
Well, that's just an assertion. Why is it a right? Why does a woman deserve that?
Because they're a human being.
Okay,
If
but
you
why?
were a
Why do you?
woman,
Why because you're a human being
if
do
you
you
were a
deserve?
woman, would you want to
Why
be
because
looked
you're a
down
human
upon?
being? If you're not capable of doing the job,
All right, let's say you
yes.
were born a woman, you would want to
All
be
right, let's just
looked
say
down upon.
if I was not capable of doing the job, yes.
He doesn't need to now. He just needs
No,
to
if you're
identify.
just born a woman, and that's just in the streets, or some guy talked to you, and he treated you with disrespect because of your gender, do you think
Yeah.
that's
If
fair?
they said a mean thing to me, and I said that was
Because you're a woman,
okay, that would be mean. So what? What
and it's
should
not
we?
right.
Okay, but why does that
Attacking
mean we
someone
should be
based
able
on
to
their
give?
gender isn't right.
Why does that mean we should throw money at them and formulate our institutions around them? That's not the same thing.
I don't agree with that.
Okay,
Don't
well then
worry,
you
I don't
wouldn't
agree
you
with
wouldn't
that either.
agree you wouldn't agree with paid maternity leave or protections around women regarding
No,
this
I would
this
agree
thing.
with paid maternity
Yeah,
leave.
if they can negotiate it for it, then yeah, they deserve it. If a woman, anybody can negotiate any type of contractual agreement, they should be able to do that. But they shouldn't be getting
Yeah.
they shouldn't be getting
Well, that's because our governments aren't perfect, obviously.
right. They're not perfect because they
It took
assert
over
that
so many
because
years
we should
just
be equal and in ways that
even
women
when
in ways that it disadvantages women. Here's the problem. Here's the problem.
James,
Here's the problem
I
with what
live in
you're
a
saying,
society
Doherty.
with paid maternity leave.
Doherty, here's what's going on.
In my society in the UK, there is 1 year's paid maternity leave
Oof.
for a woman.
Yeah,
And
and
there's a big difference now between the Gen X's and the millennials and the way the Gen Zs and the younger millennials are behaving.
yes,
So the
there's
older
definitely
women,
issues.
the older
what's the
women,
behavior?
they carefully follow the maternity leave rules, and they didn't abuse the system. Whereas the younger women are taking all kinds of days off, multiple days, half a day, here, there, whatever they want to do, and everyone is terrified because of what the feminists have created. The political
I
correctness
don't
culture,
think
they're
people are
terrified of
terrified,
You
challenging
have
it.
but
literally no evidence
Everyone
for
else has
this.
to pick up their work.
yeah,
Moral
but
hazard.
also I don't
You have
think
no
this
evidence
is
Yeah,
the
because I
here's
live
biggest
in the
issue
UK
in the
and this is
world.
not the case at all.
all right. So while you bring, I mean, okay. So if
So
you
the
give if you're
end
creating a
result of
system that
Dodi
women
is
can
that
gamify,
companies aren't hiring women.
Yeah, if you make a system where it gives unfair benefits to women, I agree with that, but that's not
that's
what
equality.
feminism
That's
is.
equality.
That's not equality. Do men get
Dodi, it
abuse
has to be
positions
because
because
if
of their
you're a
gender?
woman, you must have
No,
at
they
least
don't.
9 months of maternity
Yes,
leave.
yeah, they don't now, but they used to.
But do you
It's
understand what
growing
Dodi,
now
happens?
that
this is my
feminism is
point.
getting more popular
I disagree
and
with James
people
on
are
this,
understanding
right?
it.
On most things.
Obviously, it's not going to work efficiently at first. Even with racism, you see how long it took.
We've
There's
had it for
still
over 50
There's
years
apples
black
and oranges.
communities are
Apples and
black
oranges.
communities are
Because, but
still
here's
struggling
Doherty.
because
Let me
of
explain to
the
you.
implementation.
Because skin color black does not mean not capable of doing said thing. Because women have womb, that means she has different paths in life. That
Yeah,
different
but
than
I'm
black
not talking
people
about the physical
or skin
capabilities. I'm
color.
talking about
So
treating someone regardless of what they're able to do. So let's say a man with disabilities, you're thinking you should look down upon him because he doesn't have
no,
the
that just means
capabilities of a
he's.
fully
If he's
capable.
blind, he's not going to be able to fly. Is that
Yeah, but you're not gonna
ableist?
go up to him
Am
and
I
say
being
you're
an
a blind
ableist?
loser. You're not gonna go up
Dude.
to him and say you're a
All
blind
right,
loser
well, I'm
because
not
you're
sure if
blind.
you're tracking the argument at this point.
No,
No
you
one's
said
saying
it's
you should
okay
say
to.
mean things to
You said
women.
it's fine to say mean things to women if
No, I'm saying that, okay, you say a mean
or
thing,
treat disrespect women. That's the issue I have.
but I don't think it's particularly nice to do that to
The point
anybody.
of
But
the system is
that
to
would be
make
based
it
off a
work
system of
good for both.
dignity here. That has nothing to do with bureaucratic
Well,
or
that's part of
welfare
feminism.
systems. No, okay, so
It's to
here's
treat
sure they
women
can
with
borrow,
dignity.
right? They can borrow from the Christian paradigm. Sure, they can do all that they want, or a traditional paradigm
Okay.
that already
Can I
existed that
just
gave
say
them
one
that.
thing, please?
Yes, Luna.
I've got to go now,
All
but
right.
before I do leave, I want to say, I think it's important that we actually take into account that the state is what is separating us as people, and what we really need to do is just talk to each other more. I know you might think it's a very feminine, emotional way to
Yes,
go
I think
about
this is a
things,
problem
but
with systems.
actually, society as it is in the modern day is way too divided, and the only reason we're having these arguments is because people like to grift and make money and
Yes,
profit off of the conflict that is happening between
there's a
us.
lot of issues
But
like religion too.
thank you for letting me speak on your live. I do wish that you would change your job so that you actually start earning money legitimately rather than grifting off of people's emotions. You
There
know,
goes
and
there
hopefully
goes the venom.
eventually.
There goes the venom.
I don't think James
No,
is
it's not
right.
venomous at
Because the
all.
way
I
we're
just
coming
think
at
that
this
it
to
would
you,
really
James,
help society
It's
if
fine.
we
Just stay
stopped having
is
these
professional.
the opposite,
useless
Luna.
debates
This
that
is why
Yeah.
continue
you're
All right.
to
side
Well,
losing.
if I'm a grifter,
Because
then
people like me
don't
who disagree
participate.
with James, when it
Hold on a
comes to
second.
this,
Hold on a
I
second,
actually
Reasonable. Let's
defend
address
him.
it at me. If I'm a grifter, then don't come on grifters' sites or channels.
Well, he
I just
he
want
Yeah,
you to
because
see
if
Bye.
it back
didn't
anything,
in
know
James is
Bye
about
beforehand.
losing
He
bye.
money.
just wanted
Fuck
to
off.
debate fairly.
Let's see. Look at this snake. Look at the duplicitous women. All I given her was
This is
respect
well,
this
this is
entire
why
time.
this
Let me
is
just
why
let
I'm ended up on the
let me just
political right,
land on my
even though I'm left wing.
let me just land my plane real quick. Remember, guys, for whoever was here, for the people who were here, she's been on the live for what? 5 hours, and the best she could do is slight me on her way out. Interesting how certain women don't have any honor, even to the last
What?
moment.
You see that? This is what I'm talking about.
Yeah, so Doherty, shut
You're
the hell
attacking her
up. Shut
whole
up.
gender because
Shut up
she
or get
said
off the
something you didn't
live.
like.
Shut up or get off the
attacking
live.
Why does he keep
All right,
saying
so you have
women then?
this is your last time to be quiet. So, like I was saying, yeah, I've been cordial, respectful to Miss Luna, and what does she do? Calls me a grifter. Interesting. No word,
and
no
then
mean
says he's
things.
spreading the division.
No mean things were said to her. And wow, reasonable. There you go. That's funny, right? She said, "Oh, it's just the state that does it." Oh, and by the way, on my way out, I'm gonna insult him, even though he's been nothing
Yeah,
but courteous and kind to
I
her.
think I didn't even realize she was talking about you. I thought she was talking about the actual
Right,
people
you were
out there.
probably surprised, right?
I was like, what? Hang on. What?
Right. Look,
And then
Wrong,
here's how
you're
it
right.
comes. Now look. Now
You've got
here's
1,300 followers, James. From what I know of you, you appear to work. I'm not going to ask. But you appear to work some kind of shift work because you have to go off and get to do a job
yes,
and so
sir.
on.
Yes,
So
sir.
if anything, James, this is costing you money. You could be productively earning money doing something else,
Yeah, but
not on a live.
I'm investing in this because I like the conversations. But look, this is why I think it's important, guys, because I want to just point out this. When it comes to communicating, my lives before this was anti-feminist advice. You really need to look at a woman's character and how she treats you because it says a lot about her integrity. How you treat
Well,
people you dislike
it's not
says a lot
being
about.
a woman.
All right, Doherty, shut the hell
It's
up and
about
get off the
humans
live.
in general.
Look how another man just can't just stop talking. He's been warned. See, this is how you do things as a man. You warn them, you give them a little bit of grace, but then you hold to your boundary. But people who act duplicitous and like snakes are not particularly worthy of regarding. You can love them and forgive them, but you cannot forget what they've done, and you must move accordingly. So if Luna was to come back, unless she apologizes, and I believe she was sincere, I'd probably give her one chance. But I'm just explaining to you guys, I deal with this a lot. On the men's side and the women, they tend to be a bit backstabby or they'll say some uncouth things, even though I've been nothing but respectful to them. Fairy.
What's up, man? How's your night
Hold
going?
on. Good. And I want to say this last thing. Notice how Luna said, we all need to get along. Oh, but by the way, James is a grifter and he needs to do something better with his time. Bye-bye. That is weak and cowardly behavior. But she's a woman.
And that you are spreading hate and division in the society. That's her second claim.
Yeah, and if I'm so hateful, then why the hell is she here? Is she not supporting what I'm doing? But anyways, well, let's all collectively pray for her. To whatever God you serve, let's give her some prayers. Fairy, what up,
might
man?
be the Dark Lord.
Hey, man, just chilling. Just got back from
There's
the...
only one Dark Lord, and his name is Andrew Wilson. And I'm one day will probably give some penance to the Dark Lord. No, you are not. Yeah, she realized you weren't in good faith. You're slow. You keep talking about women in a weird incel way.
Yeah, they're the
There we
incels
go.
now.
There we go. I'll be an incel. That's fine. Go get your rights taken away. Banned 13 snakes. Banned 13 snakes. The states. Thank God for Trump. Let's get more of them.
I think, James, even though I'm pretty much 180 opposed to you, this is where the society's at. We've got people like this. They can't engage in a disagreement and still respect the other person. And that's why everything's falling to pieces.
Yeah, your accent along with your conciseness makes it that much more apparent. You said it better than I could.
You're kind.
Hey, but
I just
ultimately,
remembered it was.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say Dinesh D'Souza, who's a Christian Indian from Goa,
Hmm.
he used to be part of the Reagan cabinet when he was a young man. And he did a talk, and in that talk he said, in the 1980s and 90s, the so-called left and right would have massive disagreements and arguments, but they'd work together. You wouldn't have this toxicity that you get from the feminists and so on. And lots of stuff would be done for the betterment of the society. We'd be compromising. But he said that this modern bunch, they just hate you.
Well, here's the thing. I can see it as a slight personally on how she dealt with it, but ultimately it's a net positive because the more people like her, the more untenable her position and her political movement becomes. Because if it's toxic and radioactive by how they communicate with each other, what are they going to be using? Manipulation?
Yeah, pretty much.
Passive
I oppose Trump.
aggressiveness?
Yeah, I'm anti-Trump, and I remember the 2016 election and thinking all these wokies, they're doing everything they can to get this guy elected.
Right. So people like her and people like Nordy, they're only making it better for me. Like, this is fine.
Hey guys.
What's going on, man?
Hello, Embiid.
Alright, so I have a question.
All right, well, what is it, man?
When are you gonna get a lineup, you dumbass loser?
Oh, interesting. You want to cam up, pussy? You got to animate avatar.
I invited him to cam up. He can't cam up. He doesn't have enough. Let me see what we got in here in the profile.
And the same thing happened after the 2020 election.
Interesting.
Because of they were obviously querying the election results, and I remember having big arguments with my lefty friends, saying this is absolutely necessary. They need to be able to test the system and take it through the courts and challenge the election result and all the rest of it. And if you don't let them,
That's MBig's profile. What are you, 12? What, you play Fortnite like you're 13?
What are you, like a hentai consumer or what? What's going on here?
Oh, big man. Big man.
Wow.
Anyway.
Someone over 18 whose entire life revolves around anime
Hey.
edits.
Are you scared of
Barry,
me?
Barry, are you seriously
No.
claiming to have an IQ of 197?
I'm not claiming. I've had it tested twice along as 2 stacks of 2s.
No, you
can.
Like,
There's no upper limit
At
to
actual
IQ.
institutions? Like formal tests?
Yeah, I've had REM sleep testing, 2 stacks E2 anger management assessment testings, 2 IQ testings. No EQ testing yet, but I'm really looking forward to doing that. OSHA 500 certified, getting ready to be bar certified next year. I was going to do it last year, but I got too busy with work. So yeah,
Isn't that higher than Einstein?
Yeah, and Sheldon from Big Bang Theory.
That's funny. I
But
was
Yeah,
it's
there's
thinking. I was thinking about what it would be like to have that high of IQ like yesterday.
you
Must be like a
won't
different world.
difficult.
want to
It's very
know.
difficult.
It's a nightmare. Who can I
Yeah.
compare it to? Charles Xavier before he figures out how to control all his thoughts. My
You
brain
talk to
never
a lot of
shuts the fuck
people.
off.
Yeah, it never
It's probably
switches
pretty
off, and you
agonizing to
get OCD.
socialize if you're that much smarter than everyone.
Well, cute.
Well, no, you want to use alcohol or some sort of other vice to shut your brain down, but
Yeah.
then that eventually destroys your body. So, yeah.
All
Bummer.
right, so let me just address the anime weeboo in the chat. James, you get no girls. Well, here's the thing, sir. My life, I mean, it sounds a bit misogynistic to me. My life doesn't revolve around how many women I can cycle in and out of. Is that something you hold as a virtue?
Are you married, James?
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah. So what's the hell are you talking about? What's this
I don't
contemplate?
know, man. I'm a man. I think I've run the race. I've gotten out of the dating market. I've gotten
There you go.
my wife. She's
Yeah.
retired. It sounds to me
He,
like
he's
success.
uh,
All you're doing
apparently
is
he's such an
promoting sterile
INCL that he
relationships.
got married.
I mean, here's what I'll let you do.
These guys are clueless.
Yeah, so let's keep it up, Mbeg. Thank you for your engagement. Keep up with your thumb action. Thank you for letting the algorithm know that your engagement is what's keeping this live. See, look, you just brought
That's
in
it. Now
Marley
he's insulting your
Aquarius.
wife. Very, very mature.
Yeah, and
That's actually pretty misogynistic, James, if you think about it.
yeah, it is.
Insulting your wife. Never met her, never seen her, never interacted with her, but already making insults about her character.
That's all right. You
Very
know,
misogynistic.
you reap what you sow. God's laws, God won't be mocked. That's a law. So keep it up. You're only making it worse for you. I wish you'd stop, but for your own sake. I mean, I don't want any problems, right? I wouldn't do anything to you.
Period. Do you find that if your brain starts on a train of thinking that it's very hard to switch it off until you fixed it? Sorry, till you've come to a conclusion about it, at least.
My brain doesn't shut off. I'm so sorry. One more time. What was the
Do you want me to
question?
repeat? Yeah.
Please.
So I'm finding that, like with relationships, I would deep dive into relationships for several years because I needed to understand them. And when I got to understanding them, then only then did my brain switch off. But it was pretty much like OCD.
Yeah, but
for
you don't need to
several years.
you don't need to understand women, man.
My brain just never shuts off, period. I'm constantly thinking about like maybe on average like 6 things simultaneously. Sometimes it gets all the way up to like 20. And I'm planning I'm not just planning for like the next morning, but I'm also planning for like the next weekend or the weekend, the next year. Doing math, all this shit in my head simultaneously. It never shuts up, and it's loud. That's the only way I can put it.
Are you wealthy?
I'd say wealthy. I wouldn't say rich. Yeah.
Tudor, are you a feminist or cute? Are you a feminist?
I don't know. I kind of take pause on taking that label because I haven't read enough of the literature to truly understand it. Not gonna lie, like you'll probably think I'm a feminist, but I don't really know if I
Wait,
am.
have you and I tussled before on Force
Yeah, I
Doc?
talked to you.
On
Yeah,
Force
I got super.
Doctrine?
Maybe months ago, I got super irritated at you.
That's all right. Welcome back up. Glad to see, despite our dispirited debate, we can have
take your
another
box.
conversation again.
Take your box
Yeah.
back.
New day, new conversation. Yeah.
Yeah, well,
Cute is a big Lotus fan. Yeah, we're friends.
big
Period.
Lotus.
Just a quick question. Do you know Howard Gardner, the guy who claimed to have developed EQ, went on to say that he had no evidence for it? It was just an idea.
Which guy on what?
EQ.
Oh, on emotional quotient.
Yeah, emotional intelligence. Gardner.
Emotional intelligence or emotional quotient? They're two separate issues. Emotional
Okay, so how would you-
intelligence is measured using the Staxi 2 metrics, and emotional quotient is measured utilizing a different test. I can't remember the actual name for it. I just call it the EQ test. But EQ is 4 subcategories: individual awareness, social organization, and social something. That's the 3. So EQ is really, really weird, man, because little boys have higher EQ than little girls, but women have higher EQ than men. It is a very strange thing that when boys transition into adulthood, their ability or maybe their desire to socially engineer and organize events and parties and hierarchies and everything just goes right out the fucking window.
Maybe,
And it's
maybe
like,
it's because they spend the majority of the time with their mothers before.
or life, or just
Before-
life in
I
general.
mean, I mean, isn't it kind of like the more a boy ages, the more he's going to be more towards his father as opposed to the motherly,
when I mean social
protective.
organization, James, I mean like friends, going to parties, sports, extracurricular activities, post school, after school, things like this. Little boys are more involved. When boys become men, that part of their life, sometimes it just seems to either shrink or just disappear entirely.
Cute. Thanks for the follow.
No.
No, I get what
I
you're
feel like
saying.
it's socialized in part.
I've been very
I don't really
skeptical
have any
about
friends
the
other
IQ
than
measures.
my
I was very
wife.
skeptical about the IQ
And
measures
then
until I
y'all.
looked at the data.
Go ahead, Rizal. What'd you say?
No, I've always been extremely skeptical of the IQ measures, and then I actually used Jordan Peterson to change my mind on it, and a few others. I looked at the whole data set, and he said, "Look, well, whatever criticisms you make, it's the best tool that we have for measuring general intelligence." And then with EQ, I looked at the way they were measuring that, and Glenn Gardner said, "Look, I've got no evidence for it. I don't know whether you can measure it. I mean, there's a Big Five personality model, which I think is pretty good. Again, Jordan Peterson put me onto that, and the data set for the Big Five personality model. If you look it up, you might be interested in that. So the reason Peterson mentioned, he said this was a good data theory, was that instead of coming up with the categories and then shoving the data into it, they gathered the data and then the categories came out of the data. And they came out of the data by doing using a mathematical tool called factor analysis, which groups the data into categories, and then those categories they gave labels to, which is the Big Five personality model.
Cute.
So if you actually check out, the Big Five personality model, that may help answer the differences between men and women that Period was talking about. I mean, I have a hypothesis, which is that because men have evolved to be on the hunter of the gatherer side, and also to function in hierarchies, this is why they have less EQ to put. They don't need it.
Oh, it's
They
not
just need
like
to fall into the
functionally as
hierarchy.
needed.
Yeah, because you and I have had disagreements, and I think we've come close. You've come close to kicking me, but generally I go quiet because I recognize the hierarchy. Right, this is your life, it's your space, and as I've interacted with you longer, I've seen that you're actually pretty polite. But women don't operate in hierarchies in the way that men do, and that is why their EQ is much higher.
It's much more subtle. I don't know. I think that men benefit from having more disagreeable traits, which kind of is a rejection of EQ, because social lubrication is a form of EQ. It's creating comfortability. It's like etiquette, where on the surface you're kind of just creating peace. Whereas if you're disagreeable, which is more competitive and more domineering, like you're not just going along with the flow because you're goal oriented, and sometimes that goal means not worrying about the comfort of other people to achieve like whatever aim you're reaching for.
Yeah, it
Yeah,
sounds
but
like
yes,
a benefit for men being that way.
Yeah, that's
Yes,
why I think that's why they tend towards that way, because we tend towards things that we're incentivized towards that benefit us.
No,
if you
wouldn't you
look at
say?
men historically
Go ahead, Rizal.
and their protection provisioning role, then in those roles they weren't required to do a lot of talking with each other. If you're going on the hunt, talking is not good. So you learn to communicate, follow the hierarchy, generally keep to yourself, and if anyone's bothering you, you tell them to get lost. Whereas with women in the gathering role, there's a lot of forward planning required and organizing and so on, and you're constantly having to calibrate yourself with the other women gathering so that you're over gathering one thing or under gathering another.
Now,
So I think that's where it comes from.
regarding, so you're not really a feminist, Cute. You just tend to lean that way sometimes.
No, what I'm saying is like fully donning the label of feminist. I can't really speak to the literature in depth. I understand the basics of it. Like most women that call themselves feminist probably haven't read that much about it, haven't actually consulted many sources. They just feel like patriarchy is reasonable. Can you mute or stop
Yeah, somebody
shuffling? Or...
is currently being stuffed inside a washing
No, I'm not
machine.
making noise. Yeah.
You were.
Are you hearing noise?
Yes.
He said, I'm not
Sorry.
making noise.
Sorry, I was
Yeah.
typing into my phone. I'll keep.
Yeah, you're getting tons of feedback. That's crazy.
Freaking reasonable. Yeah, so
That's insane.
the reason why I'm asking is because I mean, all
You'll
right.
think
So
I'm
you
a
don't
feminist,
feel
probably.
you don't feel worthy of the academic calling or the scholastic calling.
To truly be like, I'm a feminist and here's exactly why and here's the history. No, not really.
Yeah, but
If I'm
that's
being
like,
for real.
but you can be functionally that and patternistically that. If you operate in ways that a feminist, like a feminist foremother would agree, like, yes, cute mother, or cute, this is good. If you operate in ways principally consistent with what they do, you can be a feminist.
Yeah, sure, probably, but like, I don't want a matriarchy, and I'm
Don't
not a
wanna-
choice feminist,
Okay.
and I don't think that. I think the only thing that I really line up with is like a lot of the intersectional school of thought. I vibe with like critical race theory and how it intersects with these notions of like the harmful impacts of sort of like a patriarchal worldview. I do think that gender roles are like overly confining and it does lead for like material harm to both men and women. So like there are things about it that I agree with, but I don't know. I don't
You
think I want to walk
vibe-
around calling myself a feminist.
If you were to subscribe, if you had to subscribe, it would be on the third intersectional wave.
To like, but what are the features of that? I'm not. I'm not
Intersectionality.
positive.
Intersectionality meaning that third wave was really a space to give more voices and literature and critical thought to the more marginalized parts of women. And it
Yeah.
kind of really left a foothold in for non-women or other genders. But outside of, or despite that, it's more about, okay, there's white women who kind of have historically had their say and they've had their grievances, but now we need to kind of think about the other marginalized communities that are women as well, like Native
Yeah.
American or Black in America or etc. So that's what you're saying, you lean more towards?
Yeah, like I agree with a lot of that.
Okay. Yeah, I can understand that. Let's see, we have
I'm also pro-trans, so
okay. Well, my lines of argumentation don't really. I'll admit my third wave debate chops are not really that good. Ains Shirley.
And Shirley.
And Shirley.
Hey.
Are you a feminist, ma'am? Hello.
No. I'm Bunny. I'm Onyx.
Bunny,
By the way.
how many? You guys, what's up with all these
I
damn
just decided
burners?
to go by my actual name.
Have you heard of
Why am I
smurfing?
pretending?
Have you heard of smurfing?
Yes, I have. I'm embarrassed to know why I know this, but yes.
Yeah, you just smurfing. You got a bunch of burner accounts.
No,
You're
this
in
is the
it.
same account.
You're in an elo that you don't belong. Let me see here. See what's going on.
Oh Lord.
Well, you got some pretty. I would consider some of your views a little wacky, and
Really? Which one?
you were talking about on one of your lives that I was either half asleep or something, but you were like the case for side pieces, and I'm like, what the hell?
Yeah.
The case for side pieces.
Yeah, the case for side pieces. Yeah, the premise being that women have, in modern society at least, have been able to leverage their, access to their bodies, everything, but don't feel required to show up in kind in marriage. And oftentimes men are still expected to still do everything they were doing initially, and would actually love to keep doing it, but feel really gross begging their wives for schmecks for years and years and years. So men have taken back their, schmexual agency, and I think they save marriages. And a lot of these women are comfortable getting access to resources and not even having to do the emotional labor. It wins for them.
So it's a win-win on both sides. What
Well, I
you're
wouldn't
saying.
say it's a win. I think it's actually terrible. It's like
Then why make a case for it, Anne?
because what I'm trying to demonstrate is that men do deeply want intimacy with women, but it's an asymmetrical thing. And instead of, bullying other women, why not, I don't know, show up as what he wants? I don't know why it's so crazy. It's not a promotion of it, it's a recognition of you have failed your family, so much so that he has to be with someone else to like tolerate you. That's not something to be like, that's scary to me that
So
you're
it's kind of like
comfortable
a
as a woman.
backload. It's a backloaded message that you're saying.
Yeah, but yeah, exactly. It gets people like going.
All right. Yeah.
Could I ask kind of question? So over the last 5 years, what have you observed? Have you observed that the relationship between men and women is getting worse? Marriage is declining? What are you observing in your own life without doxing yourself?
Are you asking someone specifically?
Anne is
Yeah,
being
that was
asked.
to
You,
yourself.
Anne,
Oh, okay,
the
great.
Smurf.
Oh, so
Yeah.
when I'm observing in real time
Mhm.
men suffering in silence, no one really caring, children losing out on basic fundamental developmental stages like having active parents presently in the household. Their kids are raising themselves on iPads.
How is that a developmental stage?
Relation
Yeah, just let her make a point.
relationships
No, no, yeah.
ultimately seem to be a scary place for humanity, but it's what we need. But for men, generally, it's scary. Like they want it, but
Why
they're
would you
not
say it's
willing
what we
to.
need, Anne?
Hmm?
Why do you have the position it's what we need?
We need to have a return back to it not being like that, or the friction is necessary.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. So
So
you
which
said
one
that
is
it's
it? Which
what we
one is it,
need,
Anne?
iPads
Well,
and
Is the
kids
friction
iPads and
necessary,
stuff.
or do we need to return back to some way how it was, or solve that
I think it's
problem?
actually interesting what feminism has done. It's allowed people to actively choose one another and not be cajoled into relationships. But you can find someone who would choose you and you're on the same page. And I think that's more liberating in general. But I don't know. I think the way it's,
You see,
I think
Anne,
people
I would
really,
have a rule that
I think people do need to experience what life is like with someone else. That not
so,
everything is all on you.
What you
so
mean by
Anne,
what
I'd
you
have a
mean by
rule
that? You mean the man? Let's just say a woman is not happy. Should she go try out somebody else her size and then come back to her marriage later on?
No. I think we should. Well, yikes. No, I think you should. You should absolutely get into conflict or relationships, test them out. Doesn't work out, keep it moving, but don't waste time and energy and money and resources to find out 20 years down the line that this was not your person. Because you can actually have someone who will ride or unalive with you. You just have to be willing to try again. Because yes, I do think it's a necessary thing for not just individuals but for society.
Somebody's feedbacking. Everybody mute up just for a moment. I'm gonna ask Anne some questions here. Everybody mute up besides Anne. Now, when it comes to this exploration period that you're saying, wouldn't you say now feminism has led to an environment where women have folded up their arms and said, I don't need a man, I'm just gonna do what I want, however, whatever I want, and then just wait later on? Wouldn't you say that's kind of the environment that feminism has created?
Absolutely, for sure. The thing is, though, it's if that was what they really wanted, I would get it, but it's not. Feminism is inherently disingenuous. It actually continues to perpetuate this myth of empowerment and women being in charge of their choices, and then simultaneously children. And suddenly, oh, you can't really blame her for taking the life of her kids. I mean, she's a woman. Like, feminism claims two things can be true at once. You can be an actualized person and you can choose when you have a family. But then when you have that family, suddenly it's oppressive. And
Well, yeah,
okay,
like you shouldn't be responsible
yeah,
for
exactly.
your actions. Yeah, that tends to
Or
be
your
how.
husband's needs or anything. That's ridiculous. They're
So,
blaming him.
yeah, I think granted, there are going to be some women who are on the Lindsay Clancy camp. There's probably going to be equally, if not more, feminists who are not going to touch that like that politically. They're probably going to be in
They're
agreement.
saying they're saying that this is an example of neglectful
hundreds of
relationships.
thousands.
And that this is if he had just carried the weight more and paid attention to her more, she wouldn't have done it. But the crazy thing is, he decided to work from home when they had their first child. So when she had a nanny, a live-in one.
Damn. So
And
she
even
even had
further-
more labor saving devices, and she
Yes.
she had less labor or less emotional labor.
And she had
and-
three nannies, not one nanny.
Oh.
Yeah. So this
She had
is,
3 nannies. She had 1 nanny per child.
Well, look, I don't want
and he,
to. I don't
and
want
he
to.
primarily took care of the older one. So she
Unless
relaxed.
anybody in the chat or in the panel wants to make a feminist case for Lindsay
Lindsay?
Clancy, I don't want to put that on the feminists.
Does PMDD exist? For sure, but how much can a husband do? When does the okay, I'm going to try to get better for my family happen? And she wasn't taking her medication, by the way. She's a nurse, and that she actively said, I know I should be taking my medication, and I'm not.
What I will say though is, I heard someone online say, this idea is not my own, but you see how generally people want justice for people who we would say are crazy or deranged, who go do things at an In-N-Out or a movie theater with a weapon. We would say they're crazy, but for some reason, for women, we have to afford them this special
Clause.
Yeah,
But we're just like you, and we can run the country, and we're super emotionally intelligent. Don't
Just real
you ever
quick.
call us crazy.
Just real
But
quick,
people do it all the
prosecutions.
time the other way.
Prosecution's witness today cooked the shit out of the possibility for a PMD. So that's probably
Talk
not even on
about
the
it.
fucking table anymore.
Talk about
Okay, but
what
again,
was
people do it the other way all the time. So many times people have talked about school pewers and how they were mentally ill and they were sick and it was this and that. That's that.
yeah, but you put them
The
down.
judge
Put
himself,
them,
when
put
it
them
came to the
down
Brock
though.
Turner case, talked about how he was a young man with a promising future and he shouldn't lose everything because he'd raped someone. Like, we do it on both sides. That's a fact.
I just think there's more of an institutional and cultural environment that allows for women to have these arguments. It makes them, it's the reason why the less savory arguments for Lindsay Clancy are becoming more permissible now, because women are looking around and saying, well, the hatred of men is a thing, it's all men is a thing, Massachusetts is a thing where I can unalive kids up until
That's the state she was in,
so
by the
I'm
way.
just explaining, like, women can basically do really a lot of things now with impunity, cultural impunity at this point. So it makes sense why a lot of women are going to look around and say, oh, you know what, maybe I can make a case for why Lindsay Clancy is innocent.
Yeah, but again,
It's the
so do
environment that's
men.
being created.
Could
Okay,
I
so
just make two
what
brief
environment is being created where men's murderous behavior is justified?
You don't get the likes on men who do this. What
No.
Lindsay's done, you don't get all these likes on social media, and she's got what, $750,000 now has been raised.
We're being
For
a
her?
murderer.
900,000 now.
There you go.
She.
Where's the men
where
doing that?
could a man? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, but where's the equivalent
Where-
for men doing
Carmelo,
that?
Carmelo Anthony.
Nowhere.
Carmelo Anthony.
Is another really irritating example for me, especially when it comes to bias in terms of critique of institutional racism. You're seriously telling me that getting pushed is justified force to then poke someone and he's a victim now. Like,
All right.
okay, can we look at the
Cute.
fact that
All
he's
right,
17
cute.
years old? Yeah, but like most people don't. It's pissing me off.
No, I'm
the
glad.
way
I'm glad
people
we're in
on
agreement,
quote-unquote
Cute.
my- it's so fucking embarrassing, dog, that people are like, they look at these instances of economic injustice, or sorry, racial injustice that have occurred, and then they look for instances to try and prove it in every single thing that happens. So we could say that for the Lindsay Clancy case. Then we could look at what happened with David Chow and that young kid. He walks free, but Carmelo Anthony is innocent. And it's fucking absurd.
Even worse, how do men navigate this? Like, or women or children. Children are actively being. I don't know if you guys saw the video of the mom who like bit and punched her son
What the
because he
hell?
was too loud, and that single mom, and he's a streamer,
What
18.
about the waterboarding the infant one?
No, wait, what? Okay,
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I'm so pissed off at American women.
Well, the
Waterboarding an
instances.
infant
Here's the
is
thing.
disgusting.
Here's the thing. The instances.
no one thinks.
I'm more talking about the cultural.
Yeah,
The
yeah,
cultural. The cultural the cultural support around it is what I find troubling. Like when you look at the Lindsay Clancy case, you have women who are editing themselves and propping themselves up to cry with their baby in the hand while posting how they sympathize with Clancy. I think that's it's like a nightmare scenario for men who want to look for a mom.
It reminds me of the Black Lives Matter when everybody was putting their fists up and making their profile pictures black, like that was going to do anything. That kind of performative activism, quote unquote activism.
Okay,
also
performative
relates
for
to
sure.
beyond.
Yeah, it's definitely
Like,
performative.
show up to your local political assembly. Go to your city council. Like protest or actually lobby within your own community for the things you want to see.
And that's the issue, right? Men actually do this like infrastructure work, society maintenance, and that's why they have the responsibilities they do. Women want to pretend that it's the same.
James,
I
the
don't
wildest
understand
thing.
the comparison, not gonna lie.
What I'm
Go ahead,
saying is
Reasonable.
feminism makes women think that their whole labor thing is the same as men's laboring in building society, and it's really not the same.
So, James, the wildest thing I've seen in the last couple of months was a New York mayoral meeting composed nearly all black audience screaming and shouting at the mayor because of all the immigrants that they brought in to the local community.
The irony.
I can get behind those blacks for sure.
Why?
Because even though they're eating of the fruit of their own way, at least they're waking up to it.
They should have. Okay, no offense. I know you guys are gonna probably call me racist. I don't care. It's just a word. This is your country. This is your country. I don't understand how you can hate the white tea man and everything is their fault. Meanwhile, these immigrants come to do work and now they're stealing everything and it's everybody else's fault and not yours. You hate these white tea people, but you want them to give you jobs and be active members of society. But oh, fuck whitey, and I don't understand how they can claim victimhood while at the same time being the ones.
I've got an answer for you, Anne. So the answer is the black population in the US is what, about 13% of the population?
Yeah.
And that was enough to be a swing vote. It was Candace Owens, who I can't stand, who pointed this out 10 years ago.
Wait, how is
And
that?
she said, so hold on, I'll just let me lay it out. So what Candace said, and others had mentioned this, is the Democrats have used that population in order to get themselves an electoral advantage by promising things, and they never deliver, because if you deliver, then the support goes, because the problem is solved. So they've been stirring the issues the black community has up, constantly promising every election cycle they'll solve them, not solve them, and then use them as a vote bank again. What Candace said nearly 10 years ago was that all the migrants that are coming across the southern border, and I'm not really against them, right? Especially the Hispanics, they are already replacing the vote bank of the black population. And she said, in about 10, 15 years, black American votes won't count that much. And that's exactly what you're seeing in politics, because the Hispanics are going to become the majority in North America.
Yep. And then they will realize that
they've been played.
And the ironic thing is, all of the civil liberties that we enjoy today is because of their ancestors' work. They said, we want a world where you could actively compete and your color wouldn't be relevant. And now here we are. Anyway, I'm not mad at it. I think the black population is a minority and also unaliving their children at the highest rate. The Planned Parenthood whole initiative was about eugenics, and
they won at this point.
And they will claim if you take our abortions away, you hate us.
I heard in New York, and I think it was like 2019, maybe the year after, that the amount of babies aborted, specifically to blacks, it outpaced the amount of babies born.
Exactly. For every 4 babies born in the African American community, it's something crazy like 2.5 or 3.1 are actively being aborted.
It hurts my freaking soul, man.
Yeah.
Something
And the
like-
other number I read recently was that it's 1/3 of Gen Z have been unalive before they're ever even born.
Wait,
And
not to
then-
be that guy, but don't y'all want Air Force One prices to come down or some shit? Or Jordan prices to come down or some shit? You know what I'm saying? You have more people buying into the market and they're going to drop the prices of the shoes. Brother. You know, you feel me? Come on. Supply and demand, brother. That's all.
Freaking demon.
And then you're right, the shoes. and then they'll claim everybody hates us and we're but honestly, if a black American person went anywhere globally, they would be treated like Americans. They'd be treated like gods. Because of
And
America.
this whole Carmelo thing is really hurting.
Don't do it. Don't do
hurting
it.
the community.
My
Okay,
God.
do
I'm not
it,
gonna
but
go
let
there,
me actually like sit down and relax.
People
for a minute.
hate Americans. I don't know what you're talking about. When
I'm talking
Canadians
about
travel
American.
outside of America, they put stickers on their suitcases so they don't get treated like Americans who are presumed to be rude and classless.
Have you ever traveled?
Uh-huh.
Have you ever traveled?
Yeah, I don't
Globally?
buy that. Americans are treated pretty well.
Yeah.
Yeah. In fact, they're treated so well. Some of these women are trying to get married and come here. I don't know. It's crazy. I don't know. I don't.
Yeah,
I've never
the
experienced-
passport bros is a real thing though. Cute, like a lot of women at least see these men as meal tickets.
Because they're American, not because they're Canadian or no, explicitly American.
So the
yeah,
culture
but somebody
can.
somebody wanting access to a place where there might be more economic opportunity or where they're going to have a meal ticket is different than the cultural attitude towards American tourists in other places.
Okay.
I'm not talking
Then
about people from other countries that
why would
feel
I
that they
treat
can
you
benefit,
disrespectfully if I
like they're
want
going to be
access
getting
to
their
it?
tourist dollars, or they're going to be marrying them so they can get their green card and get
Yeah,
get
but
their
Anne
money
mentioned
up.
that. Anne
Like
mentioned.
that's different.
But cute. Anne mentioned that. If I wanted to get something from you, why would I treat you disrespectfully?
Yeah.
Well, that's exactly the point I'm making. If you're
No, that's what I was
incentivized to
making,
treat
you're
somebody
fighting.
nicely, yeah, but if you don't want
Yeah, but
anything from an American,
that
you're going to
contradicts your
treat them how you
position that
see
they're.
them,
But
which
that
is
contradicts your
crass
position.
and like, pardon?
So you're simultaneously arguing both sides. You're
What do
saying
you
on the
think my
one hand
position
that
is?
hold on. You're simultaneously saying that American behavior leads to people not respecting them when they go abroad, and at the same time saying that their dollar gets them respect.
No, their dollar gets them to be treated nicely to their
Yeah.
faces.
What was the
So that
currency?
means
Was
that
it
Thanks
a-
for the rose.
position.
Anne.
I'm confused. One second. I'm confused how you don't
That makes
understand what
sense.
I'm saying. I'm saying that unless you want something from an American, such as their money or their resources, so you're going to play nice to their face, the general consensus in other places is a negative view of Americans.
Are there
Yeah, that's
American
also false.
militaries all over
And so,
the use? Sorry.
yeah, exactly. 1 second. I've spent many years in Europe, particularly Western Europe, and obviously I live in the UK. That's completely false. America is overwhelmingly liked, and the culture is liked, and people are overwhelmingly pro-American. If there was anything like you're suggesting, exactly as Anne said, the bases would immediately come under, get them out.
Yeah, because
And
why would you?
you never hear of that. You don't hear the Germans saying get the bases out,
Okay, sure.
or the Brits. Or
Right.
the Brits of everyone, but
Or the
Brits
Japanese.
of everyone.
In
They
Okinawa-
technically didn't lose WW2.
In
So
Okinawa, they
why are
have
American
literal.
bases there?
In Okinawa, they have American towns where Okinawans voluntarily, culturally align around like an American city.
Are
Because that's
these
where the
settled by
military base is.
Americans?
Well, the military base
Oh.
is in Okinawa.
Yeah, and of all the places, Anne, I mean, the amount of, say, SA that's been done by American troops against local Japanese, there's plenty. It's been going back since the 80s and 70s, I know of, and obviously before then.
Yeah.
And there still isn't this big thing in Japanese society to get them out. No, it's completely opposite of what Cute says. Wherever you go in the world, people have a tremendously positive, including Vietnam. I mean, my uncle went to
Ironically, yeah.
Vietnam, and he was shocked. He said what the Americans did to them, all these war crimes, all this stuff. And when he's talking to them, he's like, they're all pro-American, and they want more Americans to come over. They regret the whole thing.
Wow. And it's such an interesting form of entitlement to be an American and claim like opposite.
Well, let's
Hmm.
let Cute respond because this is 3v1.
No,
It's 3v1.
you know, I'm good. You got if that's your guys' position, if that's what you've seen, that's cool.
I'm
I
not
don't
saying
want
there's
to
not
go
done
and
terrible
start pulling
things.
examples of
I'm
like
just saying it's the culture. The
Yeah,
culture, people
that's
like
fine.
the culture. And
Well,
they
she's
like the
she's
economy.
the position on it. She's pretty much agnostic at this point, or she just doesn't really
Yeah,
care
fair
to.
enough.
Yeah,
So I think
know.
Yeah, those
That's what
Filipino
you guys
women
think.
might come here
That's your
and
experience. Cool.
take our men.
Yeah,
No.
like one
American
thing I
women.
will say is that I think that a comparison of the presence of bases is going to be different than like a sort of normal cultural attitude of just like an average person.
Wait,
Yeah,
so
like
Like in the
fair
same way
enough,
that
but a
I'm
base
sort
is
of
a pretty big
agnostic
thing,
to this
isn't it?
position is the same way that like if somebody sees an American tourist versus a Canadian tourist and they're going to think the Canadian is polite, whereas the American's going to be rude. Like, it's just a cultural attitude thing.
We
So you
can't
could
tell
say,
the
oh, we love
difference, Cute.
Americans and they have benefits to us and we think their culture is cool.
Do you
And
remember
that's
what
still kind
happened
of a
in the
different
World Cup?
critique.
Do you remember that
We
we
can't tell
hosted
the
the World
difference.
Cup? Do you remember when we hosted the World Cup and
Oh, the cheerleaders.
oh yeah, and they
I
were like,
remember the
"Oh my
cheerleaders.
God, America's great." It's like, what? I think no one's dismissing what you're saying, Cutie. I think you're correct, but I also
Please
understand.
don't call me cutie. You can call me cute or theory or whatever, but not cutie.
Well, it comes with a name. I was about to call you
I
Cutie.
just hate when we have to focus on things that are like,
All
okay,
right,
whatever.
let's
Like, I
back to
apologize.
it. Back to it.
That's
No,
okay.
you're fine.
Now I'm not. Whatever. Why do
Let's talk
women
about the
do
World
this?
Cup.
Well, Anne, were you about to say that there's a lot of cheerleaders like that are basically cheerleading for America that are not even from America? But I think, to be fair, if I was going to moderate just a tad, it could be simultaneously both your positions, because their impression of America and Americans might have been such that they're surprised, and a lot of
They
them
were.
could be coming to America thinking it would be different than how it actually was. So
Interesting.
my
That's interesting.
James,
Well, I'm not really
well, my
fighting the point.
algorithm.
It's like I think it's simultaneously what I'm saying and what you guys are saying. Like I think we're
You're
both right.
probably cute. Yeah, you're probably right on that. But just to James's point, so I get the other video side. So I get the reaction videos of people going to America, watching all the cheerleaders at the football matches, which they've never seen, especially the Scots and so on. They loved it.
They
But it
love
was something. Yeah, but yeah, can I just make the observation? The observation I made is this is a society in which sexuality is still celebrated. It's still found youthful female beauty is still celebrated and encouraged, and it's a tremendous civilizational motivating force for men. And in the cultures where that is gone, you get this social malaise and collapse, lack of family formation. Everything starts falling apart.
How can you actually speak to that when you look at birth rates? If we look
So
at birth rates in
in
America, that's on
America,
the decline. If we look at it in Japan, in
yeah, but in
Canada,
America,
in
the
Europe,
population's still
down
growing
everywhere.
because of your
But the
migration.
immigrants are
And the same thing is happening in the UK.
the immigrants
Native
are.
I
populations.
can't hear
I'm
reasonable
just
if you're
speaking
going
to
to overtalk him.
Yeah, I'm addressing your point directly. So if you look at the native birth rates amongst, say, WASP, white Anglo-Saxon Protestants, yeah, they're 1.1 to 1.6. But the people who are coming into both the UK society and North America, they have much higher birth rates, and they still stabilize around 2.2 and 4 and below. But my point is that my observation of Western culture is it was spectacularly successful at celebrating female sexuality and young female beauty. And there's only one other culture that really does that, and that's the Asians. See, India does it. You just need to watch any Bollywood movie. There's beautiful young women, swaying their hips and other bits of body parts up and down since the 1950s. And the other is places like Japan, and increasingly so China. China's desperately trying to get their birth rate up.
What about Latin America? But to your point,
Yeah,
literally
sure.
every
Yeah,
other
I
woman.
take your point.
Well, yeah.
Latin America is beautiful. Yeah.
Yeah.
If anything, that's probably as close, from my perspective, as in terms of sexuality, is probably the idealized closest to the idealized culture. Very tolerant, open,
Mhm.
and they fully understand the beauty of young women.
And the necessary influence and power it has. And what's interesting is here in America, women feel oppressed by what you just said. And
Yes, and that's why
point
they're not
where-
attractive.
And
So
to the
it's
point where
an
trans
observation.
women are saying,
Commodification of womanhood.
Well, it was an
Trans women
observation
think that
made
they're
Youth is
more
made
women
into a
than
commodity.
trans
Yeah,
women
no,
And
believe
then
it's
when
not
women
commodity.
lose that
Hold on.
youth and they lose that beauty, they're treated as
Yeah, but
discardable and quote unquote leftover
yeah, this is
women.
false.
because they
So
are
can I just make make the
That's a
civilizational point?
fact. That's weird that you
So
don't think
you
that.
get
What are you
hold
saying?
on just 1 second, guys. You get civilizations because men build stuff. They build infrastructure in a crazy way. Well, who are they building it for? They're building it to get access to young women. And when you remove that pathway, which is what North America has successfully done, especially the feminists, by shaming the men,
I'm just going to mute who I
then you
think
lose
is
all the
causing the
drive
feedback.
in the society to build and produce a surplus and form families. It's all gone.
Thanks
To
for the
stay in good
rose,
physical
and
shape. You can see North Americans. The Brits are going having similar problems with weight.
now, cute to
And then you-
add on to reasonable. When we talk about women being discarded, no, there's a logical progression to her archetype or her status, it would be from going to a maiden to being a mother to being one who raises both of
And a
those
matriarch.
later. Yeah, a matriarch. This is
Yeah,
where
you
women are
want- they're
afforded
the
respect
matriarchs.
in all phases
Yeah.
of their life. It doesn't just have to be based on sexual performance or attention.
But it kind of is. Because
They
if
don't
you think
even
about it,
like
it's
their
all in
mother.
reference to, one second. It's all in reference to her, something that is useful to other
A
people in the
reproductive
sense of
viability.
like
Yeah, that's
she's
right.
either like sexually attractive or she's
Yeah.
reproducing for men
Or
or
reproducing.
she's
What's the
giving
problem
guidance
with that?
from her stages of being
Yeah,
a
but
young
that,
attractive
that would
woman
be,
or
What's the problem
but it
reproducing.
would be
But there isn't a
symbi.
position. Why are we all talking at the same
Go
time?
ahead,
I'm almost
Quote.
done.
Go ahead,
Not
Q.
interrupting.
And then
Just keep going.
and then there's not this stage where like the woman can be seen as benefiting the economy or helping build the country or any of that stuff. Like even this notion that men build
But
civilization so they can have access to women when they always had access to women in the first place.
what? No, they didn't.
Okay,
This
give me
is
an
complete
example.
nonsense.
Okay, give me an example,
So
reasonable.
historically, I'll
And
give
then
you the
answer.
data. So historically, only around 40%. If you look at the Professor Ebus's study, 37 cultures, nearly 50 years worth of data now, it's still ongoing. In hunter-gatherer societies, around 40%, correction, sorry, globally, 40% of males have reproduced, 99 point something of women have. And in hunter-gatherer societies, the highest and the biggest reason as to why men are alive is homicide, because they're fighting with other men. And what are they fighting over? Territory, resources, and access to females. You simply don't have this idea that, this is complete nonsense that men have easy access to females. We've evolved to be physically stronger and tougher and all the rest of it than you because we're fighting to get access to you.
Absolutely. And even further, we know that. That's exactly why we maintain purity and we're able to, I guess, market that beauty that you're saying is objectifying and have long-term safety and security and legacy for our family. Like you realize when the
Well, I said
husband.
commodifying, just to clarify. It's a kind of a
Well,
different
how's
lens.
it? I don't think we're commodifying that because that
She thinks
requires.
commodities she thinks it's a bad word.
I'm not saying that it's
Everything's a
objectively a bad
commodity.
word or that it's always a negative experience for
But
women
it's
to be commodified.
dehumanized. Yeah,
But I
exactly.
am
Also false.
saying,
But
saying
that's not
that
true. I think we're
because
more
there isn't
commodified now.
Well,
there isn't an archetype that's outside of this ability to provide value through beauty and attainment of beauty and access to a sexually and then reproduction and then being an elder that
Yes, there
can
was.
speak to
There are
those
plenty
stages
of
of life
archetypes.
well, hold on, just let her
because there's
finish.
no yeah, but I'm just saying traditionally because there
Yes,
isn't
there
some
Hold
other
on,
kind of
hold on,
view
Elizabeth.
than that everything about
Mythology is
you is tied directly
To
to
society.
your
And
biology
Okay, but
and you
that,
can't be
but you act
extricated
as
from
if
it.
you
If
act
you're
as
not
if
a mother, if you're not a wife,
uh-huh.
then you haven't performed your
mythology.
duty.
Yeah, but
Imagine
here's the
men
thing.
saying that.
Here's the thing. You realize it was a symbiotic relationship, right? It wasn't based off of oppression. It was
Right.
just symbiotic, in such that men had duties that they were compelled to do, either by conscription or by social pressure, to to align on their archetype. So
Yeah, and
And
I
also,
think that it can be for both parties, it can be oppressive
but compared to
because
what?
that
Compared to
social
what?
pressure
Compared to
to
what? Like,
assimilate.
okay, we cannot eliminate oppression. We have to look at how oppression works.
Mhm.
And it's like, right now, what's going on with women, what's going on with men, as far as how the feminists institutionally organize, is they're oppressing men by their biological preferences. If men have biological preferences that are based off of paternity, certainty, resource gathering, not making sure they're not a cuck, and feminists are relegating these feelings to them just being toxic or having internalized whatever. This is literal oppression by their own definition. But it is in
How is
order.
it
It's
I don't
Oh,
understand
I
that.
like that argument.
Why are you
I didn't
saying it's
feel that
what
way.
makes it oppression?
can I just make quickly two
yeah.
points in relation to that?
Let me just answer
So,
the.
I want to hear the rest of his point first.
Yeah, let's look up the definition of oppression. The cruel or unjust, unfair use of authority and power and authority to keep a person or a group down. Well, if I'm a man, if I have these biological preferences, I must now ridicule him. I must now marginalize him. I must now come up with ways. I must start terminology to start to pathologize this behavior. Toxic masculinity, male loneliness epidemic, because men are not. The institutions are now ridiculing men for not behaving like they believe, like women at this point. And this is the last thing I'll say. It might be
So
a bit of. Go ahead, right? Reasonable.
Yeah,
Does,
just
well,
two
real
quick
quick,
points.
Q, does that answer
Go
your
on.
question or no?
Well, the issue that I have with it stems with this notion of the authority that women have to not give access to their bodies. Like I
Well,
think to
I think
say
that's a
you're
bit of
being
a
oppressed. I know
deviation
there's
here.
nuance. Yeah, okay. I guess I get that there's nuance to it, but I think at the crux of the matter, we're saying all of these critiques against men are oppressive in nature because it's going to the very fabric of who they are that is kind of inextricable. We're attaching it to these sort of ideas that men are having this problematic behavior that is negative when really it's just a part of their natural biological imperative that's been happening for generations. Okay, fair. I actually kind of hear that more than I generally do when we
Nice.
talk about men being oppressed.
Okay.
However, I think the problem with that is it comes to what we're talking about is women wanting to mate with men. If women have always, quote unquote, made the rules in terms of men have always been doing all of this to get access to women, if the goalpost is shifting, then it is what it is.
Well,
Then
shifting
you
in
kind of
what
have to
way?
go with
Well,
it because women do not owe. One sec, I'm almost done. Women do not owe access to their bodies or access to reproduction with them.
Why?
Q,
Okay,
you're
yeah,
making
they
a
do.
straw
Yeah,
man argument.
I'll make the argument that they do, but if anybody else wants to chime in.
Yeah,
I'm
so
happy
I'll
to
make
do the
the
argument.
So let's
Yeah.
just fix this straw man argument from an evolutionary perspective. As an evolutionary biologist, then women drive evolution in humanity. They always have because they select. Darwin wrote a book after The Origin of the Species where he said this: sexual selection is what determines our physical appearance. And he went on in that book to reject the concept of race.
So tied
Now,
to this,
this
tied to how she's
means
straw
that
manning you.
yeah,
Reasonable.
so the reason why it's a straw man is it's not that men are, forcing access onto women. It's the other way around. Men are desperately competing amongst themselves, so much so that they've undergone massive evolution themselves to be stronger, more aggressive, and so on. That the women are selecting those men, the ones with nice big chest muscles and are strong and capable and competent.
The ability to
And they've
provide.
created, women. It's women driving selection in humanity. It's not the men.
Seven
And then
pack
to
abs.
just
And may I add?
yeah, and just one quick other point. And this means historically, a mythology was full of examples of people who, of gods and goddesses who didn't have kids, right? They went and did something else. But the central point was that if you don't make sexuality the core of your civilization, you don't reproduce. There's no reason to stay in shape. And you just simply have to look at the North American population to see what happens.
Yes,
They're
absolutely.
obese or overweight. They're not attractive to each other, and they can't maintain their relationships because when they do stay together, they get obese and overweight, and they're not attractive to each other. Then you look at the European cultures, like especially Eastern Europe and France, where they've kept themselves slim, and they're like rabbits.
Yeah, yeah. And how many young men right now, 21, 22, do not know how to even engage in a conversation with women? Haven't even
Why to be motivated if a lot of them are going to be big backs?
And then even further, there's this weird fuzziness of what is a woman. So then you have men who are confused. You have men who are men and women. Well, are they men? Anyway, you have men who aren't being affirmed in their natural sense. Therefore, they're gonna,
They don't want to
You already
participate.
know
They're
how
going to
it
be
goes.
estranged. It's demoralizing. It's going to make someone lose
Because-
motivation. They only want to participate. But Q, you're saying if women have this pressure that's been constant throughout time, then just allow it to remain such a pressure. But I'm arguing that this pressure, is that what you're arguing, Q?
We're not marriage.
What I was really what I'm saying is if women have always decided, I think that there's a lot of space for critique in the way that women go about this. That is why I pause to say like, oh yeah, I'm a feminist. I don't think this concept of like it's all men and I guess we could say misandry. I don't think that that's necessarily useful. But at the same time, if we're saying, okay, now that women are entering the workforce and the things that men could typically do in the past to gain access to women do not fit anymore. And in some ways, men are kicking up about that rather than just looking at the game for what it is and adapting to the situation and becoming what would be seen as a better mate. Because this happened globally everywhere. Men are being asked to change
In
and
the
to
West,
evolve.
yeah. In the West, for sure.
No, I would say that Korea, Japan, places in Europe,
Okay, Americanized.
like this is occurring all over the world.
Korea is like a Western,
Sure,
westernized.
Western
Right, but here's the
impacted
thing, Q.
civilization.
I understand that there
Younger
is
women are
a
very
addendum
happy.
or a memorandum if women are just collectively folding their hands and they're saying, now and we earn the resources and we have a bit more status, etc., then you guys need to step up to the plate. The problem is this is delusional, and here's why. If it's the case that men have different biological mating preferences than women, women are only saying you need to, because I am becoming attractive to what I think a man would because a woman is becoming attracted to the man she likes, like she's becoming that man. So therefore the men need to step up and be men and be attracted to this type of man. Okay, more resources, more status, more competency. That's delusional. That we're not
Well,
gay.
that's not what I'm calling for. That's what. That's
Well,
not what I'm
that's
saying.
what the
women want.
feminists. Okay, well, how
No,
okay?
not
So
at
here's the
all.
thing. Here's how you are from North or South Korea to the 4B movement to women saying we need to be more apathetic and decenter man, and we need to have higher standards, and women saying that you're a 10 no matter what. This is all leading to the delusion. The delusion
Okay,
is
okay, sure.
I
On
have
the looks piece, sure.
okay, but here's the thing. You can't women don't really have any responsibilities now. So what's happening is the hypergamy, which is fine. No one's really arguing that women shouldn't be hypergamous. It's great. But you're marrying that to now the feminist ideology, which is saying you need to want me like I would want a man. That's gay.
Right. Right. You need to want not necessarily. What I'm saying is, well, okay, you know what? Fair actually. But I just wanted to go back to the earlier point and then I'll remark to what you just said about, because I finally clicked for me what you're saying, where it's like men need to be what I want them to be, but then men have to now want women as they currently are, which is like feminist, quote unquote, more masculine, however you want to talk about it. But what I'm saying is, what needs to happen is we need to look at the lifestyle that people are now leading, the demands of family life, the demands of career, the demands of having friends and having fulfilled lives. And we need to understand how a man and a woman and how people can organize that life most effectively and who shares what labor and what that looks like. There's a huge miscommunication surrounding the role of homemaking, the role of adequate parenting, the role of how do we manage our careers, or what does work look like? There's a complete misunderstanding between men and women on what that should look like.
But here's
And
the
that's
nuance.
the issue. That's
Q,
why
would
you
you,
just have
Q, are you, I think I
because
can
women
address.
do
Let me just
more
address this
in
directly.
this current system.
Well,
Yes,
time
they
out.
do.
Let me, for guys,
Yes,
guys,
they
let
do.
me,
Don't
let me,
scream. Okay,
guys, let me
stop. Like, you
address
don't have to
this.
shriek, girl.
Let me address this directly to make sure I understand your point correctly. All right. As women have gotten more status and more resources, they're now kind of looking at things under the microscope to see in ways where it doesn't really benefit them. Like if they have to, in one hand, do the work, but then also be required to do a lot of the labor that has a traditional leaning to it. That's not fair. So they're trying to rehaul a lot of their preferences, right? And this seems to be a good thing. But here's what's not being. Am I understanding you correctly?
Yeah, so because
Okay.
it's like with this added agency,
All right,
women
now-
are working, they're enjoying their careers, they want to do that.
Right, right.
But then in the average marriage, women are doing slightly more housework.
Well-
They're doing more of the child rearing. Men typically work longer hours, and it's like, yeah, but they don't have to work those longer hours, and they could divvy up that housework better. And a man could learn how to communicate more effectively so that they could like resolve their conflict better and both give each other what they want, and then everybody would be happy.
Yeah, but
Like
you-
this
guys,
notion that
what's-
men-
here's the thing, guys.
Man,
Wait, time out.
This
I want
notion- I just have one point,
to
which is important.
just go ahead, Q.
Just
What's your
one quick
point?
thing, which is
Really
this
dominating.
notion that men only should be striving for, I need to look good, because like we all need to look good. I need to have some kind of profession, some level of education. Like, yes, we should all have that thing. And this is what I should bring to the table. This is what's necessary, is shifting.
Yeah, but
All of us have that now. And so what is being asked for is different.
what is being asked for is not worth the juice is not worth the squeeze.
Thank you.
On 2 points, okay? As a woman is becoming more autonomous, she's becoming older, less attractive, has more partners, has less eggs,
Doesn't even know how to do basic like cooking and cleaning.
and has political ideologies revolved around contempt of men at this point. And if you don't agree with that, I want to also look at how feminists tend to politically organize. It usually revolves around having a level of authority without the responsibility. Women in the feminist world, we need to say that it's not right for women to not have the same standards in dating. Well, if women want to be free, have the authority to have a lot of bodies, they should be free to have the critique of having a lot of bodies. But they don't want that. They want to say, no, men have a little dick, they're insecure. So what they're doing is they're straining this patriarchal system and actually exposing the fact that they really depend on this patriarchal system. And that's the only way that they've even gotten this far in the first place. So you're literally going to bite the hand that feeds you and say, you need to negotiate with me. When you're saying you
No, but
don't
I
need
agree
men,
with
when you're
this.
saying,
Yes,
so then
I
the
think they're saying they hate.
cooperation,
Sorry.
go ahead, cute.
I agree. I think that they're saying they hate the patriarchy while engaging within the rules of the patriarchy. Like these kinds of critiques, like, oh, well, you just have a small peewee and that's why you act like this. That is you engaging within the patriarchy. Absolutely.
Yeah,
Being so
appealing to the
tied
man's
to these-
appealing to the man's sense of his
Exact-
manhood.
ego,
But
yeah,
here's the thing:
Exactly.
you
Lame.
cannot exist without the patriarchy. You
How?
cannot escape it. If
What do you mean how?
forced doctrine,
Look at your phone.
forced doctrine, forced doctrine.
What is that? Okay, but it's been months since we talked about that.
Yeah, if
So
it's the case that the enforcement of rights is by men, and it's that way throughout most of our society is how we collectively organize. You can't escape the patriarchy.
I mean, you could just shift the power structure.
What, to other men?
You have to be able to
No,
protect.
to something more equalized.
Okay,
How do you protect-
what,
I
how would
think
that
what's
system?
more- I
How would
think
that
what's
system
more like-
bear? How would that system bear the weight of its own? How would it?
Right.
Where do these even
by,
operate?
by changing the way that it operates, like at the deepest level. Like I think there's three options. I think that things get way more patriarchal, and women are suppressed, and then that's just how things sort of revert back, or we go the opposite complete direction and things vastly improve, or basically society just dies out because we all just stop reproducing.
Yeah, but what
How
you see,
selfish.
what you see now,
How
what you
selfish.
see now is
Selfish?
well, no, she's just saying, she just.
No. I'm being dramatic, but ultimately, men don't ever think this way, ever.
Yeah, well, if here's
They
the
think
thing,
about
if that's one of the
legacy,
scenarios,
their
you act like
consequences.
men are going to allow that to happen, because if men decided we're not going to let that happen, it's not going to happen. The only recourse women have is just going to another branch of a patriarchy. They would just
James,
their only
we-
recourse would be to swing to another patriarchal branch.
So,
If they wanted
James-
protection, if they wanted protection from men, if they wanted to just push the button like that, that's the first thing. That last scenario. The second thing is overcorrecting. Well, that's what you see now. The rights are being repealed. Women have not been able to do anything about 13 states taking away a certain right. So what's going to happen ultimately, especially if you're ridiculing men, not only just on a cultural level, but on a political and systemic level, it's only going to breed the resentment and the overcorrection. Here's a scenario that you didn't think about. If, let's just say, men just say, you know what does this push the button look like? Islam, Sharia
No
law,
borders.
or a caste system. That's what it looks like.
James, it looks like no
What
borders.
about the AI girlfriends? Come on.
No,
Yeah.
there won't.
Yeah.
If women are having less babies, if the feminists themselves are having less babies than the regular women, then
They get replaced.
by either
yeah,
Sharia
it's
law
not- it's already
playing
or
out.
Indian caste system.
What do you
No,
mean?
we won't
Yeah,
get to an
we're
Indian
caste
caste system because of
system.
technology.
They have
But
they have
can I
higher
just
birth
respond?
they have higher
Different form
birth
of
rates.
classism?
They have higher
Can I
Indians
just-
have higher birth rates than us, and so do Islam countries.
Yeah, I
Yeah, but
think
Islamic
they're
we'll just
falling.
die
So
out.
James,
think they'll lose
James, the
yourself.
Indian birth rate is around 2.4 or so. It's not very high.
It's better than
So it's falling.
1.6.
By 2050,
And almost negative in
James,
the black
by
community.
20, just 1 second, man. By 2050, the Indian population tops out, which is why they're desperately trying to get it to a first world country by 2047. That's the goal. It went independent in 1947.
So what
that's the
I'll
goal.
do
Current
reasonable
government's
is I'm gonna allow for everybody to independently close because I gotta close out. So if anybody wants to say their last piece of steak,
goal. Can I just quickly address it and then I'll go quiet and then I'll mute up.
Bring
So
back
just two things. Yeah, thank you. Two things that you said, cute, that James was trying to explain about hypergamy. As women get wealthier, their standards go up. As their standards go up, they want above average men. If the more above average men that they want, the less men that they're available for them to date with. And that then causes the birth rate to collapse. When the birth rate collapses and they're very fussy on the men, then the vast majority of men don't even qualify for their attraction. And those men stop finding those women attractive because they can't get anywhere with them. Then you end up with population replacement, which is essentially what's happening. They're not reproducing, and therefore they're trying to move their mind virus into everyone else's kids. But at the same time, they're importing people from Hispanics and people from other countries outside the US who aren't WASP, white Anglo-Saxon Protestants, and those ones are having babies. So in 2 or 3 generations, the problem fixes itself. Liberal women disappear, and all you're left with is conservative ones.
Nightmare.
Well, it's a nightmare they created themselves by their own behavior and intolerance
Yeah, sure, but like
and
still,
inability
yikes.
to actually deal with biology and
And
accept
the
that
crazy
they're
thing is, yeah. Oh, sorry.
So
yeah.
who's the next person who wants to close?
The crazy thing is,
That's
though,
All right, Anne.
our nervous systems, our biological imperative actually does align with being able to rely on men. We're disabled for 9 months out of the year. We rely on community, for example, safety and security. All of these things aren't just arbitrary; they're essential to women's health. How many women right now are on prescription pills or obese or unaliving because the stress of being a woman who is also acting as if she doesn't need a man is unaliving us at highest rates, and we are now putting that aggression on our children. Literally. Lindsay is an example of this.
Damn.
And then they get mad at the women who are actually willing to compete and try and say they're a pick-me. So back in the day, the culture of femininity and teaching your daughters to become wives, et cetera, that's how women bonded with their daughters. Now mothers are competing with daughters. Daughters are absolutely in competition with other groups of women. And there isn't any sense of like, how do I say this? Trust unless you accept all my bad behavior. That's kind of dangerous, I think, because it, regardless of, I'll end, I'm kind of rambling, I'll stop, but women also have a cultural responsibility. Vulnerable people depend on us. And I'm noticing those very same people who depended on us, elderly, children, et cetera, are getting abused pretty badly.
By who?
Women.
Hmm.
I'm telling you, it's insane to me that the same people who will be like, I'm a single mom who does it all by herself. I'm the one who stayed.
Lets the door in for the boyfriend to do some stuff behind closed doors to the child.
Exactly.
I think that's a statistical case for that too.
No, that's true. It's true. And you know what happens when you know how to prevent it, like immediately? Marry the biological father. Oh my God. That's insane how that works.
Hey, you preaching to the choir here. So are you complete? Are you complete with your? Has your spigot ran out?
I think so. I just thank you
And
for holding
spigot
it.
never runs out.
Yeah, that's why my man likes it. Mm.
All right, Ann. So what you got? Cute. A lot has been said. What you got to say? You the minority
In
position
closing-
here.
Yeah, that's fine. I would say to close out that true authority, like true leadership qualities, require restraint. And so as long as it is the case that men are falling on the fact that they could use their force, or that they have all this force that they could use, and not restraining themselves from using it and trying to, like, all of this talk about men being leaders and then not leading the charge on fixing this chasm that's occurring between men and women speaks to me of the hurt that they're experiencing and the fact that they're also victimized by these like societal expectations, by the way that they're being treated by society. But also I don't see them stepping up and showing sort of the servant leadership, the compassion, the love that is actually like required and needed to heal some of the wounds that are occurring between us all. And also it needs to go both ways because like we're human beings. So I think that like if we're talking about force doctrine and things becoming more disjointed in terms of the balance, that's never going to get us anywhere. So I just think like the name of the game is restraint and some kind of like restorative equalization in terms of how we see each other and how we treat one another. And that just requires more love. I'm not gonna lie. Might be corny, but we just need more love.
All right, cute. I think that was very marketable. If I could be as charitable as possible.
Marketable is crazy. Okay,
Well,
well,
that's
have a good night.
that's very palatable. I could that's You've been a good sport. Cute. Thank you for coming up. I encourage you to come back on more of our detailed discussions because you caught us
Yeah.
on the tail end.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, have a good night.
All right, cute. You as well. All righty. For everybody here, I had what is this, almost 7-hour stream? What did I do today? Gym. Or I'm sorry, work. Doctor's appointment. Gym. Husband duties. Stream. Why is this important? This is how much I hate feminism. My back hurting right now, but I hate feminism more. I also enjoy having conversations with people such as Cute. Cute is an intellectual. We can have spirited debates and still have a level of mutuality. That's chill. I wanna add her at this point to my Hall of Fame of good faith feminists. She would be one. Drift would be one. Chadwife would be another. Dulcimi would be one. Tet, she's British, would be one. Taylor would be one. I'm literally naming you all the feminists that I remember that I find they confirm why I should be honorable. They confirm why I want to give people, just a chance. If you have a minority position, I tend to want to have you get that space. For whoever's in the chat, why do you care about feminism? Edge, I'm not going to have you up. You're welcome up next time, but I'm going to answer this question for you. I'm closing off. I care about feminism because I care about the future of my children, son and daughter. I don't want my daughter to grow up with feeling apathetic to the man she's supposed to be with, to have contempt that man would be exposed to think that she's better or equal to him. This would be a blunder, and it would be based off of delusion. I would want my daughter to expect her boyfriend or husband to protect her. If a man is doing things out of pocket and around her, or if there's a criminal trying breaking in, I would expect her to want that from a man, to focus on her necessity for man and specialize around how you're going to attract that. Why? Because it's the most intuitive and symbiotic way to do things. Saying you don't need no man and behind closed door you submit to one, that's not being congruent. Saying you don't need no man and acting like it, you're just going to be a headache and you're going to attract weak men. That's for the daughters. For the fathers, or for the sons, I want my son to understand that if women are the weaker vessel, that means you're going to have a lot of authority over her in a lot of scenarios, which means you need to be more responsible and you are more culpable for your actions. Why? Because the Bible says it. To whom much is given, much is required. That's what Peter Parker's uncle stole it from the Bible. From the Bible. With great power comes great responsibility. That rings to a lot. That speaks to a lot. A lot of people identify with it because it's true. But it's only true because you got it from Proverbs, okay? You got it from the Old Testament. Thank you, Jesus, the author. So why? I understand that as men, you're going to have generally a higher level of social, familial, and structural power. But this means you need to wield it with constraint. Cute said something very true. Holding your power with constraint is good. But women can be the commenters, but not the arbiter of this type of strength. Because men are the only ones who can really keep other men in check. Now, when it comes to, let's see, that forces then focus on the root. The root is the usurpation of power. The root is the first wave. That is the foothold as to which women collectively got the idea that decoupling authority with responsibility was a good thing. And that has effectively been their political movement, using the government to allow them to avoid accountability. That is not, and formulating institutions and laws and around that, you're breeding in not only your own destruction, but resentment on a mass scale. If it is the case that the system is patriarchal, the men will eventually flip the tables. It's just a matter of when. But anyways, I want to appreciate anybody who's remained. I want to thank you for all the... James, when do you sleep? Well, I sleep... I work around 7. I will lay my head to rest right now, the next 5 to 10 minutes. I sleep when these lives are finished. But I appreciate anybody who was here, even the opposition, even the haters, even the jerks who said mean things to me and hurt my feelings. Let's see. Thank you for the follow. Zen in Motion. All right, y'all. You want to be notified the next time I go live. I usually go live Wednesdays and Saturdays, but as you see, today's Monday. So send me with a follow. You guys have a good rest of your night. Peace, peace, peace. Peace, 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 peace. On the YouTube side, we had a long one today, man. And I want to apologize humbly for the question I forgot to shoe in, posed by Outdoor. My apologies. I did kind of wanted to clarify it to get a good understanding, but at that time it was kind of past. I'm deeply sorry. I'm trying to integrate the live on both chat systems. It's just difficult to keep both of them simultaneously there because I cannot lock them to Windows. But what I think I'm going to start doing is I'm going to pop out YouTube commenter chat. And I'm going to put it right here on my second monitor where it's just going to stay there. I'm not going to, and even if I click off on the Windows, it will still be there because it's not under or over anything. So I apologize for that. But here's what I'll do. I'll keep trying to stay to this commitment, which is I'm going to honor your questions and I'm going to allow them to derail the chat. And the more I grow, the more I'm going to be able to put resources into integrating. The more I get support on YouTube, the more I'm going to be able to integrate the YouTube and TikTok virtual space. And I'm probably going to do that with like a handshake Zoom or StreamYard system. But anyways, I'll let y'all have a good night.